Anyway. Here's the schedule for today. We're booting up. Bam! There's the schedule. We got Compassion versus Mentality Monsters as the first game of the night. We've only seen Mentality Monsters a couple times, but they've looked pretty strong both times we've seen them. This is also an NA versus EU matchup, I think, right? I'm pretty sure Compassion is EU, and Mentality Monsters is NA, if I'm not mistaken. But Mentality Monsters has looked pretty strong the few times we've seen them. Compassion has looked very strong when we've seen them too. We've seen them play quite a few times, and they looked very, very good as well. Oh, Compassion's NA. Oh, wait, is Mentality Monsters EU? Are they both NA? I thought this was an NA versus EU matchup, but maybe I'm just making things up. Maybe I'm literally just lying. I might just be lying to you all. Yeah, they're both NA. Okay, I'm just lying to you all. Then yeah, just forget it. Never mind. Anyway, both really strong teams. This should be a really good matchup. We have Oni, Wraith, and then Artist. Throughout the whole day, we have a ton of Oni, a good bit of Plague, only one Trickster matchup. And no, I mean, the only potential for Artist is the tiebreaker of this set. If we don't go to the tiebreaker of this set, we're not going to see Artist all weekend, which is wild. So that's interesting. Like no Artist picks at all. People don't like Artists. As a matter of fact, Trickster hype in theory is actually going to be more common this weekend than Artist, because we at least get one guaranteed set, which is kind of wild, dude. Kind of wild. Yeah, it's crazy shit. But it should be a good weekend of games. I'm excited. We're starting out with Oni 2, which is great because it's a really good killer to start out with. Let me hop and call with Tyro right quick. All right. Yo. Hello, how's it going?
Pretty good.
Yeah, how's that? You ready for some games, man? We got some Oni games to start out. I'm excited.
Oh yeah, I'm so excited to be here too. So
yeah, dude, I'm pumped to have you on. This should be a good time. All right, we have we're gonna have the killer from Compassion going first up against the survivors of Mentality Monsters. Again, this is interesting. These are two teams that we've only seen a couple times each. Like, I think we've seen Compassion maybe like 3 or 4 times or something so far. So we've seen them a few times, but we've not seen them a ton. Mentality Monsters, I think we've seen like 2 or 3 times. So I don't know a ton about these teams. Like, not as much as like some of the ones we see more often. But I know that they're both very solid teams. They're both very, very good. So this should be interesting. I'm excited to see how this goes. Tyro, it should be interesting to talk to you about some of this, because I know that you have been scrimming a lot. You've been scrimming very often. You've been doing it for like a good couple years now. So I'm curious to kind of get your takes on some of the stuff about these games, right? Like, for instance, in these Oni games, what do you think would be like the most important thing that we should be like kind of looking out for? Like, what do you think is like a big thing that can kind of like sway the tide in terms of how the game is going to go?
I think that the most important thing in an Oni set is definitely that first hit coming through. It's very important for survivors to just kind of delay that as long as possible. And I know it's ideally to even get like 3 gens done before that first hit comes through. And that can be kind of hard on a map like Cold Tower, but good enough survivors can make it work. So
yeah, I think that's a big thing too. We've seen a lot of teams like it's one of those things where like it always seems so much easier like spectating than it actually is. Like, sometimes you see people get hit early and you're like, come on, how are you letting that happen? But I feel like realistically it can sometimes be difficult, especially if you find yourself in a bad setup. Like, sometimes you'll spawn and there'll just be like T-walls, and then like the nearest pallet is maybe like a good tile or so away, and you're like, fuck. You know, so like
the worst one is when it's like there's this huge dead zone from like 8 to 6, like the bottom side of that map there. Like, that's like the worst one for an Oni set. You just kind of like groan when you see it.
Oh yeah, like all on the like bottom left side. Yeah, oh yeah, that's a fucking nightmare. Fuck that shit. Yeah, it feels like usually top side is usually pretty solid, like because like generally you'll have the window of main, you'll typically have like the pallet outside, and then usually like there's obviously like the double maze tiles on the right side, and there's a single maze tile on the left. Like, there's typically going to be something there, but even still, like, I've seen some pretty bad setups there as well, like where you have like kind of isolated T-walls at like 10 o'clock, and then like maybe some not so great pallets on the outsides of them, and then it's just kind of rough, you know, you just kind of get bloodlusted. So yeah, I think a lot of that's going to just come down to how well they can avoid that early. And I don't know, it's interesting because I've still seen results kind of like sway really quickly one way or the other, even after the fact too, right? Even if an Oni gets a hit early, I've seen them kind of like throw their lead and kind of let it go. Like I've seen that happen a good bit, and I've also seen the opposite, where like the survivors can survive a good bit early, you know, like maybe maybe get like 2 gens done by the time the first hit comes in, but then still kind of crumble and fall apart. I just think it's really snowbally set, and I think a big fuck up from either side can just kind of completely turn the tide, no matter what, really.
Yeah, it's super volatile, and especially like a good Oni can just make some chases feel like super short, and you feel terrible. So I think it all comes down to denying power for as long as possible, because that power just makes it so hard to come back, even if you have a pretty good start.
Yep, exactly. So I think the first chases are going to be interesting. We can try to judge whoever gets chased first. how will they play chase, and either give them the thumbs up or thumbs down depending on how they do. That should be interesting. But yeah, this should be should be good. And again, okay, so like the overlay says compassion EU, mentality monsters NA. I'm still confused about this. I thought are they both NA teams, or is it EU versus NA? I don't even know anymore. Is this killer from EU? I don't know. Cause wait, yeah, yes. EU versus NA. I feel like I'm being lied to, dude. I'm being gaslit right now. I don't appreciate this. Okay. It is EU versus NA, I think. Okay, if it is EU versus NA and ping is high, that's gonna make this even harder. Cause Sonic is EU. Okay. So Sonic is EU. So yeah, it is gonna be like pretty high ping for these survivors then. Sonic said they have 2 EU, 2 NA. Okay, so I think there will be a slight advantage then for compassion on that front, where on their survivor side they'll have some people that have decent ping, but they'll still have 2 people that'll be bad ping, whereas I think mentality monsters might be like pretty much all bad ping, which again, it might end up mattering. I don't know. I feel like in like a lot of these chases where it's like a game of inches, you know, where you like just gotta barely make it to a powder window or something, having that high ping can be fucking tough, man. It can be really rough. Let me go ahead and give you guys a prediction though. Yeah. Because I know you guys want to gamba. Hold on.
The amount of times I've tasted in my career to that first hit through a pallet, it's wild. So.
Yeah, that's gotta feel so bad against Oni too, dude. Like there's so much pressure when you're the first one being chased against Oni, you know? Like I would assume it must feel like the whole game is essentially, not the whole game, but like it's like so much pressure for you to not just fuck up and give the Oni power early. And yeah, that's gotta be tough, especially on like high ping. That's gonna be so nerve-wracking, man. Here, let me give you guys the gamba. Compassion and mentality monsters. Oh wait, hold on. Let me not. Yep, okay. Perfect. Let me not give you guys any horrible typos. There you go. Perfect. All right, sick. Okay, so what's up next after this one too? We have Oni, we have Wraith, and then maybe Artist. We have 1 Trickster set today, which is interesting. I'm so curious. What map did we even put Trickster on? Did we put him on Wrecker's Yard? I can't even remember.
Wreckers sounds right.
Yeah, that seems like probably what we'd do if I had to guess. Wreckers, yeah. That's, you know, it's funny because whenever I saw Dino, I remember whenever I saw you put Trickster in the pool, I even said something on stream. I think I was like, oh yeah, the pool looks good, except for maybe that one killer that, like, I don't know, probably nobody will pick him. And yeah, you said that. You're like, oh yeah, one team will get crazy and pick him, and I guess you weren't wrong. And that's an interesting set too. Dingatrons versus Timeless. Isn't Dingatron's like Watery Melon's team or something? He like left him. Do you know anything about that team? Is that like, is that people that have comp experience, or is that like Watermelon's friends? He's getting into it, or like what's? Do you have any insight on that?
Yeah, it is Melon's friends that they decided to get together and get into comp. Apparently, they played a lot of other games like in the rank modes and whatnot together. So,
okay.
Melon was kind of jumping from team to team, like hoping that his friends would finally cave and play this one a little competitively, and I think he managed to convince them. But I do know that Melon is a P100 trickster, so he might have had some sort of hand in that pick.
Oh, interesting, huh? That's interesting to say, huh? Isn't Watermelon also like a controller player? Is he a controller?
He's on console.
Well, I guess Trickster on controller actually might be good because it's kind of just like close range, or it's like mid range tracking. That actually seems like it'd be not bad on controller, so maybe that would be okay. That's interesting.
They removed recoil too, so I bet it's a lot better.
Yeah, that as well. Yeah, huh? That should be interesting. Well, that's cool to see, man. I'm excited to see how they play. Timeless is also a like new sign-up team that I think I saw as well. Although I'm not off the top of my head, I can't remember who was on the team. But they were like a relatively new sign-up too, so that should be interesting. It's two new teams that we have not seen yet at all. So that should be interesting, especially considering we have Trickster in there too. Trickster and then also Wraith is something like I think both the killers for that set are actually super interesting, with them both being kind of newer. Because Trickster is just a fucking curveball. Like we have no idea what to expect of that. But Wraith is like one of those like really hard to deal with killers. I feel like, you know, it's one of those like I think it's almost one of those like tests for like newer teams. Because I think you have to be really good with like micro, and you have to be really good at knowing how to play like the shit garbage tiles that are on Dead Dog, and not like you got to be good at buying time even in those shit situations where you don't just kind of like fall over and die, and maybe just buy like an extra like 5-10 seconds if you have to. Or I mean, even if you have a good chase at all, that's even better still. But even just being able to use anything there in a good way is very, very difficult, especially if you're not used to it. So I think that should be a pretty good test for both those teams. And yeah, I mean, we have a ton of Oni all day, which is something I'm excited for. I fucking love that. I can't wait. I think the only thing I'm disappointed about is that we're not going to see very much artists. We only have one chance to see artists at all, which is kind of a bummer, but it is what it is.
It could happen. It could happen.
Yeah. Okay, okay, would you rather me stream just the game or my OBS? Like, do you care about the scenes? Or do you just want, like, how you feeling?
I'd like a stream of the game. That's fine.
Yeah, I'll just give you the game. So if I pull up the schedule on stream or whatever, you won't see it on the Discord stream, but I'm sure you'll be able to just yeah. All right. We're readied up. We're hopping in. We're good to go. I'm just gonna be completely real with you. I almost forgot to give you a stream at all. we just readied up, and if we would have went live and you had no stream, I'd have felt like a total dumbass. But I got there. Okay, don't worry, we got there. So
all good.
So we'll see how this goes. What do you expect to see out of a build here on the Oni? Like, what do you think?
Definitely we got Bamboozle and Corrupt are probably staples and Pain Res. The last perk is kind of a toss-up, but I can imagine something like a pop just to secure more slowdown.
Yeah, well, you're 100% right. Eruption over pop, but yeah, pretty much nailed it. The add-ons, they went with Splittered Hull and Lion's Fang. No Aikido Scrunch, so no speed, which is interesting. Because I still am kind of torn on that myself, whether I think Aikido Scrunch is worth or whether like these add-ons are instead better. And it seems like this seems to be like the accepted best combo, but it seems interesting to me because I think speed does have a lot of value.
I do know Georgie, my former teammate, liked running speed because it helped them flick a little easier, but if you're not so keen on flicking, I could see these being a little better.
Yeah, it does feel like you can. I don't know if it works the way that like it works with Blight, but it feels to me like when I run speed like Aikido Scratch, it feels like you can flick further, which I don't know if that's just something I'm making up or not, but that seems to be a thing. And Sonic finding a chase pretty quickly, gonna chase around Nia, but she just uses that main style palette, and she should be kind of okay for now. I think he's just trying to find probably an ideal chase, but everyone so far is doing a really good job of keeping distance and running the safe tiles. Like Adam here, a Shaq, he's got, oh my god, I thought for a second there I thought he was gonna get hit. I thought he was gonna run around back Shaq, but he doesn't even want to risk it at all. Just immediately throw Shaq palette.
It's smart, play it safe. Don't want to give him power too quick.
Yeah. I mean, there's really no point in taking the risk. Even if you're just running back Shack, which is typically not very risky, it's like, why even like leave yourself open up for anything? You know, you might as well just throw the pallet, be extra safe. And again, these guys so far are doing a great job, having a ton of distance. I mean, Sonic can bamboozle this window and then hopefully not lose too much. Both these walls are kicked out actually, so this could be this is looking a little sketch.
Yeah, that window fake was really good there.
He gets the hit. He gets the hit here. There you go. So first hit comes in, still at 5 gens. He's going to be sucking orbs out of that. It looks like Quentin is going to finish that gen. And Adam has one at about 50. Nancy has one at about... So they actually split 3 gens. They didn't double the gen, it looks like. And they have a good bit of progress between those 3, though. They have a gen almost done, and then 2 are about 50 or 60.
My goodness.
Yeah, that medium vault hit coming in, too. My lord. Down comes in, 1 gen pops. Pain Res will likely hit one of these 2. It looks like Nancy's already getting in position for the unhook, seeing as how she has deli. But yeah, Adam's gen will definitely get hit by Pain Res.
Smart for him to pre-leave there, because Oni does have power up.
Yeah, this is definitely like this is one of those spots that's really sketch, right? You have a person on hook. Oni is sitting here with his power up. Like this is a weird spot to be in. So you got to be really careful and not let him go ham from here, right? Like it could definitely stumble out of control if you kind of make any mistakes at this point.
He might just hold this hook with power too. I mean, he does have a pretty quick down, so
he has a pretty nice like 3-gen up here, and it's kind of a 4-gen with that gen right there at like 3 o'clock too, the one that's being worked right now. If you can stop that gen from popping at 3 on the hill, this is kind of like a 4-gen topside for the most part. So pretty good spot. I think he definitely just wants to he just wants to secure this. Are they gonna get that gen done? They're not even gonna get that gen done either. He's gonna pop power. That's gonna spook Adam off the gen. He's gonna see though that he's just securing struggle. They're not gonna get this done though. He's gonna be able to leave it once he goes struggle. I'm very surprised that the Oni's not coming straight to this gen. I am actually blown away by that. He's worried about the 11 gen, but
I think he's more worried about that top 3 gen because that's a pretty important one to hold.
yeah, it almost feels to me like holding the 3 gen at 2 and 3 with main would be even better than like 1 main 11 or whatever, right? So like again, I'm a little surprised, especially because he saw that it had a bunch of progress. So I'm a little surprised by it. Ooh.
That will be the unhook, but that's not on the deli, I don't think.
Yeah, no, it was Nancy that had deli. Yeah, so that's not deli. But power's gonna be out soon, and he's actually not even gonna get down with power. He got a tag on Quentin, but didn't actually down him. And Nia tanks the hit after the unhook too, so he's gonna come out of power with no downs, which is actually looking really good for Mentality Monsters, considering how bad of a spot they were looking just a second ago. This is actually looking not too bad all of a sudden. A bounce landing coming in from Nia here, and she's gonna make her way down to bottom side. I mean, like relatively speaking, probably gonna get stuck on the Storming Tower for a minute. Only has this window, doesn't really have much here. The pallet's already been used. She's gonna go back down. But I mean, that gen right over there at 3 is very close to being done. They're most likely all over 11 gen. 11 gen pops too.
Yeah, there it
and
goes.
3 gen. Yeah, so there goes both of those. So
I think
yeah,
that's the 3 gen just broken.
Yep,
like,
it is.
now.
Yep, there was 4 gens up there, and that was 2 of them popped. So yeah, it does get the tunnel out, but like at what cost, right? Like now you're down to 1 gen left. There's a really good split. I think the good news for Sonic is that there's going to be a bunch of orbs at 11 for him to get. So he should be able to go up there and get his power again. If he doesn't just get it here, actually. Ooh, okay.
Barely.
Adam does get away with it. Sees Quentin making his way down to bottom. Now he's just missing information on Nancy.
Oh, he found his blood bank.
Yep, there it is. Yep. Taking a deposit. The First National Bank of Blorbs out here. Oh, let's see some scratch marks too. Crow flying up by main. Did he not see that crow flying? He didn't see that crow flying, did he? Maybe he didn't. Oh, fast down.
That's fine, Quentin though. Wow.
Yeah, very quick down. He's gonna immediately hook him too. So still has a lot of power. Like that only took maybe like a third of his power. So he'll be able to get his power back pretty quickly here.
And that Painter has hit that top gen right there, which tells Oni quite a bit because it had like no progress.
Yep, yeah. So that's pretty good information on gen progression on the map. Yeah, you know that basically nothing is being threatened right now. He also catches off the survivor that was stealthing near the hook too, which is huge because that means that Nancy now has to make the rotation around as well, and he can also see the rotation too. Ooh, well, you know, we were talking about how he broke that 3 gen and it was kind of looking good, but now I don't know anymore. It's starting to swing the other way a bit. I'm getting a little worried. This will be Deli, most likely.
Yeah, he might not know about it because Adam got that first unhook.
Yeah, he probably suspects Adam has it, yeah. Which is interesting.
Quentin, though, trying to take a hit.
Yeah, which is interesting. Does she have borrowed time? What's...
It might be a DS play.
Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, it is, yeah. Quentin does go down too, but he's just going to leave him on the ground and he's going to go after Nancy. And yeah, this is tough, man. I mean, Nancy can deli, so they don't really have to worry about her. Hypothetically, if he DS's, then I guess they can both be okay, and maybe Adam could just work on this gen for free, which is he's trying to do right now.
That's gonna be another pain res though.
Yeah, true. So this is gonna get regressed a good bit. Yeah, back down to about 50-60%. DS is gonna be gone soon. Yeah, he's not getting his DS off. There's no way. All right. Sonic going back to his bank again. Taking out another deposit real quick. No biggie. Let me just swipe the card on the ATM. Bam, bam. There's some blorbs. I don't think he's going to be able to pop that gen in time. Because Sonic's on his way.
The deli does come through, though, so now he has to make his choice of which one to chase.
Yeah, deli here ends up being so massive. Because if deli's not in play there, this game's like pretty much over, right? But yeah, deli can pick up Quentin. But yeah, I think you definitely stay on here, right? Like you hit that, you hit that with eruption. You stay here. He can try to get this down now, and then pop eruption on this gen, and then maybe get his final pain res stack. He lost him. Oh, he found him. Never mind. He does have the long wall window. He didn't use it, but he did have the long wall window there as well.
Tried to use the firecracker there, but the old look up.
Yeah, look up, gang. Gets him away from it, and he's already on his way back. These guys seem pretty good. I think pretty good game sense here, realizing that they haven't healed, knows that they're most likely just doubling a gen, right? Like, if they weren't doubling it, they probably would have healed at least somebody. The fact that no one's healed means that they must be just be trying to get a gen done. Oh my god, huge flick. A little bit too huge of a flick.
Power's almost out, so he probably wants this down, or else he's going to go back to being an M1.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to get it. Someone's on their... Looks like Nancy's on her way up here. She may even be able to pick up this Adam. They're actually going to try... He's actually in a lot of trouble now. Because that gen up there at like 2 was progressed a good bit. Like it sounded like it was probably at like 70 or something, if I had to guess.
He didn't even kick it with eruption, and... Oh, the Nancy...
She's
if it's
got
a
UB.
deli build, yeah, you unbreakable.
Yeah. Yep, so she's just letting herself go down because she pretty much knows she's going to get slugged, and she's just going to try to use UB. Pretty good fast down on the Viper too, though, but like, is it going to be enough? I don't know.
He picks.
And they pop the gen, so they do at least manage to finish the gen. Unbreakable comes in. It feels like they'll likely be able to get at least one of these two out, but probably only one of them.
That is a fresh hook onto the Atom there.
Yeah.
Which I think it might be better just cut your losses and maybe camp it out, but he is going for more.
Yeah, killing Nancy here ends up getting him roughly the same as if Viper dies, so I don't think it's that risky. But he's gonna slug her again. He knows that UB's gone now. At least he probably has a good idea that UB's gone now. Well, no, yeah, he definitely knows actually, based on how that went down. Good stun. But power's up. Oh man, he can still get this 4K. This could definitely still happen. But
yeah, I don't think Quentin was on that door.
He needs to get this down like now though, like very quickly. Ooh, Quentin was making a play for Nancy, but he's just on edge map now. The dead hard from Quentin. That was so good. Back after Nancy again. Gets it down onto her. So has about 40% power, but the door opens at 6. I think it's gonna leave. Right? I'm pretty sure they're both out of that 6 door.
Survivors played that endgame really well. Oh,
wait. Hold.
caster curse?
Yeah, hold on. Did they play the endgame well though? Yes. Yes, I believe the answer is yes. It's not this door, right? No. Actually, there's still... Oh, I don't know, man. He's gonna get this pickup. I don't think Nancy has anything though. Well, I mean, one of these guys is still gonna die. This is still gonna be the same result. As a matter of fact, this is kind of just risking more of them dying, I think. Because down goes Nancy. He's just gonna pick now. But if he can cut them off from the rotate, well, nah, they should be fine, right? Because they can do the other game if they need to as well. But they're not. They're both just kind of rotating around.
There.
Yeah, they're both kind of rotating around on top side. Like no one's doing this because this side gate over here. Oh no. Okay, Viper's at least on the bottom side of the hook. Quentin's way up at main.
Quentin's trying to get a heal off, but at this point there's so much blood on the map. Is it worth?
Yeah, it's a little strange. I think maybe he just wanted to be positioned topside just to see what the OD would do. This ends up working out pretty well, actually, because these two get out. And Quentin now, he at least can stealth better, right? But he's got to make his way. I mean, he's got to make his way bottom side for either hatch or gate, right? They're both bottom. And he's currently at like 2 o'clock is where he is. So he's got quite the adventure while there's a rampaging Oni going around.
He's just power walking down there, though.
Yeah, it truly is. Yeah. Oh well, he's got some pep in his step now. Oh, no,
oh
never
no!
Mind. Never mind. Oh man. Well, yeah, that ends up being 9 stages. 9 stages for fresh, which is again kind of a shame because it felt like if they just had left whenever Nancy had gotten down, like it felt like there was definitely a situation where they could have just both left and prevented some of these stages coming through. And I think it would have ended up being like 7 stages, maybe 8 if I'm not mistaken, something like that. I think 7 is I think what it would have ended up being. But yeah, they kind of risked it, which I respect, right? Like they kind of had a chance to get everybody out and maybe save a stage or 2, but they kind of end up doing the opposite and they kind of donate like another couple stages to Sonic at the end there. But kudos to Sonic. I mean, even that right there was a really good find at that hill, right? I mean, it's kind of nerve-wracking to want to like leave the gate. And on top of that, he didn't even go to the other gate. He went to the opposite side. He went to the side where there was nothing, right? That was just like a big prediction call on Sonic's end, just kind of going over that way, hoping to find them, like basically hoping to find him rotating. But he did find him, and that's massive. I mean, that gets him a pretty significantly better result in the end. So, solid game.
Yeah. And with how volatile the Oni set is, you know, it could really go either way from here. Like, that is a either way result.
Yeah, that's definitely one of those like that is definitely very beatable if the survivors from Compassion have like a really good tight game. But again, like you said, it's very volatile, so you never know, right? Like that's beatable. I feel like if you're Compassion, you probably feel good about this, right? You're like, okay, 9 stages, 4 fresh, that's good. If we just have a good, solid like performance, we can totally beat this. But at the same time, I mean, if you're Mentality Monsters, not the end of the world, right? Like, it's probably not the best result that you want, but it's not the end of the world. Like, you can definitely pop the fuck off here and have a crazy result with your Oni. So, it's really just going to depend on how this next match goes. I mean, we'll see. I think that was definitely solidly played, though, from both sides.
Very exciting to watch.
Yeah, agreed. I still wonder how different the game would have been if Sonic would have defended that Gen at 3, though. I still think... I mean, again, obviously hindsight's 2020, and obviously like being a caster means that you have like a much easier overview of the game. It's so much easier to see everything that's going on, and you know, you don't have the pressure of, you know, worrying about all the stuff that you have to worry about as a player. So obviously it's, you know, I'm coming from a little bit of a place of like privilege here and with all the information I have, but still, I still think that maybe had he defended that 3 o'clock gen after that first hook instead of going to 11, I'm curious to see what would have happened, right? I think he could have maybe held that like 4 gen up top a little bit tighter and maybe defended it a little bit more, and it could have been maybe a little bit more difficult. Like I think he maybe could have got the tunnel out onto Nia or whoever it was, and maybe still had like a 3 gen to hold afterwards, I think. But it's hard to say. It's hard to say without it actually happening.
Yeah, because he did have Eruption, and I don't think he applied it to that gen at all that game.
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah. And again, it's kind of weird because we were able to see it, right? Like while he was sitting on hook, he could see that it was being worked on by Quentin. He saw the progress it had. So like I fully expected him once Nia went struggle. I was fully expecting him. I was like, okay, he's gonna go to that gen and defend it now, right? And he just like did a Yui and turned around and went to 11 instead. And I was like, oh well, I guess never mind. I guess he's not. It just felt like the obvious choice for me, but maybe I don't know. Maybe there was something else there, like tactically that I wasn't thinking of that Sonic knew that I didn't. I mean, I think he did deny Deli, if I'm not mistaken, with his play, but still, it is interesting to me. So now we're just waiting on the killer from Mentality Monsters, which, let me just make sure. Let me make sure I'm not being the idiot here and not accepting a friend request or something. Hold on. Who is it?
I can't wait to get back on the road.
No, it's happening again. Look, Tyro, I'm sorry, man. Look, there's this thing going on where my Discord is possessed. Okay, all right. So like, sometimes it's just gonna play clips. I don't know what's happening. This was happening on Wednesday all day. I don't know what it is. Like, there's a button or something. Wait, hold on. Let me see if I can.
I can't wait to get back on the road again.
Wait, Wait, I figured it out. Okay, I'm sorry. You're kind of being my guinea pig right now. I'm sorry for this.
Is that like a soundboard that got bound to a key or something?
Yeah. Okay. So apparently, what it is they must have added a hotkey for soundboards, and it's actually the same exact hotkey that I have to open my Steam overlay. I changed my Steam overlay hotkey from like it's normally what like Shift Tab or whatever. I changed mine to Control asterisk. Is that what that's called? Control asterisk or whatever. No, Control squiggly line, whatever the fuck that thing is.
Tilde.
Yeah, that thing. Yeah. And apparently that is the hotkey. Yeah, that's a hotkey for like a little. It brings up like a wheel. Oh God. This one's called Crackhead. I don't know if I want to click on Crackhead. I'm clicking it. I'm clicking it. Let's see what happens.
The next time you get in trouble, call a crackhead.
Okay, that was worth it. I'm glad I did that.
That's
That was
beautiful.
Great. That was beautiful. That was great. All right, well, I'm gonna have to change my Steam hotkey. I don't know because that's gonna be a problem. I think that's gonna be a problem for sure. But if you hear any random soundboard things, just know that I'm sorry. Okay, and it is what it is. Okay, it's just gonna have to be something I address later. But I think
we're chilling.
I at least solved it. I'm glad I solved it because I thought I was going fucking crazy, dude. Like I thought someone was trolling me. I don't know what was going on. So it's good to know that it actually was me all along. And I did manage to get some friend requests, so I think we should hopefully have the lobby going soon. I think. Actually, one of them is. God damn it. Yeah. Okay. Have you seen the video that's referencing?
Yeah.
It's so good. Oh, it's so good. One of them is called Dino. Do you know what this is?
Oh, I know what it is.
Should I click it? What is it?
You can. It's just click it. Just click it.
He's pulling his cock out.
What? Wait, that's
The
Dino.
joke there. The joke there is that Dino sounds a lot like Critical.
He kind of.
So,
Yeah. Like for a second, I thought it was Dino, but yeah, that's definitely Charlie. Yeah.
yeah.
He's pulling his cock out.
Why that line in particular, huh? Is there a story for that, or just
No, I think they just picked their favorite Moist Critical line and rolled with it. So
hey, that's fair. That's fair. That's pretty fair. I respect it. Well, this has been an adventure. Where the hell is the killer for Mentality Monsters? For the love of God. For the love of fuck, dude.
Kurt says there's a story, but it's private.
Oh. Kappa Pride. Oh. Well, now I'm even more interested, honestly. All right, we'll save that for the after hours stream, I guess. For the old alt stream that people got to pay for the tier 3 tier 3 sub only stream, All right, we got the lobby. Let me get the gamers in here. Nice, they're already hopping in. Perfect. This is going to be Oni again. So this is going to be the second game. The win condition for this game is going to be 10 stages. 10 stages for Vexy. So, again, kind of difficult win con. Like this, it feels like 10 stages feels like a really weird result. Like, it feels like that seems pretty unlikely. Like, it feels like it'll probably be somewhere around like 6 to 8 or like a 4K. Feels like most likely from what I've seen. I mean, don't get me wrong. We just saw 9 stages, so like maybe I'm just an idiot and I'm wrong. But it feels like that's typically how it goes, right? Either the Oni's gonna pop off and it's gonna be really difficult, and it'll probably get like a 4K1 or a 4K0, or the survivors are gonna play really tight, play really well, play really safe, and then they'll probably end up with like maybe getting like 7 stages or something, and then be able to get out. So yeah, this will be an interesting game. I think that first hit's gonna matter a lot. I think how the Oni uses that first hit to like snowball it was going to matter a lot too. I think the gen setup and like how it plays around is always going to be good. Is always going to be interesting too. Has there ever been a strong gen setup on bottom side of Cool Tower ever? Like, genuine question. I feel like every single time we see Cool Tower, there's like a 3, 4, 5 gen top side. I feel like I've never seen a good gen setup bottom side. Maybe
it's
ever.
Mostly top side. I feel like most killers want to hold that top 3 gen, the like main 111 gen spread, and it's never really a bottom side 3 gen. I mean, it can be, but it's not as holdable because you have like Shack there that's really like playable and lots of tiles you can spread to. So
yeah, it also just feels like they don't spawn there like well. Like it feels like it's always like 6, like 4, and then like 9 or something. Like some weird ass split that's like way like not really like a tight setup, you know. They're usually like in weird, like very awkward spots. Whereas I feel like topside is almost always like a clean, like there's almost always that clean, like kind of like you said, like that like 11, 12, 1 gen setup, and then typically there will even be like a fourth one somewhere really close, whether it's like top mid or maybe like on one of the sides. So it is interesting. It feels like the top side's pretty much always like where the gen setup is. So I mean, I guess we'll see. If he gets a really good gen setup top side, if he could also pop off pretty early and kind of defend it and get some good pressure out, it could definitely be very, very hard here. So we'll see how that goes. And yeah, I would expect the build to probably be something similar, right? I mean, same shit. I feel like I have seen Onis not run Bamboozle. It's kind of interesting that you said that it was staple, because I kind of felt like it was staple too. Like I couldn't really imagine playing this Oni set without Bamboozle, but I have seen some Onis try it. Not with the great success, but I've seen people try it. But I'd be curious to see what he decides to go with. Adam is rocking Deadly Unbreakable. Yeah, he does have Bam. He actually has No Way Out as his 4th perk. So no eruption or
that's
pop.
Super interesting.
Yeah, that's actually, yeah, that's really interesting. It feels like, so this is like a less strong build for actually. Wait, did I caster curse it? And is there actually like a decent setup bottom side? No, right? No. Actually, I don't think there is. I didn't see the gen at 1. The gens top side are actually a little awkward. So it's like there's no gen at 1. They're still pretty good actually. They're still pretty solid.
They're workable for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, this build's interesting. It feels like it's a little bit less strong at actually getting the 4K and holding down like the gens with no eruption or pop. But he does have the No Way Out, so when he gets to end game, he can maybe use that extra time to pop the fuck off, especially with a killer like Oni. Like if they just barely pop the final gen, you got a bunch of blood orbs around. Like if that last killer had No Way Out, that would have been crazy, right? So could end up being a good choice here. We'll see how it goes. Also, he did go with the Guido's Crutch instead of Lion's Fang too, so no extra duration. Instead has the speed, and that's going to make the power a lot harder to deal with for the survivors too. Looks like right now he's just trying to farm a good chase. He's just trying to like get positions on survivors, see where they all are, try to find what seems to be the most optimal chase. Not taking anything yet though. Jesus Christ,
the survivors are doing really good delaying this.
I feel like I'm watching Dami with his camera movements, bro. Holy shit. But yeah, nothing yet. And even like right here, right? Like great pre-leaving here. Like ton of distance away from both of these guys. But this is definitely not the best setup. There's a hill here, so this pallet was really all that was here other than main. So the bamboos on the window and then the kick on the pallet. Vexy knows someone's up top. This will most likely be bounce landing, you would think. And yep, there it is. So again, still great positioning. I mean, using their exhaustions the way they should. Both of these breakable walls are still here, so he'll have to vault through. But Ace gets a good bit of distance. He'll be able to make it to these maze tiles here. He has a pretty safe pallet with his seawall. Decently safe anyway. Ooh.
That is very patient.
Yeah. Ace did a really good job there. And yeah, getting away from it. Still nothing. Corrupt Intervention gone now too. Lots of progress on this middle gen. Path pallet. Best of luck getting a hit here. That's probably not going to happen.
Yeah, this pallet's super safe.
Does have him at T-walls now. Pretty isolated T-walls. This pallet at the other tile is gone. This is basically just isolated T-walls at the moment. So this will most likely be a hit eventually. Just how long can Colin delay it, basically? It's going to be right now. Still, though, that's a good... I mean, Corrupt Intervention went away, and there was a good, like, 30-second... That was a good, like, 2.5-minute stall on that first hit. 1 gen pops already. That wasn't even the mid-gen, I don't think, so... Yeah, that was a... No, that was the mid-gen. Never mind. So, first gen pops. There's probably some more progress around the map, too. Pretty good start, I think, so far for Compassion. There's a second gen, and there might be a third one, too, if they were split. Yep, 3 gens popping.
Very well played.
Yeah, disgustingly well played from Compassion here. Very, very good start. Especially considering the win condition that they need, this is definitely exactly where they want to be. And Colin right now also doing a really good job of staying in the chase and making it difficult. Bloodlust 2 right now from the Oni. Bloodlust 3 from the Oni. So I think Colin's going to be dying, but this chase has been extremely good. Shield doesn't die, though. Gets the pallet stun, too. And Bloodlust...
You can play this pallet, especially with Bloodlust, so I think he's going to try for it, too.
With Bloodlust 3, though... Oh, he actually left. He made it to Shaq. And Bloodlust 3 is gone. And he actually just gets away entirely. Oh, no. That's tragic. That's very tragic for Vexy. This is a very tough spot now.
He does still have that 3-gen.
Yeah. Bamboozle coming in. Does have Nia, or not Nia, Yui here. Good pallet play so far, though. Ooh, Yui is in trouble. She should be dying, but again, no line spam means this is going to be pretty much the entire power on this down. So
yeah, not running duration is really brutal, I feel like.
No, dude. Oh, it hurts. Oh, it hurts. Tyro, say something to help the situation. Hurry, say something that helps. Hurry. We need help.
Come back.
Yes, thank you. You're right. Thank you. Thank you. The killer can still come back, right? Oh, God.
He's got this, I believe.
Yeah, he's got this. It's fine. Oh, dude, that was such a good flashlight save from Ace. Oh, no. Okay, but actually, this is just so well played from Compassion. I don't...
Yeah, even at these TNLs, like, they're playing there so well.
Yeah, right. You got to catch a crystal again a little there, but yeah, I mean they still have been playing it really well. Yeah, like pretty much every single tile has been played so well. The chases have just been going so much in their favor, and then that flashlight save to boot. Like it's just, what do you do now, man? He's gonna get his power again very soon. I think he just needs one more orb. He can't find one though. Uh-oh. There should be a bunch of
survivors are doing a really good job of taking their injuries down bottom side too, to kind of detract from how much blood he has at the top side of the map.
Yeah, which is very important as well, because yeah, he's not going to want to venture down to bottom side very often, especially when he's not in power, right? When you're like lacking that mobility. Ooh, that was really good though. That's definitely what he needs, is maybe that, but like maybe like 6 more times, you know? And then I think we'll be good. But this will be a hook, possibly pain res. And to be fair, there's not a crazy amount. I mean, this is at like 70, but it's about to get regressed most likely. And the hook is right beside it too, which is also really, really good.
That's also a no way out stack, which can contribute to a end game snowball maybe.
True, yeah, there still is that no way out in the end game that could help as well. And this is, I mean, this is solid. I mean, he's got him hooked by the gen with the most progress. It is in this like little 3-gen setup too. This is probably the best scenario you can find yourself in, given the spot that he's in already. But the unhook comes in. I mean, yeah, there's no way you can justify tunneling at this point. It's just way too late in the match for that now. I think
DS would be brutal to eat.
True, that's true as well, yeah. It seems like he's worried about that gen on the other side at like 2 or 3. He keeps kind of peeking over there and being like, do I go for it? Good reaction time on that, though. Those can be hard to hit sometimes, especially with speed. That'll be pain res number 2. Ooh, main gen's got a ton of progress, though, and they're currently doubled on... That's that 3 o'clock gen, right, I think? But, so it looks like pain res will hit main. But it still has so much. I mean, that was at like literally 99 when it got hit. Ace will be able to bounce landing out of here, assuming the killer shows up.
He doesn't even go for main. Instead, he finds the double over here.
Yeah, it does have a lot of blood orbs here, though. Dry kicks the gen. And Deli comes in from Adam. Here's the progress of main. Sees the scratch marks of main. Finds the trail of the survivor of main. Ooh. Thought he'd go for the flake, but he doesn't. He's not even gonna go for that bonk either. He's just gonna play really safe, just bamboozle it, get the guaranteed down, not taking any risks. There's down to Ace. They did pop the 3-gen. This will be another pain res now. So getting good value out of this perk before the game ends at the very least, for sure. Third stack of No Way Out too. And 2 survivors injured too, so I mean make that 1. I was gonna say a good bit of blood orbs around, but I think they're currently gonna be resetting both of them. Yeah. Actually, someone was in position.
Very fast unhook.
Yeah, which kind of has to make you sweat with how much progress is on that main gen, right? Like you can't feel good about leaving that for very long. They are working this one too, though.
The survivors have so much pressure right now on him. He's probably like confused of what to do.
Yeah, this is one of those spots where you're just like, fuck, what's the right play? Because in reality, there really is no right play, right? Like you really just need something. Like you need something to happen in like an extreme way. There's the final gen. 3 stacks of No Way Out still in play, so that's a good 48 seconds of blocked gen time, or blocked gate time. Ace forcing locker. No Way Out gets triggered. And yeah, he's just gonna pull Ace. This is so well played. I mean, exactly what you need to do here, right? Really the only way Vexy can win from this stage, I think, is if he pops the fuck off really hard with his power. Maybe he gets multiple downs. Maybe he gets that down. Slugs goes after somebody else. So Ace, recognizing that, just goes out into Hobson Locker, forces zoning out of power. And now, again, like you said, you're in that spot where you're just like, what do you do? You know?
I feel like a lot of the blood orbs are down at the bottom side away from this hook, too. So he can't really, like, defend it if he wants to get his power.
Yep. He does come down here to get his power, but I would assume someone's in position for that unhook. Yeah, Jake is here. So Gamer's already in position for the unhook. They're kind of just spread around. They're kind of spread all around the map, kind of in position for everything. And yeah, I mean, he needs a lot still, right? He's currently sitting at 4 stages. He needs 10 to win, so he still needs 6 more stages somehow out of this. Finds Ace. He at least gets the down with his power still up, so he can slug. But it feels like too little, too late. He needs like many kills. I mean, that would be. He's death hooks. That would just be the 5th stage. He would still need 2 more kills beyond Ace. And I mean, he finds one of them, so, you know, maybe I shouldn't get too far ahead of myself. But even still, even like right now, if Adam and Jake leave, they still win. So it's still just such a tough spot to be in.
It's going to be hard for him to get more, too, because he doesn't have duration, and that used up his entire power.
Yeah.
So he has to find these blood orbs, which are all down here, but at the same time, they're pretty well spread out.
Yep, and they're also working on the gen up at top side too, which is way far away. And yeah, I think they're just gonna go, right? Actually, no, they're actually gonna pick him up and they're all gonna go. So yeah, that's gonna end up being 7 stages, which is actually 6 stages. Which again is exactly what we said, right? We said earlier, like if survivors play it very solidly and have a good solid tight game, somewhere between like 6 and 8 stages is pretty much what you can expect to see in terms of the final result, and that's what they got. Apparently I said gen instead of gate. Whatever, you guys know what I meant. Fuck you, okay? Fuck you. But yeah, there we go. Very good result. I mean, I think Compassion played that like near perfect. Is that too hyperbolic to say? I don't know. Like I felt like that was like near perfect from Compassion. They did such a good job that game.
Regardless of hyperbole, that was really well played. I mean, they did exactly what they needed. They popped like 3 gens before or around the time the first hit came through, before the first down though.
Yeah.
And just kind of like denied his power any real usage there in that mid game, which was very smart. And then, you know, also forcing him out of the power in the locker there at the end game, that was a really big deal, because that he kind of banked on the end game being where he could snowball due to No Way Out, and he couldn't really get that because of that locker play. So
yeah, that was such a smart play for sure. Yeah, like I mean, even without that play, he was still really far behind and still needed a lot. But I think that made it like literally impossible. Like as soon as that came in, it was just like, all right, there's no possible way now. Like you're just way too far behind. So yeah, I mean, extremely well played. And Compassion is gonna come away with that set being ahead, and that's gonna put them up 1-0. To be fair, that was their choice in killer. That was Compassion's pick. So Compassion chose Oni in this. And we're going into the set now that Mentality Monsters chose, which is going to be Wraith. So maybe that'll make a difference, right? Maybe Mentality Monsters feels a little bit more comfortable in Wraith rather than Oni, and maybe they'll be a little bit better off here. But I guess we'll see. Okay, you know, I actually talk about this a lot. I talk about this almost every like weekend that I do scrims. I'm curious to hear your take on it, especially as somebody that plays in, you know, scrims a lot, and like in our scrims and everything, and just in general. How real is the entire like idea or concept of like momentum from one set to another, right? Like right now, I would argue that like Compassion's got a lot of like momentum, like kind of like moral momentum, you know, like. I mean, I don't necessarily think that Mentality Monsters got like destroyed, right? I think if you get like completely destroyed, sometimes I feel like it's probably hard to go into the next set feeling good. Like I don't think Mentality Monsters got destroyed, so they probably are feeling okay. But I'm still curious to know how much you think that like affect, like how much has that like affected you in the past? Is it like an extreme amount, or is it just not even really a thing?
I definitely think it plays a part. I mean, I just remember a few weeks back I had that demo set against Team Overcome, and I did really well, and that kind of like gave my team kind of like inspiration. It gave them like a boost, and I think we like popped off in the next match. On the other hand, though, it can almost have the adverse effect of if you do really well, you kind of take it a little lackadaisical. You're like, oh, you know, we only need like a 4K1 to win or whatever. Like that's super easy, and then you kind of don't perform as well as possible because you're like thinking that the win con is so achievable.
Yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see that. Yeah.
But on the flip side, when you do really bad, it does definitely take a toll. You kind of have to just say, you know, go next. We got it next time. We move on from here. It's in the past, and that can be really difficult sometimes. I know there were some times back when I was on PSR that we would not perform to our level at times, and then the next match would be really hard to bounce back from mentally, and you only really get back into the zone maybe about like halfway through the game when you kind of realize, okay, we're focusing on this now. Like don't think about it until VOD review or whatever. So
yeah, no, that absolutely makes sense. I feel like that's probably also like a team by team basis, I would assume too. Like I would assume some players are probably better at that kind of thing, and some people are probably worse, right? Like I know that like I think playing a lot of competitive games in the past myself, you definitely can have teammates that are like really good for morale. But you can sometimes have teammates that are the opposite, that are like very like ragey or something, where they're like where they can be bad for morale. So I think it also depends, right? I mean, I would hope that people are trying their best to like keep morale high, but obviously like frustrations happen, and I feel like, you know, it can go either way. So it is a curious part of this whole process that I think we don't really get much of a glimpse at from just like watching the games, right? Because we're not really in the Discord, we're not really in the calls, we're not really in the comms. We don't really get like the vibes of like, you know, how the teams are communicating and stuff. Because I would also assume that's probably it too, right? I mean, DBD is a very heavy communication game, especially on the Survivor side. Like communications and having good comms, having good, accurate, active comms is massive. And I would imagine if like morale is low, or if people are feeling kind of down about shit, I feel like comms would probably be like less, you know, like I feel like making sure you're on top of that is definitely going to be a big thing to do. And yeah, again, I don't think it's gonna play a huge role in this particular set, because I don't think Mentality Monsters got rolled or anything, right? Like it was 9 stages versus
really
6.
Well.
Yeah, like both sides played really well. It was 9 stages versus 6. It was a very close set. But I do think Compassion, like I don't think there's any negative for either side, but I imagine Compassion's probably feeling good, because that was a really good performance from them on the Survivor side. So I feel like they should be feeling pretty good going into this. And considering that they are the one up 1-0 and they're playing Survivor first, I think that's going to be interesting, because I think if they pop the fuck off in this game against Wraith and they get a really good result here, that's going to be really tough for Mentality Monsters to do anything about, right? Because they're going to have to come out and then beat that, and that's going to be for the whole best of 3. It could get shaky quickly, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Let me go ahead and change up the map and everything. All right, I'm waiting for the invite. I'm not sure who's playing Killer. I'm guessing it's not the same person, because I didn't get another invite. So we'll see. Typically, we choose who plays Killer first, but I think it's like RNG. I'm pretty sure it goes off of whoever picks first. And I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, Dino can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Dino just like does like a coin flip, like RNG, like randomizer type thing to decide which team picks first. So typically it's like whichever team picks first will play killer first, and they will play, like, if you pick the killer, you play killer first. So like, for instance, like the first killer on Wraith will be the team that picked Wraith, whereas like the first killer that picked Oni is the team that picked Oni. So whichever team picks the killer is the first one on killer, and then their survivors go second. And also the team order is just random. Yeah. So yeah, Dino confirmed it. Yeah. What the fuck is happening in chat? Bro, I look over, I just see Fett saying, there's a challenge in that, Fragile Peach. Like, imagine you're so good at head that you can get up a dead cock. What the fuck, bro? What is happening? What the fuck has been going on in chat? Hey, guys, how do you guys feel about Chucky, the killer in Dead by Daylight? That's a good topic to talk about, huh? How do you guys feel about Chucky? That's great, right? They added Chucky to Dead by Daylight. Did you guys hear about that? Yeah, Chucky, the guy from the movies. That's crazy, huh? That's crazy. We should talk about that, right? That's
my favorite topic is always what's the best frozen pizza.
There you go. Yeah, definitely not.
Now, what's the best frozen pizza, chat?
Best frozen pizza. Agreed. Best brand. Like, do you guys like the rising crust? You guys like stuffed crust? I mean, look, I'm somebody that actually really likes mushrooms on pizza, but you cannot get frozen pizza with mushrooms. That shit is disgusting, dude. Like, okay, some people hate mushrooms in general, but even if you like mushrooms, frozen mushrooms are fucking nasty, bro. They let out a bunch of like water and shit. It's so disgusting. But I feel like just getting a good like pepperoni, like rising crust pizza. Ooh, that's the good shit. That's the real good shit right there. Sign me up. Sign me the fuck up. See, this is much better. I like this.
Yep. A lot of Red Baron supporters, a lot of DiGiorno supporters. We got some good taste here.
I'm pretty sure that they don't have DiGiornos in Canada. I don't think I don't see it when I go
really?
to the store. Yeah, which is a shame. Is it significantly good? Like should I be going out of my way to try to find some? Is it good?
I think DiGiorno is above average. I personally, for me, Red Baron has the best pizza because I think their crust is like better than all the rest. But I can't hate if you pick DiGiorno because it's solid. You're not missing out though. It's not like a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I feel like no frozen pizza is a huge deal, right? Like it's still frozen pizza at the end of the day, you know. Like if it's good quality, then you're like, fuck yeah, this frozen pizza isn't terrible. That's sick, but like none of it's amazing, right? Like if you want good pizza, you gotta order that shit, you know, like get it fresh. So yeah, I mean, I ain't moving out of Canada. It's not time to move. No. I'm staying in Canada. Thank you very much. I'll just have to deal with whatever Canadian brands we have. We have shit like Dr. Oetkers and stuff, which you probably have no idea what the fuck I'm saying when I say that. Because I don't even know what Red Baron is. I don't know. All these brands are not Canadian friendly.
I never even considered that there's a divide there. I don't
Yeah.
know. I figured frozen pizza was just like a cornered market or something.
No, man, everything's weird in Canada, bro. Like we have Hot Pockets here too, but they're not called Hot Pockets. They're called like Bistro, and then it's like Bistro brand, and they're basically just called, I don't even know what they call them, but they can't call them Hot Pockets. It's not Hot Pocket brand. Like everything is like slightly different here. It's so weird. Like I don't know. It's like we have the same shit. And also, like, corn dogs here are so like the one brand of corn dog here is so popular, Pogos, that no one here even calls them corn dogs. They just call them Pogos. Like if you ask a Canadian what a Pogo is, or sorry, if you ask them what a corn dog is, they'll be like, what? Like, do you mean like a Pogo? Like it's so strange. Like, dude, Canada's a wacky place, man. It's a wacky, wild place up here. I'm telling you. Like if you guys,
I just kind of imagine it as like Trailer Park Boys because that's my main connection to
yes,
Canada.
exactly. Like if you take like Trailer Park Boys energy and mix it with like South Park Canada level energy, is like if you just combine those two, that's pretty accurate. It's pretty accurate to what it's like up here. It's very silly, and everyone's really nice but also weird, and everyone's a stoner, and it's pretty great. It's pretty great, honestly. I would recommend. The fuck does pogo mean? It's a corn dog, Ralph. It's a corn dog. And our money are called loonies and toonies. Like we have a $1 coin that's called a loonie, and then we have a $2 coin that's called a toonie, which is hilarious. Why is it called a toonie? I don't know. Like a loonie is because there's a loon on the coin. So like that one kind of makes sense. But why is the toonie called a toonie? Is it because it's $2? Toonie? Like that's silly as shit. That's super silly to call a $2 coin a toonie. Like what kind of fucking weirdo like what? Like who does that? Canada does that apparently. It's just so strange. Like we live in such a weird, wacky fucking country where I feel like it feels like just a bunch of kids came up with the names of everything or something. It's wild. Oh, and snowmobiles, bro. Like you know how they call corn dogs pogos? No one calls a snowmobile a snowmobile. They fucking call them skidoos. Skidoos. Yeah, I saw some gamers on the skidoo earlier. Yeah, they were riding the skidoo eating some pogos. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they dropped all their money. There was loonies and toonies everywhere, bud. Oh yeah, but they were riding up on that skidoo. I'm not trolling. I swear I'm not trolling. Like, ask a Canadian what a snowmobile is, and they're gonna be like, "You mean like a skidoo?" Ask them about corn dogs, and they'll be like, "You mean a pogo, right?" I'm telling you, man, Canada's crazy. It's a wild place up here.
I need to visit. Sounds amazing.
Yeah, you should. It's great. It's great. I love it up here, man. It is great. Just you know. Some people in chat might get mad at me when I say this, but I'm just gonna keep it real with you, okay? I would probably stay out of Quebec. That's all I'll say. All right. If you don't know French, a lot of them can be kind of mean to you. The cops there are significantly more dicks than Ontario. Like Ontario cops are chill as fuck, dude. They don't give a fuck. Like they are the chillest cops I've ever seen. You go to Quebec and you know they get a little bit meaner. You know, I think everyone just feels a little bit meaner to me in Quebec than in Ontario. I don't know. So I'd recommend it. I'd just say go to Ontario. I don't know. I don't know how it is out west. Maybe it's okay out there too. I don't know. But I'd recommend it, man. Canada's the shit. Montreal is good though. Montreal's a good city. Yeah, I've been there like a handful of times. I've been there like 6-7 times. It's a nice city. I do love Montreal. I mean, Montreal's great, but like just don't try to drive around it. I swear I've never seen a city under more constant construction, bro. I don't know what it is about that city. Every time I go, it's like unironically half the roads are down at any given time. Like, I wish that was an exaggeration. It's not. I swear to fuck, that city is like 24/7 under construction. All the roads and everything. It's so absurd. It doesn't make any sense how it shouldn't even be physically possible. But that's just how it's so weird. That's just how it is. I hate it. It's so weird. All right. Anyway, the lobby is finally up. It kind of took a minute. So here we go. We're hopping into the Wraith game. Same thing with the Wraith. I'm curious to hear your take on this because we've seen a lot of the same builds here. And I'm actually, I'm kind of curious about something too. So we typically see like Corrupt, Bamboozle. And then I think we sometimes see Sloppy. We sometimes see Noed. We usually see like Pain Res. Why? Okay, I want to hear your take on this. Why do you think no one on Wraith runs like Pop Eruption? Or at least I don't see it. I don't see Pop Eruption on Wraith ever. Which I've always found a bit weird because it feels like gen kick perks on Wraith are pretty good, right? He's super mobile. He has the faster kicking because of like Shadow Dance and stuff. Like it feels like it's pretty convenient to like kick gens as Wraith against like versus other killers, but I don't really see it that often. And or like is it more common than I realize? Like am I just not seeing it and it is common, or I just don't know. I feel like I just don't see it very often. I'm curious to see what you expect to see and also why.
I feel like most people, because Wraith's build is so limited, because he's kind of, you know, not as strong, and he has to be put on Dead Dog in order to like compete whatsoever. It feels like his build is pretty much locked. So you kind of you don't want to like, what's the word? You don't want to take up too many slots. Oh, was there a wrong map?
Yeah, probably a wrong map if I had to guess. Yeah, very unfortunate.
It happens to the best of us. I can testify.
Yeah, I was doing random practice scrims the other day on stream, and I fucking did the same thing. I joked about the whole penalty bullshit. It's really easy to just lose track of it and just not do it, so it happens. I mean, it will be, I think, a half hook stage penalty, but wait, didn't check your build, but you can swap them if needed. Oh, okay, yeah. Striver actually left, and I think they'll be joining back. I'm not sure.
But as I was saying, like because the build is so like set, because you need BAM, you need corrupt, you need like sloppy, arguably. Because the build is so set, you kind of just pain res just fits in there so snugly because it just kind of gives you free regression for a hook. You don't have to go out and find the gen and kick it. And if your first chase is like a little bit too long, you might not make it in time to get that pop off. So I feel like pain res is just kind of like the safer choice in that regard.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Oh, Dino in chat.
Yeah, yeah. Apparently there was double Vigos. Yeah. So yeah, so no penalty at all. Yeah. Hey, that's honestly that's probably best case scenario. I'd rather not see a penalty. So that's kind of fine. If they both fuck up, that's cool. Good, good, good. So yeah, the killer didn't set the map. Survivors burnt 2 Vigos instead of burning a shot of binding. Totally fine with me. Totally fine with me. That means everyone gets no penalty and we get to just kind of go on as you want. Sick. Perfect. Sick, 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 sick. Killer build reveal? I mean, again, kind of like we said, though. I mean, I think the build is pretty, like... I didn't even see what he had, but I'm pretty sure the build is pretty, like... You're probably going to have a pretty good idea of what it is, I would assume. And, like, I feel like unless he is doing something really fucking weird, like putting on Devour or some shit, which would be fucking wild if he did. But, like, I feel like unless you're trying something crazy like that, I feel like it's pretty... you know... Like, I don't know. It's probably gonna be pretty set in stone. Like, do you think sloppy is like pretty much like a must run? Is that kind of what you were implying about like the set build? Because obviously, like corrupt bamboozle.
It's kind of hard to tell between sloppy and Noed. I'm personally a big proponent of the Noed, but just because I like the insurance it gives you. But you pretty much see either sloppy or Noed. I think I've seen in practice and in scrims, I think I've seen the sloppy a bit more because of how strong Wraith can be on Dead Dog. But yeah, I think it's that's the one perk you can kind of be flexible on in that build.
Yeah, yeah. That is interesting, yeah. Yeah, like Brownie brings up a good point too, that sloppy is really good because if not, you can get wrecked by body blocks. Especially considering our rule set with like how much healing stuff we allow and everything. Like that does kind of make sense as well. That like you'd be worried about something like that where you don't want to get kind of screwed over by body blocks. But hard to say. I saw someone in chat earlier also say that they thought Deadman Switch was like vital with this rule set too, considering what we allow, which is also interesting. I mean, I don't know. I feel like you could go multiple ways with it, and I think all those choices I think sound like good choices in their own way. I think it's just a matter of whichever one you want to go with. And I think they're all going to have their flaws too, right? Considering how much we allow. But I think you still are going to have a pretty good idea of what one of those is going to be, right? All right. Everything's correct this time. We are gooch. We are good. So Nia's got the Daily Unbreakable. DS is on Nancy. And a little bit of a mix there on Jake too, but something we saw from Jake, well actually it wasn't Jake last game, it was Ace last game, but we see it on Jake this time. We're seeing background player a lot from Compassion, which is interesting. I kind of love seeing it. I mean, it helped Ace get the flashlight save last game, and it's something that I kind of would love to see more. It's a perk I'm surprised we don't see more of. This is looking really good as a start here. This is going to be a really quick down. That was very good from Kumi. That was very, very good. Gets that down on a Sonic, like, instantly. There's the background player, though! That motherfucker was like the Flash, dude! We barely even saw him. He was like a goddamn just flash of light on the screen. What the fuck? Well, there's background player anyway. So, already getting value out of it. Ooh. Brave from Nia. She will make this pallet. Gets a good stun as well, and a blind. All right. So that really fast down, that fast start off the bat kind of gets circumvented thanks to that background player firecracker play. Has Jake at this LT wall. We'll get a tag here at least. And yeah, the fourth perk here ends up being Pop. So all the stuff we were saying about about Sloppy and Noed and even Deadman Switch, all just out the window because Pop's the final perk, which still seems like a pretty good choice. You know, like it seems like a pretty obvious choice. Pain res and Pop, very good regression. never really a bad idea to take them both.
I do think the survivors are doing a good job of preventing this first down after that save.
Yep. And also, like, I'm pretty sure Nia was Deli, right? So that was even going to be a more tragic situation. That save actually ends up being super huge. Because that would have been an amazing start, right? Like, Deli down immediately, like, literally within, like, 10, 15 seconds of the game starting. But instead, she gets saved. They pop a gen behind Gallows. Down still hasn't come in. Yeah, that firecracker play ends up being... Like, that, they got so much value out of that. Like, such an unbelievable amount of value. Nancy also playing this chase extremely well, considering these pallets. It's going to be in some trouble here. This pallet is, like, extra dog shit. Does get away from that one, though. Doesn't get hit. And does she make this? No. No,
that's the NA-EU difference right there.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, like I think so many of these pallets can be so much harder because of that ping difference. But still, 2 gens popping as the first down comes in, which is still really, and they reset everybody too. So all the hits got reset, and they got and they got 2 out of the 5 gens done. And this isn't even going to be a pain res; it'll be a basement, which is obviously strong in its own way, but no pain res coming in either. Really good start for Compassion.
I do think the lack of sloppy does show there because they were able to get the gens and reset really quickly.
Yep, 3rd gen pops too at main as well. Yeah, you're 100% right about that. Yeah, like sloppy could have helped. Could have helped a lot there. If you're gonna have that, like, I mean, it wasn't really like maybe a designed play style to get a bunch of multiple tags like that, but still, if you ever find yourself in a position where you're getting a bunch of tags like that, sloppy becomes so valuable. A note comes in from Nia though. She will have her deli now, and it looks like he wants to stick to the Nancy anyway. Again, this is one of the scenarios where it feels like it's kind of late at this point to go for a tunnel out, but you know, he gets his second initial down pretty quickly, and pain res is still available here too, but so is DS, so that's rough. And live as well. Good bit of distance.
That was really good usage of those perks.
Yep. Like not using the live until the DS was used. Popping DS, using live to get away. Has a ton of distance. Is gonna make it back around to this pallet now too. And 4th gen pops. They also get the heal off on the Nia. And she is not losing these 50-50s, man. She is doing such a good job playing this pallet so safe. Or so patiently. Eventually does go down though. But honestly, fantastic chases from Nancy. Like every chase so far has been very good. Pain res coming in now. First pain res stack, but we're down to the final 3 gen, and it's a really good split. I mean, like look at this. It's like water tower, top of the map, like 1 o'clock area, and then Gallows. So all over the map, lots of different directions that the killer has to keep an eye out on. Unhook comes in quickly. But again, it feels bad to say this, but it feels like they're kind of back in that same spot that we were talking about Zoni, right? Where you're in that spot where you're just like, what's the right play here? You know, like if you're the killer right now, like what do you even do? You know, this is such a tough spot to be in. No NOED, nothing late game to fall back on. 3 gens all around the map that are being progressed. Everyone's full health. That's a good hit on the ace. But he's not in a bad spot. I mean, has his pallet here. Gets the stun, so he'll be able to make his way towards main. There's still some pallets over there as well.
He's going to have to start answering these other gens, though, because that progress is going to start adding up.
Yep. Does find the Nia. She tried to drop down and maybe save her sprint burst, but she ended up getting hit anyway. But she's going to make her way upstairs. Oh, the bamboozle. Gonna bamboozle both these windows, and that should be almost a down, but she should make this pallet. Actually, she's gonna go ahead and just let herself go down in her pallet. And background player. Yep. There's the background player. Yep. Man, that perk, I mean, I don't know, dude. You know, it's something I've been wanting to keep an eye on because I feel like that perk is fucking insane, and Compassion's doing a really good job of showcasing how well it can be used. Jake so far in this game has been a fucking menace with that perk, man.
I mean, yeah, in a format where you just want to deny things as long as possible. Being able to get those vital saves is just brutal.
Yep. Like literally that initial that initial firecracker was such a game changer, and even that save right there like denied a fresh hook onto Nia. Even I mean it was deadly anyway, but still like still denies that fresh hook, denies the pain res. It's just so huge. Good play from Ace. Tries to get a big read by just pre-vaulting that before he turns the corner, but doesn't get away with it. I respect the effort. That Jen at like 1 though had a ton of progress.
Yeah, we should see it pop any time. I mean, all the survivors are healthy, so they're not busy resetting.
Not again.
Oh,
not again, dude.
This is mean.
And here's the Jake, and there he is. Does he get this? Actually, it might be blocking it. Nope, he gets it. Oh lord, man, this is just mean. You're right. I think that's the best way to describe this. It's just mean. The Gen pops. Still on Ace though. Ace has a fresh hook. No.
That one was just sprint burst this time.
Yeah,
least.
that one was just sprint burst. Yep, that was just sprint burst that time. So Sonic getting in there. So Sonic getting in there with sprint burst and a flashlight. Gates open, and they're here for body blocks too. Yep, they're all here for body blocks. Oh man, that is. And for the people coming in from Nancy, that's interesting.
Oh, that just denies. Nancy has the least stages.
Yeah. So she dies. Actually, that's actually really interesting. And yeah, she's actually just gonna go back into die. That's really interesting what they did there. So yeah, it's just gonna force it to be a 3-stage. That was kind of Giga Brain actually, and it's really convenient that she had for the people. Yeah, because that's so perfect. Basically just going, okay, yeah, if you like instead of trying to do this like perfect body block where all 3 of us can get in the way and deny it, we're just gonna give you a kill, but we're gonna choose who you kill. And that's, wow, that's so good. That is so good. And it ends up just being 3 stages, 1 fresh for Mentality Monsters, which is definitely not the result you want to see. Compassion, my god, they look good today. Holy fuck. Just disgustingly good play.
Perks so well.
Yeah.
Denied him so much with them.
Yep. I mean, honestly, like Jake here, like fucking Colin with his background player, absolutely just like hard. I mean, I say hard carried this game. I don't want to like make it sound like the other survivors were doing nothing, because they all played phenomenally. Don't get me wrong. Like every single survivor here played amazing. But those plays that Jake were making with that, like that initial firecracker play, those pallet saves being so consistent, just insane. Like absolutely insane. It's tough because from the killer side, it's like, what do you even do about that, right? It's so difficult to even. Like maybe on the one pallet you could have looked around a little bit, but like that initial firecracker, who's gonna be looking for that, you know? So just wildly well played, and that's gonna make the win con on their side pretty soft, a pretty easy win con to reach. So let's hop into the second game, and it'll be what, 3 stages too fresh, or 4 stages is basically all they're gonna need. And yeah, I mean, kind of making a case for background player being banned. Yeah, we've talked about this shit. Like, I remember when background player first got changed, we like brought it up and we were talking about banning it. We ended up not doing it, and we were like, hey, we'll just see how it plays out. And like almost nobody runs it, which is crazy. Like almost nobody ends up running background player, which is so odd, because I always like looked at it and been like, well, that looks wildly OP. Like, I can't believe people aren't running it, but people weren't. And we're starting to see it a little bit more now. And now that we're seeing it more, it is looking more and more like it's pretty abusable. Like, it seems pretty insane. Say, I mean, I'm open to keep, I'm definitely open to like keep the discussion alive about it. I mean, we can still talk about banning it. I'm totally open to the idea of it. But at the same time, it is nice to actually see it like getting used now after like, it's been unbanned for months, and like I don't know, I think we've only seen it like maybe like a handful of times so far.
I always just kind of assumed it would be banned, so I didn't want to get used to it.
Yeah, that's pretty fair. That's actually a pretty fair point of view. Like if you're like, yeah, let's not use it because it'll probably get banned eventually anyway, that's pretty fair. Maybe that's what most people are doing. I don't know. Because yeah, I mean, like, undeniably, that's pretty fucking disgusting, right? You can literally make it to a pallet. Like if you do the thing where you go down under a pallet, you can make it to the pallet from like 2 tiles away. Like it's actually insane. You don't even have to hover close. Like it's not even like you have to hover within like 10 meters. You can be like 25 meters away and still make it in time to get the pallet drop. It is so fucking insane. Like it is so ridiculous.
I mean, you saw there too. He was able to get the pallet save and run to like a safe distance to where he could make a window in the same like swoop.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
kind of wild.
Yep, like fucking insane. Yep. There isn't much discussion to have. It should just be banned, to be honest. I'm fairly certain it's because we generally want to see things abused before a ban comes through. Yeah, exactly. But I think this is a pretty good example right here, right? So like if we ever look forward and we want the example, I mean, this is a perfect like game of examples here, I think, right? Like show them that Wraith game if anyone questions it in the future. There you go. Because yeah, that's nuts. That's honestly super nuts. I didn't flip-flop power struggle. See, I'm surprised you don't see that more too. I know that I know way back in like the King of the Hill days, like we did used to see that a good bit. Oh, are they waiting on me, by the way? I think they might be waiting on me. I'm an idiot. I think back in the King of the Hill days, we actually did see, what was it, Team Ares, I think, did that, where they ran like flip-flop power struggle, then they also ran background player with it, and they were just like denying so much with it. And we saw it one time, and then we never really saw it very much afterwards, which was, again, kind of strange. But yeah, I mean, it was just one of those things where we just wanted to see it more before we actually got rid of it. But yeah, I think we're definitely getting to the point where we want to just get rid of it. Yeah, yeah. Which is good. I mean, I'm glad. Again, well, like when it comes to things being banned, I think waiting until it gets abused, I'm totally fine with like waiting until it gets abused, so that way we see it in action. And I mean, I think that last game was a pretty good example. I think I feel pretty good about it. Yeah. All right, survivors are in. I mean, this is gonna be. It's, you know, I don't want to call anything before it's over, but considering the fact that like the killer now knows the win con too, like this feels like a pretty set here, a pretty set. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, I'm not gonna say it's literally impossible for Mentality Monsters to win this, but it's gonna be extremely hard, considering Winter knows exactly what he needs to win. Right, just needs to get like 3 stages, even if they're spread out on anyone. Right, like he can just get 3 hooks at any point on any survivors, and that's gonna be enough, as long as it's not the same survivor over and over again. And assuming that Winter does pull off this win, that means that we're not gonna see the artist set. So artist fans are going to be, you know, crying in the corner, because that's our only potential artist set of the whole weekend. So if we don't see the artist set this set, we're just not seeing it at all. Like, there just won't be an artist game all weekend. So probably no artist. But again, we'll see.
Sorry, Brownie.
Yeah, poor Brownie. I know he's in tears. Poor guy. But I mean, yeah, who knows? Maybe they'll pull off a miracle. Maybe it'll happen, you know? Maybe if Brownie prays hard enough, maybe Mentality Monsters will pull out a win here, and then we'll see it anyway. Who knows? So one person upset. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it's an uphill battle for sure. I mean, theoretically, the killer just needs to get a down and then a no-ed camp at the end. Like, it's not the hardest thing to get.
Yeah, exactly. Or even just like literally just like 3 different downs throughout the game too. Like if you just even want to just do that, like there's a lot of different ways to be able to get to the win con, basically, right? It's just however you want to. It's however you want to get there. Like I feel like there's like 5, 6 different ways to get there. Whereas on the survivor side, the only way to get to their win con is to basically play flawlessly and like win like 30 50-50s essentially, you know, and maybe also make some big plays, kind of like the other server team made with like, you know, background player saves and everything. Like you got to make some big plays to be able to like meet or beat the result that was given on the other side, whereas the killer's got a million different ways to reach his win con. So a little tough. We've not had a chase hag match, but you know what's interesting is like, I'd be curious to see what would happen if we put hag in the rotation and allowed like chase hag add-ons. Like, first off, would anybody even pick her? Probably not. We probably just wouldn't even see hag. I think everyone would probably just ban her. But hypothetically, if we did see hag, I wonder if people would go with chase hag or if they would go with like traditional hag, because I actually don't know. Like, it feels like chase hag would unironically be better. Like, I feel like you probably wouldn't want to play normal hag, right? Normal hag would be really like, normal hag is like one of the weakest, is like easily one of the weakest killers in the game against like a decent team, right? So Yeah.
I think Shag would probably shine a little bit more, but at the same time, you're still like a M1 killer without power.
Yeah,
pretty
exactly.
much.
Yeah, which is still just silly. Yeah. Yeah, it kind of just seems like it'd be kind of silly to do. Like we could throw her on Dead Dog or something, but even then, like I don't like what's the point, you know? Like what's the point? Yeah, exactly, Dino. Yeah. Like the matches would just be a slog. It probably wouldn't be worth. Yeah. I don't know. And again, that's assuming anyone even picks him. Like I feel like nobody would probably pick Hag. You know what I mean? But then again, I said that about Trickster. And now we have a Trickster set today. So, you know, what the fuck do I know? You know, maybe I know nothing. But anyway, here we go.
What weirdo would pick Trickster?
True. What kind of a total fucking weirdo would do that? What kind of a weirdo fucking, you know, person named after a fruit would ever pick a Trickster, a fucking Trickster set? Please. I'm actually really curious to see how that goes, actually. Like unironically, I'm actually glad that he did pick it because... like Trickster now with the update, like it's one of those weird questions of like how strong is Trickster, you know what I mean? Oh, did something go wrong here too? What happened?
Uh-oh.
Was it wrong map again? What happened this time?
If it was a wrong map, that's brutal to the win con, right?
I mean, it's not that bad. It just makes it so he needs 4 stages instead of 3 fresh. Or sorry, not 3 fresh. Instead of
true.
Yeah. So like instead of needing like 3 hooks, 2 fresh, he just needs 4 stages. Like 3 stages of any kind would be a loss, and then 4 stages would be a win. So it's not really like that huge of a deal, really. But definitely not great. It's fine though. It's fine. Let's do a quick reset. It'll be chill. But yeah, people saying Trickster are kind of strong now. And like again, it's interesting because I would love to see it. Like I'm curious to see how the actual games go. I mean, he needs 8 daggers to get damage, which is a good bit, but also with the no recoil, it means that those daggers are pretty fucking easy to land. And like obviously main event kicking in way more often too is also an interesting factor to think about. I don't know. It's just gonna be interesting to see like an actual like scrim level game of Trickster because I feel like the only thing I've seen of him has been like random pub games where you know skill level on all sides can be kind of questionable at times. So, yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how that set goes. I'm glad we're at least seeing 1 set. Because if nobody picked Trickster at all, then we'd just be like, oh, well, I guess we're just never going to see Trickster in scrims ever. And we would just go about our lives. You know what I mean? So, it's nice to at least have that 1 set to look forward to today, I think.
Yeah, I think he's a little pub stompy. So seeing coordinated teams against him will be very interesting. So...
yeah, I agree with that. I think people kind of have been overestimating him a bit. Like I've heard everyone talking about how like good he's been since his buff and everything, and how he's like insanely OP and shit. I don't really see it. I don't think his play doesn't feel that different from old Trickster really, because like unless you're just playing 4.6 M1, which like that just seems weird, you're still basically doing the same thing where like a low wall tile is death, a high wall tile is like, you know, you're just trying to avoid daggers as good as you can, and you can usually stall it out a while. It feels very similar. Like he doesn't feel like that different of a killer, just maybe a little bit easier to use. But anyway, we'll come back to that later. Here we are. Winter on the Wraith. He does have Noed as the fourth perk for the build that we pretty much know. I mean, we pretty much know the perks and the add-ons for every single one of these Wraith sets. It's going to be something like this. And yeah, I mean, again, knows his win con, has Noed to kind of fall back on at late game if he needs to. And already finds 2 survivors. Gets a pretty fast opening hit onto Nia too. Oh. And she's actually gonna go down.
Nia makes that, yeah.
Sees the Quentin there. Oh, not in position to do anything. So yeah, very, very fast first hook. Again, especially considering the win con, that is extremely quick. There goes Nia on hook. She's got toolbox too in Deja Vu, so definitely not a great starter to be on hook. Deli is currently at Gallows, and also Winter showing up here as well.
The survivors don't really have much in terms of gen pressure for that either.
Yeah, that happened so fast. Like that was such a quick down. Oh, double, triple moonwalk in this. Does get the hit though. Next, you're gonna make their way over towards water tower. Winter might be able to get in front of it though. Does block it. Forces Nancy to the weak side, and she's actually just gonna go edge map. Z-wall, baby. Not gonna be able to make anything happen. That's gonna be the second down. So we're already halfway towards the win con now. The first hook wasn't even a pain res either, which is probably a good thing for Winter because there wasn't even that much gen progress. But now there will be a pain res, and this is pretty much looking over, right? Like, I think Mentality Monsters essentially needed a miracle to be able to win this anyway, considering the result that was needed. And so far, the start
right here.
Yeah, like literally immediately finds this survivor too. Gets a good tag onto him. He's gonna be making his way out of here. Other scratch marks here too, though. Yeah, he finds Quentin. Good fake on the window from Quentin. This was Deli too, right? And I don't think she got her Deli. So yeah, this is the Deli survivor on hook without Deli. So Deli's gonna be completely out of play as well, which is pretty unfortunate. And it looks like Nancy might be going struggle here.
Yeah, he's very content to just hold that.
Yeah, which makes sense. I mean, she's hooked right in the middle of this like pretty good 3-gen off to the side. And he's already got a tag at least, so they would have to send basically the 2 healthy survivors or trade for it, which they are not comfortable doing. They're just gonna let her go struggle. And he's now 1 hook stage away. Oh, trying to get vision and see where they are. Does find Adam here in the corner. Oh no, because they hit through pallet. Again, that could be like a ping thing coming through, you know? Like, a lot of times plays like that could be very difficult on ping. He's actually just going to slug and come right back to the hook and just be like, all right, well, I guess we'll just stay here for the whole kill then. Which is pretty fair play, you know? From this stage, it's a pretty fair play. They basically have to send somebody to pick up Adam at some point, and they would have to send somebody here to 1-for-1 for this hook too. So that's a lot of time off gens, like tons of pressure here on the survivors.
The showdown right here.
Yeah, right? Nia is going to go for it. So she'll 1-for-1. And yeah, you could even just take this hook, take the pain res, and then still cloak up and go after Nancy if you really wanted. Like, Wraith is so mobile that you can just get away with this if you want to. But might not. I mean, does have a hit onto Adam. Still in a pretty good spot overall anyway. Yeah, it's actually not going to look for Nancy. It's instead just going to stay over here. Well, hold on. Back up. Comes back to find Adam again.
Finding the injured survivors very good for the killer.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. He only has these T-walls here. That's basically it. The pallet at the water tower is broken too. So just those windows that aren't super strong. And yeah, he's just going to go edge map to die, I think. Yep, he's got nothing. Bamboozle shutting down that strong window over there basically means that there's nothing else to work with, and he's gonna go down. Possibly another pain res coming through. I mean, like, the game's officially over at this point anyway. The 4 stages were reached, so the game is over. But at this point, still, it's kind of looking like Winter's in a good spot to probably 4K this. He's got both Nia and Nancy death hook. That's the 3rd pain res coming in. Still has no head to fall back on if he needs it as well. And yeah, he's looking to be a really strong spot right now. Like a very, very strong spot.
Yeah, he's just able to pressure any gen he wants now.
Yep. Finds Nia, one of the death hook survivors. She's gonna get some distance away. Does have, I think, like all the pallets are still here back in this area, but they're not the best. She also gets zoned on this one, so she'll get a hit there. Let her send her back in towards Shaq. She does make Shaq pallet with this. So it's going to buy some time. They pop 2 more gens, so they do get those 2 gens done at least. So pallets here are at least getting some value. Ooh, tries to greet around the side of this, but it's not going to pay off. She's going to go down. And that's going to be a kill. That's going to be the first kill coming through. It was still...
Is there a save?
Ooh. You're right. No kill yet. A blind too. So Actually staying up a little bit longer. Oh,
We got some revenge for the background player.
true. Yeah, true. At least a little bit. Nancy, though, gonna head back to this pallet again. This is one of those pallets that you go to die. Like, you're definitely not gonna stay alive here. There's no way. This pallet is pretty awful. But because it's awful, you can sometimes bait really hard, but doesn't quite get away with it. Vexy's gonna go down. Winter catching the survivors. I think they are trying to get some background player revenge here. They're like, hey, hold on, we can do it too. Although I don't think they have background player on their build, so they're kind of just doing it. They're doing it the old-fashioned way. Adam does get away from that one, but Nia is here now too. Oh. I mean, the unfortunate thing for these guys is I think that rock is like the only thing for them to hide behind. Oh, unbreakable though. But there we go. Finally, the grab comes in, and that's going to be the kill. So Nancy's going down. That's going to be the kill into her. They're currently doubling Gallows, and it'll be close. The other gen has just got started. But even this, they're probably going to trade Nia's life for this. I mean, I think she had balance, so maybe she'll be able to get some distance away.
Yeah, Nia doesn't go down. Instead, Quentin's gonna get chased.
Yeah, she actually trap doors her way into balance landing, which is kind of an interesting little way for that to play out. Quentin's still in some trouble, though. These pallets here are definitely not good.
Jack's down too. He has nothing to run to.
Yep. Doesn't make it back to this pallet in time. He will go down. And that's, I believe, the final pain res even as well, right? There's like, okay, who's hovering this time? Where are they? Where are they? Who is it? Where are they? I don't think anyone's actually hovering this time.
But the next scrim matches, everyone's gonna play really paranoid.
Yeah, right. Seriously. I mean, I hope so. I kind of hope this like sets a precedent. I would love to see more of this, especially if we're gonna go ahead and like I think if we're gonna ban background play after this, then I'm rooting for it to get abused. You know, I'm gonna root for it to get abused for the whole rest of the day today, because you know you might as well. Immediately beelines to the gen that Nia's doing though, and gets it down onto her, and that'll be a kill into her. Second win on the Quentin, but at this point it's going to be a 2v1 with one gen left, and none of the gens are really progressed that much. So this is looking like most likely a 4K1. I don't really know how they come out of this one not 4K1. They do both heal though. But I would imagine Winter's a pretty good idea of where they are, considering the healing timings, right? Like, probably has a pretty good idea that they were near Hook. Does find Quentin. Probably knows that Adam is very close as well. Yep, sees the scratch marks. Knows where Adam is too. At least has a good idea. Oh. Yep, does find him. Ooh, okay, good play on that pallet. Wins 50-50, gets the hit. Vipa's gonna make his way towards main, and I imagine Quentin probably ran to the gen across the street, but it was only at like maybe like 20%. Tries to get the hit up the stairs. Tried to smack him in his fucking toesies, couldn't quite get it. Coming to check on this. Quentin still has dead hard too. Another kind of bad dead dog pallet.
Oh, he baits the dead hard with the bell.
Yeah, that was really good actually. Does make this pallet though. Honestly, even with the dead hard getting baited, Quentin still played that chase pretty well. Still won a couple 50-50s there, made it to the pallet, got the stun. Has this window now too. Can chain this into the upstairs window, which you can then chain into the drop down window. But I believe after that he's going to be probably done. So actually, I think the killer left. Never mind.
I think it's smart to. I mean, if you're just going for best result possible, a chase at main can devastate a game. So kind of smart to just leave those.
Yeah, and Adam's also in a pretty bad spot, right? Like this is not a place that a chase is going to last very long. So yeah, definitely a much better chase to take over here. He's going to down him, slug him. Go try to find Quentin, who he probably imagines was heading over to the other generator. And he would be right. He is hiding over here. He's down in the corner at 1, but he's not going to check it. He's just going to go back. I mean, we know that. I think really the thing you have to be worried about is the exit gates, right? Hypothetically, if they're spawned far away. I've not seen them because you can cook them, and then even if he dies, you just get like you can kick hatch, right? But if the exit gates are very split, you might have to be worried about that. But he's gonna go ahead and take the hook anyway. He's not dead right away, but I can't imagine they're gonna be able to get this save. Quentin's kind of still just chilling at the top end of the street. And I don't think there's any way he gets anything here, right? I mean, Hatch is going to spawn. He's going to kick it. The gates, I don't know where the gates are, but even the gates are going to be really difficult against a Wraith, right? Like, Wraith is so fast that it's going to be super hard to... Like, even if they're opposite corners, it's still going to be crazy hard.
Yeah, we just got to hope that Quentin's good at playing Metal Gear Solid.
Yeah, bust out the cardboard box, dude. Hope for the best. Oh, he's actually going to get the save. Getting some last-minute altruism points, you know? For the old prestige grind out here. You love to see it. And Adam's gonna make his way into Shaq, but again, he has nothing, right? Yeah, he's just, yeah, he's I think he's just accepting death. Yep, he's accepting death. Man, I mean, not much else to say about this best of 3. I think Compassion just played this extremely well. Well, DS comes in, so it's not officially over yet. Oh, they're gonna do a little, okay, yeah, they're doing a little, the old 1v1. I mean, it's a 1v1, but like pretty much all the resources are gone, so like this is gonna be the most scuffed 1v1 ever. Live comes through, and like, he does have this window. It hasn't been bammed yet. But like, what's he tied this into? The no pallets are on the map. He's gonna make his way to main. He does have a pallet here. Yeah. Oh. Good base from Winter. Very good base. Using the bell to kind of like bait actions and everything is very good. And yeah, gets that down decently quickly. I mean, good try. It's trying to 1v1 of this at this point of the game is definitely brave, considering there's like pretty much no pals on the map. So good try for Viper. It's still good sportsmanship to see it. You love to see that. And yeah, Compassion.
I respect it.
Yeah, same. That's a nice memey way to end the match for sure. And man, I mean, I don't know. Compassion just played this whole set so well. There's not really much else to say about it. Like, both of these, the Oni set and the Wraith set, just phenomenal play from them. And like, the weird thing is, it doesn't even really feel like Mentality Monsters played bad, right? Like, I don't really feel like they like made a ton of like major misplays or anything themselves either. It just kind of felt like Compassion was just really on top of it. Like, they just played extremely well.
Yeah, they were on for sure.
Yeah, fantastic performance. And that's going to be the 2-0. So Compassion goes 2-0. That's going to end the first best of 3. And that's going to move us into the next set, which I believe is... it's going to be Instant Dongs versus Feet Finders. So it's going to be Dongs versus Feet, which is great. We love that. As a matter of fact, you guys should make that the prediction. If you're going to make predictions for these next set, you should make that. Like, people need to either vote for Dongs or vote for Feet. That's basically your options. Those are your only options. Welcome to the American political system, boys. That's right. Dongs or Feet. Take your pick. Take your pick, boys. Instant Dongs is basically just instant dodge, but I don't know. They changed their name to Dongs for us for whatever reason. And then Feet Finders is a pretty crazy team too. That's a pretty crazy stacked team. It's like NOS and then a lot of gamers from Tremor, and I think there might be some other gamers in there too that aren't necessarily Tremor gamers, but just some really disgustingly good players. Like, Feet Finders is a fucking nasty good team. So this is gonna be an interesting set. This is gonna be a really interesting set. This is probably gonna be one of like the highest skill sets we are able to put out of scrims, almost pretty much, right? Like, these are like 2 of our best teams that we have, I think.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think Instant Dodge, like, I've seen them play in so many different tournaments here lately. They are always a treat to watch, and I'm sure that Feet Finders, with all the players that they have on the roster, it's going to be really fun.
Yeah, this should be a very good set. Yeah, Instant Dodge is kind of like, I kind of have a soft spot for them because they're pretty much the gamers that I have been playing DBD with for years. Like Free Kill. I know Blazer's not. I don't think Blazer's actively playing with them right now, but like Free Kill, Blazer, like their old roster of like Justin and Disco and everybody from back in the day too. Like, pretty much the roster, and even like their roster now, I think has like Paige on it and everything as well. Like, pretty much the entire roster of Instant Dodge is all gamers that I know very well and have played with for years and years and years, and I'm very familiar with their players, and I kind of have a soft spot in them for that because I just know them all and I've known them all for a very long time. So I mean, I'm not gonna play favorites, but I definitely I definitely know their roster really well, and I like them a lot, and I'm really excited to see them play. Feet Fighters, though, definitely, again, like you said, really good roster, and it should be interesting to see how the two match up against each other. Plague first as the first set, and then Oni will be the second one we go into, and then Wraith is the tiebreaker if we need it. So definitely two interesting killers to see as well with Plague and Oni. Two very difficult killers, two that can snowball really, really quickly, two that can go south very fast if like any kind of mistakes happen that one side can take advantage of. So pressure will be on, man. Pressure will be on. We'll see. I think the killer for instant dongs. I'm gonna make sure I try to say dongs here, not dodge. Okay, I don't want to get their name wrong. The killer for dongs will be going first up against the survivors of feet. So dongs killer versus feet survivors first, and then we'll be flip flopping. So let's hang tight. I'm sure the gamers are probably getting ready, and we should hopefully have it ready soon. I think I could probably get some ads out of the way while we're waiting, though. So let me just go ahead and get those done. And yo, whoever set up that prediction, thank you. You fucking nailed it. You nailed it. Perfect. Literally perfect. Thank you. Amazing. And I'm assuming that Plague is probably still going to be played on Suffo Pit, right? I would assume. Let me just go check. Yes, yes, yes. All right, perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Can we get a video of Dino flipping a coin and saying who goes first? Kind of like the NFL, where we like meet in the middle of the field, and then you like flip a coin and it's all dramatic for no reason. Yeah, man, sure. I kind of like that idea. Yeah. I'm gonna tell Dino that he needs to get a camera and record himself flipping a coin for every single pick and ban. Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. I love that. That's wonderful. And we'll even play the little do-do-do-do. Wait, no, that's not what it is. Wait, what's the Monday Night Football? No, the fucking Monday Night Football song. Oh my god, I can't remember it. I just did "Eye of the Tiger." That's not what it is. Like, do you know what I'm talking about, Tyro? What is it? No, that's not what it is. It's not do 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 do. That's "Eye of the Tiger," right? Or no, that's the Final Countdown. What the fuck am I even saying?
They have their own theme, but I have it on a soundboard, but I don't think you would replay it because that would get you copyrighted real quick.
Yeah, am I gonna get DMCA? No, that's a. Well, or is it? Ah, shit. Maybe it is. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's fine. It's fine. Whatever. You guys know what I mean. You play the fucking Monday Night Football theme, you know? Whatever. Yeah, Final Countdown is what I was doing. Dude, whatever. They're all bangers, okay? I know I hummed one of the bangers. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. No, that would be kind of insane. That would be kind of insane, though. There's no way we're doing that. No way in fuck. I'm just trying to make sure. Let me see who is in there for the rosters right now. Let me make sure I'm not missing any friend requests. I'm out of surgery. Yo, Cheeto, what up? How's it going? Yo, how'd the surgery go? Are you feeling okay? See, it was fine, right? It was fine. It was probably fine. Yo, hope you're doing okay. Hopefully they got you on some good pain meds. Hopefully you're chilling, vibing. You would 100% get a strike, so don't play. Yeah, is the NFL like really strict on that kind of shit? That's so weird because I thought really? I thought I remember that being like chill, maybe like a what? But again, I think everything was more chill like 5 or 10 years ago.
Yeah, they're super strict about it. They take down tweets all the time. I took some IP law classes, and they're like notorious for it. So.
Oh, okay, got you. Yeah, that's a good point. You would know, right? Because yeah, you're in that field. That's true. Yeah, isn't like Disney really bad for that kind of thing too? Or no, Nintendo? Who am I thinking of?
Nintendo's awful for it.
Yeah, I think Nintendo's super bad for that kind of stuff too. Yeah, like you got to be really careful with anything Nintendo. Yeah. Apparently Nintendo and the NFL, huh? Just a bunch of dicks. ESPN sound too. Interesting. Wait, he works for the NFL? Yeah, Tyro actually plays for the Kansas City Chiefs. Yeah. He's actually a quarterback. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, how's it feel actually to be a quarterback and be on here casting scrims? It's probably interesting, huh? I mean, this is not what you're used to.
It's pretty nice. I mean, I got out of practice and panted walking over here, so
Yeah. I know you're probably worn out. It's probably a long practice day today, yeah, but
yeah, you know. I'm pushing forward though, you know.
hey, you're doing great, man. You're doing great. I'm excited to see you play on Sunday. And wait, it's not even football season, is it? Or is it? I'm excited to see you play on Sunday. And you know, I'm glad to have you here. You know, I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Thank you. It is football season. Yeah, you're right, dude. I haven't watched football in like 6 years. I'm gonna be honest. I can't. I keep forgetting. I don't know, dude. I'm dumb. I'm too fucking dumb. Bro, they're calling you third string bench warmer. What is this? What the fuck? Come on,
Man.
dude. Please.
Y'all are hating.
True. Mad because my man got a contract with the Chiefs, dude. Tisk. You know, whatever. Whatever, man. All right. We're gonna get the lobby going. Here we go. So, Plague set. This will be interesting. Plague is one of those killers where I feel like I've seen a lot of different builds on Plague, but considering it's Plague and considering we are on Suffo Pit, which is like notorious for its like, you know, 3 gen, 4 gen, sometimes even 5 gen setups, I'm expecting to see something like Corrupt, Pain Res, Pop, Eruption, right? And then add-ons. Okay, here's another thing too. I never actually sat here and thought about it logically in my head. Like I've never like actually thought about it. I've just kind of accepted it for what it is. But the add-ons pretty much seem like they're always the one that adds 20 seconds to corruption, and then the yellow apple. Why do people go with a yellow apple instead of a green apple? What's the green apple do again? It
adds a pool.
Oh yeah, it adds a pool of corruption. Yeah. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Like you don't want to give them more places to cleanse on the opposite side of the map, right? So I guess that kind of makes sense. That's very interesting that it adds a pool as like as supposed to be like a benefit. That's so interesting. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, do you think there'll be any deviation from that type of build for the killer, or is that just probably what we're expecting to see from both?
I mean, you could see deviation. I know BAM is kind of popular, but I don't know. I'm not the biggest Plague player, so I'm not the right person to ask here. But
that's
I
a
do
pretty good
think
point.
like Corrupt, Pain Res, you know, pretty staple.
Yeah, agitation is obviously always a good choice too. That's like one of those curveballs you can always throw in there as well, right? Like being able to secure your hook stages in the right spots, being able to like carry people really deep into one of the sides, right? Like if you have like a hill hook and like super deep top side or something, and you can like carry them in, that can sometimes be massive. So I think even Agi is a possible choice we could see here, but it's tough, man, because anything you give up, right, is like so impactful. Like things like Eruption, things like Pop, those perks can be so strong and so impactful. So it is interesting. It will be interesting to see the decision making in terms of what they go for.
I wouldn't be shocked to see a No Way Out. Plague uses it pretty well.
Yeah, that's true as well. That is also a very good point. For the first year, comp players use green apple until they realize an extra pull is just better for survivors. I had a debate with Zeno about it back when Plague was fairly new. Really? That's interesting. Because, yeah, it does seem like honestly, when I first initially saw the yellow apple, I was like, that's weird. Why are they running the weaker apple? But I never really took the time to think about it. I kind of forgot what the better apple even did. But, yeah, I mean, adding a pull of corruption, yeah, it does just seem... Because it feels like a big part of what makes playing so hard is... You know, you get all these like free injuries from the sickness, and then you like hook someone, you like deep in like top side, and then everybody basically has to cleanse to even want to go contest the hook and stuff. And then if all the pools get used, right, if all the pools bottom side are used up, and the only like pools that are available are like near the hook, then what the fuck do? You know, you're just in such a terrible spot. So yeah, I mean, adding more pools just gives them more places that they can potentially go to get their resets. And yeah, it just feels like definitely not the play that you want. So kind of weird that that's the effect that it does.
It's definitely a relic. Like it reminds me of back when distortion, like people would keep it at tier 1 because if you up the tier it got worse.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you remember that.
Or no, well I remember that with not distortion. I remember it with
Discordance.
Yeah,
my bad.
discordance. Yeah, discordance. Yeah,
They
yeah.
start with a D. Give me a break.
Yeah, they're basically the same. It's basically the same word. Whatever, close enough.
Yeah, you know.
But it's kind of funny to think about that. Like back when the perks were stronger, when they were weaker. Yeah, I remember that was a thing, and I already had it tier 3 on everybody, and I was so pissed. I was like, man, I can't revert back to the weak version. This sucks. Come on, dude. But yeah, it does seem kind of like that. It's one of those like effects where I think that maybe the devs just didn't really realize exactly what it meant, you know, and they were just like, yeah, sure, that sounds like a pretty good help, and then it's actually ends up being worse. But regardless, I'm assuming that's probably the add-ons we'll see. We don't allow the ultra rares, obviously. The ultra rares on Plague are fucking insane, so those are both banned, and we don't allow those. And I imagine this second best are probably going to be something along those lines. Okay, something that I kind of think could unironically be good and that we don't see, and I'm curious on both your take and maybe even like Chad's take on this. I actually unironically think Hematite Seal could be an okay addition to one of these. I mean, I don't know if it's like good enough to replace Apple or like 20 more seconds of Corrupt Puke, but like I feel like it's close, because it feels like a lot of the times what teams do too is that they literally won't even touch a gen if it's puked on, like especially early game. Like if it's early game and like someone's being chased, like they'll wait for the gen to get unpuked. What, I don't know how the fuck you want to say it. They'll wait for the gen to clear up before they even start working it. And Hematite Seal adds what, like 30 seconds of time to things that are puked on, which I feel like could be insane. Like if survivors are going out of their way to really avoid working on, you know, like affected gens, that's a lot of extra time. Like 30 extra seconds, that's kind of nuts. Again, I just don't know if it's enough to justify replacing. Again, like Apple giving you another pull of corruption feels really good. I mean, is Apple that worth it though? Like I feel like you could replace Apple with it. Maybe I'm crazy, but I feel like you could replace Apple with it. Like I feel like Devotee's Amulet, no way. But Apple, I feel like you can get rid of that and it would still be good. But we never see it, and I'm curious to know why we never see it. I'm curious to see if someone would like try it at some point.
I'm pretty sure I've seen some people use it to like, because waiting out Corrupt is like a thing you can do against Plague sometimes, and I think it punishes that a bit more because of how the duration is longer. But I don't think it's like very common. Like you said, like Amulet, Apple is pretty much like your go-to.
Yeah, that's pretty fair. Someone also said that it's often banned in a lot of rule sets, which is interesting because I didn't know that either. But yeah, it is. It just made me kind of curious because, like, based on everything that I've seen about how people play Plague, it just kind of, to me, it felt like the better option. Again, like kind of like you said earlier about yourself not being a Plague player. I admittedly am not a Plague player either. So, you know, I might just be talking nonsense right now. Maybe I have no fucking idea what I'm talking about. Just from like a spitballing idea point of view, it feels like it could be really good and really beneficial. And I just haven't really seen it used at all. Like I think it's almost like a, not a 100%, but I feel like 99% of our games are just Yellow Apple, Doty's Amulet every time. We've seen people get weird and run shit like Violet Medic sometimes, but typically we see the same stuff every time, and it just made me kind of curious why we don't see anything else. But hey, I guess we'll see. I mean, maybe Ray will mix it up. Maybe the killer from Feet Finders will do something funky. I mean, we'll see, I suppose. And this will be okay. So Ray will be up first, and again, this was Dong's pick. So this was Dong's killer pick. So they need to have a pretty good performance here, dude. This fucking roster from Feet Finders though is so. This is such a good roster of survivors, man. My lord. Okay, interesting. Yeah, we have Bamboozle, No Way Out, alongside Painrez and Corrupt, and actually double Apple from Ray. So no Devotee's Amulet even, which is interesting. So fuck the whole 30% extra, or sorry, fuck the whole 20% extra time in Corrupt. Instead, double Apple. So 3 out of the 7, I guess, fountains will be spawned up Corrupt. So lots of potential corrupt spawns early. And ooh, finds dark pretty quickly.
That looked like a sprint burst.
Yeah, which is interesting because that most likely means Delhi, right? But yeah, and it is, but just doesn't get committed to. Which also is kind of interesting because I feel, did she puke on every gen? Because if she puked on every gen, that could have been an okay commitment, perhaps. But maybe she didn't. She does come back and mark that gen just now. Finds Jake too. Tree blocks that though. Gets the pallet though, so now she can kind of just run him down, and even if he uses the pallet, he gets sick. Or this works too. Should be a decent bit of puke landing on apply here. Should be getting very close to injured. Is stuck at this 4 lanes. Not exactly the best tile in the world. How close is he though? Can we actually see the progress? Okay, there we go. At Shack, Bamboozle's in play though. Pallet's still up though. Ooh. He's gonna make his way around back Shack. He should be able to make it to that pallet. But Ray wants to zone him to the outside here. So she's gonna take the inside and force him to the outside to throw a pallet, which is very smart.
Yeah, he doesn't have much room to run now either.
Yep. I think he'll still be able to make it back, but if he goes to the side over here, this will basically be death, right? Like he can throw this pallet, but this, like him getting zoned here, will basically be his death, I think. Unless there's a filler tile right to our left. There is actually. It's actually a god pallet. So never mind. He'll survive a little bit longer. Two gens actually pop. And yeah, Ply has a pretty strong area here. Uses his god pallet too. Makes his way back to Shack as well. He's going to loop around back Shack and probably make his way back to that god pallet again. Actually, he's going to play the window. Ooh, good bait from Ray, though. Does get the down. Still a really good chase, though. Still a really, really good first chase. I mean, 2 gens done. Third gen getting close. Hey, look where Ronnie's running. It's back. It's back, baby. The old background player. 2 gens done. Third one's being worked. Deli gets a cleanse and is on his way over towards the hook. Pretty good start for Feet Finders so far. Pull of Corruption right behind the hook, though.
The other 3 pools are topside, though.
Yeah.
So Ray has to be really cautious about when to use that pool.
Yeah, is there 3 gens down here? There's actually... No, the 3 gens actually topside. Which is interesting, because the hook's bottom side, but the only 3 gen is top side. But even that's going to be gone now. So yeah, no more 3 gen. All 3 gens are basically out the window. There's 2 top, 2 bottom at this point. So at this point, it's basically just securing this hook. I mean, hypothetically, if apply goes struggle. So yeah, I mean, there you go. The pole gets grabbed now. This lasts for 60 seconds. And conveniently, a hook stage is 60 seconds. So that will run out basically right before apply dies. There's no kinship or anything in play. Or sorry, camaraderie. Reply, go struggle. Ray's gonna leave. I mean, I don't think you can really justify camping it to death, because if you do, you just lose every gen, right? So I don't think there's really any way to justify that at this point.
If there was a 3 gen, maybe, but...
Ooh, Nos with the schmooves. Okay, Nos with the schmooves again. Bro, what the fuck am I looking at? What the fuck, bro? What? Hello? Okay, Nos being slippery as fuck and avoiding like 3 of those pukes, and eventually does go down, but that was kind of sick, to be honest. And down goes Nos. It'll be another pain res, another stack of No Way Out. But they do get the unhook onto apply on the other side of the map. Ron is here as well, chilling. The only person who's not going to be injured. At least not yet. Grabs another pool, though. Ronnie's got a god pallet here. Ooh, tries to get a puke through the little crack of the tree, but doesn't get it. And this power play can be really scary, man, because again, if you... I feel like a lot of people don't know this, but if you get stunned as plague, knock you out of your power. That's like one of those weird things that like doesn't get told anywhere, and I feel like every time I say that, people get surprised by it, which is interesting. But Ronnie does go down. Pretty good chase from Ray. Does end that decently quickly with power. Doesn't get knocked out of it either.
Oh, here's the paranoia setting in.
Yup, exactly. Even swinging afterwards too, like, oh god, oh god.
Funnily enough, Ronnie's the one with background player, if I remember right.
Yeah, that's correct. So, yeah, Ronnie's actually the one that would be threatening the pallet. So, obviously, we know that, but Ray doesn't. Another Pool of Corruption gets grabbed. This is going to be third stack of Pain Res used, and also third stack of No Way Out gathered as well. And Renato right there was the fourth stack if they hypothetically want to go for it. Which it kind of looks like she does. Maybe. Kind of bailing back to the hook at the last minute. I mean, they're almost surely going to be doubling that bottom side gen, right? They're actually not doubling it. They're actually just soloing it right now. Looks like Apply is doing it alone. And Renato's actually going to be able to go and get that unhook. Ray's going to come down to this bottom side and interrupt this. Finds Apply here. Applies Death Hook too. Ooh.
That will stop that gen from popping.
Yeah. Which also is going to mean that the other survivors might have to hop on one of those topside gens, which is going to take a little bit longer. Not too much longer. I mean, there's like 2 or 3 of them up there. Tries to bait the double vault, but doesn't work. Corrupt Puke's almost gone. Doesn't really matter, though, because he's going to get zoned. Like, Corrupt Puke's not even going to really play that big of a role here, because the zone's going to come in, and then he's going to die no matter what. So Dine's go. I mean, this is still good, right? Like, getting this kill, and then still having all these No Way Out stacks means that this end game has a little bit more of a chance of popping off. With these 3 stacks of No Way Out, maybe has 1 Pool of Corruption down there. We'll probably get more. I'm assuming they'll probably cleanse after final gen. Nos already heading towards the gate. The other 2 are going to pop the gen at main. Oh no! Oh no! Wait a minute. She doesn't get there to interrupt it, but she gets way closer to the point where she can maybe like get it down. No Way Out gets popped over here. Check the perks. Apparently someone has off the record. Was it?
I think it was on Apply.
Oh, was it on Apply? Really? Oh. Oh yeah, that's a 0.5 penalty, but yeah, that should have been a restart. Yeah, that's definitely on us for not checking it. I feel like I just kind of assume that there's not going to be mistakes a lot of times, which is probably a bad idea. I don't think that actually ended up playing a role here, because the only time Apply got unhooked, they kind of just stayed bottom side and didn't get chased. So luckily it didn't come into play, because if it came into play, we probably would have had to restart it then. But yeah, that's definitely unfortunate. Oh, gets it down on the Dark. Nos here as well. The problem here is that Dark is the fresh hook, but also Dark is but Dark is also the deli. So it's weirdly enough probably not the best hook to get. But maybe. I mean, can they really even like help after deli? I don't know. These 2 will likely get out, and I think Nos will die here, and then that'll be 7 stages. I think that'll be 7 stages. 7 stages, 3 fresh, I believe, will be the final result. So, really, I mean, this feels like a pretty, like, standard, just, like, decent result when survivors play, like, correctly, which I feel like these survivors did. So, this feels not bad for Ray at all, honestly. Like, this feels pretty, just, like, decent, solid, expected result. So, yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like this was very, very well played with the survivors. Ray also handled it very well and got a pretty solid result. Pretty, like, middle-of-the-road result, I'd say, right? Like, I think pretty expected, I think.
Yeah, I think 6 to 7 is probably about average for Plague, especially with this rule set.
Yeah. Like it feels pretty right? Like I feel like that's not like a guaranteed win on either side. Like, I don't think either side is coming out of this being like, yeah, we're totally in position to get this win for free. Like this feels like good, solid result, survivors, and then also good, solid result for killer. Either side can come into this on top based on how the survivors play. So yeah, just solidly played overall from both sides. And yeah, it was yep, off the record on Apply. Yeah. That is not allowed. Yeah, I'll have to definitely keep an eye on this, because I also missed the like shroud offerings that were wrong a couple times too. I need to make it a point to do that more. Like it's hard because I want to get into the spectate right away, and I don't want to like sit here and be like but at the same time taking like a quick glance would probably help. I need to make sure I scroll through survivors too. That's probably also a mistake on my end, that I'm not like scrolling through survivors right away. I'll definitely try to make sure I do that too. So that's probably partially on me as well. But yeah,
it's all my fault. I'm just so distracting.
True, dude. Fucking Tyro's here. I mean, I'm here with the Tyro, bro. So like, you know, Like the quarterback for the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm not gonna keep this joke going. I'm ditching it. Never mind. I'm ditching it. Forget it. Forget I said it. Forget I said it. No, but really, I think it's something we can probably be more on top of. So yeah, we'll try. Either way, though, that will actually make the win con at least a little bit better for the dongs, because that means Feet Finders. The win con would have been 7 stages for fresh, or 8 stages, but now it's just 8 stages. Like 7 stages in any capacity will be a win for dongs, and the killer from Feet Finders needs 8 stages. They need at least 8, no matter what, based on that penalty. So that kind of eliminates the possibility of a tie, unless another penalty happens. I don't know, but we'll see. I actually don't know who's gonna be playing killer for these guys. I don't know this team well enough to know who's gonna be playing killer here. Like I would assume they all play at least a little bit of killer, but I don't know. Like I think I've seen Apply play killer. I know. I remember one time Ronnie. I got Ronnie's nurse one time in pubs and he shit on me. I don't know if that means he plays killer or not, but I definitely ran into his nurse one time. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who their killer's gonna be. So I guess we'll see. I don't know.
They might have someone on the bench.
True. That's a very good point. I guess I don't even know what their full roster is. Oh yeah, wait, Greasero's on their team. Okay. I know I've seen Gree play killer for them before. And Havoc's in there as well. Okay, yeah, it's gonna be Greasero. Okay, that makes sense. That does make sense. All right, let me get the instant dodge gamers in here. Sorry, the instant dongs gamers in here. Socks gamer. Rocket plays Nurse and Spear. Is it okay? Is it pretty standard? Like something I've kind of gathered, and I think this is accurate. Is it pretty standard for pretty much every like player in comp to be like it feels like even the survivor players will typically have like 1 or 2 killers that they like specialize in, you know? Like it feels like that's kind of a thing. It feels like almost every survivor player, it's like, yeah, they play survivor, but also like if you need exactly like a nurse or like a blank killer, you know, like they could also fit that role. Whereas like some people are like very versatile on killers and they're more like killer players. It feels like even the survivor players will have like 1 or 2 killers that they kind of specialize in a bit. So it's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting to see that, right? Like everyone on the roster has like that one little like pocket strength that they can bust out. I feel like I see that a lot, and it's actually kind of cool to see.
Yeah, it's pretty common. I know for Prism, like Kego plays Survivor mostly, but he'll bust out the Huntress for us.
Yeah, yo, Kego also played a nasty dredge last set too, like last weekend. I remember that was such a good like that was that game where the win con was like a 4K2 or something, and I'm pretty sure they got it, which was wild. So that was yeah, I mean that was pretty crazy. And yeah, I mean definitely like vice versa. Like I think killer players being able to play Survivor is pretty natural too. I mean it's one of those things where I think if you understand the game, you understand the game, you know? Like if you play killer and you know how to play killer well, you're probably gonna understand Survivor too, just because it all kind of ties into each other. So you're probably gonna have a pretty good idea of what to do. It's gonna be mostly just a matter of like how well practiced you are, I think, more than anything, you know? So as long as you're putting some time into practice, I'm pretty sure any good killer player is gonna be able to play Survivor too. It's just a matter of how much they do. Yeah, like basically what Ray said. Like I'm sure if Ray like grinded Survivor, she'd be a beast at it. It's just I think some people prefer to play killer, but I think you're probably capable of either side depending on what you want to do, you know? And it's also very impressive to see the killer players that do play like a big variety of killers, because that's something that I've been struggling with. Like I remember back in the day in DBD, like back when there was like 6-7 killers, I used to have this mentality where I like wanted to be really good on every killer. And I tried to keep that mentality throughout the years, but dude, there's like 30 killers now or something, and I just can't do it, dude. I can't do it. Like if I start to try to practice one killer, I'll start to like get worse at other killers, and I just cannot. Like it's so impressive to me when people are like really, really good at like 9 different 9, 10, 11, 12 different killers. It's just like, what the fuck? Like how, dude? Like if I focus really hard on one, I just instantly drop skill on every other one. Like it's so bad. But maybe that's just me being boosted too. I don't know. Hard to say.
No, I think that's pretty common. I mean, I'm learning nurse. I'm in the like process of learning nurse because I'm like a strictly M1 killer player pretty much, except for like if Bubba counts, but he doesn't count. He's an M1 killer. So you know, transferring that like skill set over can be really difficult, especially when there's so many powers in the game. It's like a game like League or Overwatch. Like you probably have your like limited pool of like characters you play that you understand their power. Like it's gonna be like that in DBD as well.
Yeah, for sure. Yep. So it's really interesting to see, right? Like especially when the people when people can do multiple of them well, it's very impressive. That shit impresses me a lot because I feel like typically people will probably specialize in just a couple. So yeah, I mean it's always nice to see that kind of thing. But we'll see what Gree can do here. I know we've seen Gree play Killer a few times. I know I've seen him play Blight, and he popped off pretty well with Blight. I think I've seen him play. I can't remember. I've seen him play a couple different killers. I wish I could remember all of them, but I can't. But I know that Gree's a very good player. The survivors here are definitely gonna have a bit of a tough matchup, but again, decently achievable result, right? If they just match the result and get 7 stages, they'll win it. So decently achievable as long as they have a good, solid, tight game. But they're going to be really careful not to make any mistakes. Again, this is one of those sets that can get really swingy, right? Like if you kind of fuck up and make a mistake, it can kind of easily swing really hard in one direction, right? Like if, for instance, if someone gets like tunneled out and then a 3-gen is still up of any kind, right? Like if you get it down early or something and that results in like a kind of kill with any kind of 3-gen still up, like that's so difficult. So definitely got to make sure they play careful. First chase especially needs to be good. And I'm also going to definitely monitor builds this time too to make sure that there's nothing wrong, because yeah. We pick mechanical healers as the main team. Like I take Spirit Nurse, you know, Artist Huntress, and John takes Billy Pinhead and Pyramid Head. See, that's interesting too, yeah. Because I guess that's really where it matters is like the mechanical killers. Like it feels like with M1 killers, it's not as big of a deal as much as like the mechanical killers, yeah. Because like trying to learn all of those at once would be fucking crazy hard. Like that would be so ridiculous. There's no way. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I made sure FF got the message in VC. Yeah, that's fair. But I mean, still, I mean, I'm kind of worried about dongs now too, you know? Like, who knows? But we'll keep an eye on both of them at the very least. Just to be sure. Just to be sure. All right, quick glance. Looks, ooh, okay. Paige's build. Okay, and Freak, okay. So John's got background player. Paige as power struggle flip-flop. So definitely some spiciness coming through here. We could definitely see some interesting stuff happen. And Sock's going to be rocking the Deadly Unbreakable. Let me get back on Killer. Actually, very similar build. The only thing that's different is instead of the green apple, it's Devotee's Amulet. So more traditional add-ons, but the exact same build perks-wise. Bamboozle, No Way Out, Pain Res, Gree, checking around the outside of that little wall there.
There's a much more holdable 3-gen here on the bottom side, but there's also this nasty 4-gen up here.
Yeah, so. Yeah. Both of these seem like pretty viable options. All 4 gens up here are available. All 3 bottom side are blocked. That kind of makes this early game hold a little bit easier because they do have to break their way down into the top side to work on a gen. So you can kind of hold this choke a little bit better. And I think what Gree's trying to do is I think he's trying to find survivors that are like, because I think typically, if I'm not mistaken, people will usually hold like about right here, right? Like they'll sit close to like the transition between the bottom side and top side and then wait for the plague to commit to somebody and then they'll go down. So it looks like Gree is trying to use that to find somebody. He does find Paige. But based on like the builds that we're seeing, Paige being chased might actually be like the best chase, right? Because they can just do some dumb shit with like background player and power struggle, I think.
I really want to see that combo pop off.
Yeah.
I've tried and it's hard, so I really want to see it work.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could. Like if Paige ends up being the person that gets committed to early, and it kind of looks like they're trying to set that up, right? Paige is like playing kind of aggressively, leaving a trail of scratch marks, being like, hey, I'm right here. If you want to chase me, I'm right here. Gree's not biting it though. Well, ends up biting it eventually, so does find her. Grabs the corrupt puke right away. That's interesting. Okay, if they make this play happen with corrupt puke too, that would actually be so nasty because it would also break him out of corruption. But gets that hit through the window. Paige is actually injured now and kind of in a rough spot. She might not even be able to make it to a pallet. And yeah, she won't. She'll be going down here. So yeah, pretty fast down from Gree. Oh, John not able to get the
Not
flashlight
quite.
save. I mean, it would have been nasty if he got it, but doesn't get it. And a little bit of a risky play, right? Because him doing that means that he wasn't on a gen. And now he's slightly out of position too, right? Like he's a little bit close to the killer. Has to be a little bit worried about that as well. That hook wasn't a pain res. It was just a regular hook. And we'll see what Gree opts to do with this. All 4 of these gens up here are... Like, none of them are regressing. Pain res didn't come in, so they're all, like, hypothetically being threatened. This 1 o'clock gen is a good bit of progress. Just gonna dry kick it. Corruption about to run out, too. So... Really not bad. The unhook comes in, too, most likely from Socks, I would assume. So, yeah, he's got Deli. And they do pop one of the gens, too. They actually pop one of the bottom side gens, which is interesting. So now...
Yeah, I love how safe they're playing this.
Yeah, yeah. Playing very, very well right now. And now the bottom side is basically, like, the place to go, right? Like, they popped one of the gens down here. There's no longer a 3 gen here. There's just a 4 gen top side. So Paige can just stay down here bottom side and just be totally fine. Another pull of corruption being grabbed. I wouldn't be surprised here if Paige just runs to a pallet and goes down. Where's John at? He's actually not that close. He's actually way up at the 1 o'clock gen, so never mind. They probably won't be doing it. But it wouldn't have surprised me if John was, like, hovering, and then she just made it a point to go down under pallet. But yeah, no, not gonna actually... you know, in a weird way, I almost wish she would have just baited it. If she, I almost wish she would have stood under pallet and just, like, emoted and like, tried to bait it. Because really, if you're running flip-flop power struggle, I mean, she doesn't have UB, obviously, but... If you're running flip-flop power struggle, all you gotta do is recover to what, 30%, and then you're good. So if you could even just scare the killer into like looking around just for a little bit, that's usually enough, right? But Paige does go down, gets rehooked again. This is the second pull of corruption, though, the second and final one for now. Ooh, doesn't land that one onto Quentin. Doesn't get that one either. Quentin doing a good job of getting away from both of those. So no damage taken from any of the other survivors so far. Unhook comes in. Power's gone. Now she's going down under pallet. And this is where... Oh! Oh no! He doesn't get it! Oh no! I think she might have been... It's hard to say what went wrong there, but I think Paige might have been a little bit too far on like one side of the pallet. And Gree was able to like kind of pick her up while being really far out of it. And yeah, John's not quite able to get the save, and that's very unfortunate. The bamboos on this window too is also gonna get this down as well. Oh man, so that's where like again these that kind of a build synergy can be really strong, but it also can be the opposite too, right? Like it's kind of risky because if you don't execute the play properly, like that was all time that could have been spent, you know, like John could have been making rotations down the other side of the map doing gens. Instead he ends up being in a pretty bad position, gets down pretty quickly after the kill. And there's not like a super good 3 gen at least to hold down for Gree, so that's kind of a good sign for the survivors, but still not a great spot to be in considering the win con. And John goes back down. I believe he has DS. And he's gonna get slugged.
Wise to slug here. Yeah.
Yep. Very strong pallet here. Just gonna get broken though. Manages to get Quentin sick. Sock still at full. Has managed to avoid the sickness the whole time. Pickup does come through. Damn, DS was still up.
That is pretty crucial, actually.
Yeah, because that slug was actually applying a lot of pressure, but it goes away now. That's interesting. I thought DS would be gone, and maybe Gree thought the same. I figured enough time had passed, but I guess it didn't. Quentin not sprinting so he doesn't build up his puke. Whatever the fuck you want to call it, his sickness. I don't know what you want to call it. There we go. Gets hit now though. And it looks like Greed's going to leave that chase. Going to come back and kick this gen on the hill. And we're down to 1 gen left. There's kind of like a weird little like diagonal straight line here on like bottom side to top mid. But there's already a good bit of pressure or a good bit of progress on this top side.
I think it matters a lot how much progress they have on that bottom gen, because that is a lot of distance between those two.
Yeah, it really is. And this is an interesting part of the game because this could still go either way. I mean, Killer is currently sitting at 4 stages, needs 4 more to win, right? Based on that penalty especially, 4 more stages are needed to win. Has 2 stacks and no way out, but only 1 gen left. And yeah, this could swing either way here. This is going to be really, really close. Sox gets sick and also gets tagged, but he has main window here to use, which will get him some distance. He could probably use that pallet to loop around and get even more if he wants to as well. And yeah, the gen down on the bottom side is going to pop. And also, Sox has deli too, so even if he gets hooked, it's not really the end of the world. He can just unhook himself. But he has a pretty strong pallet here as well, which is going to buy him so much time. And Dongs are actually in a good spot. They're gonna pop No Way Out soon. They probably already did. Actually, no, they didn't. No Way Out's not been popped yet. Why? Wait, isn't there a gate right there? Okay, now it's popped. That's going to be 36 seconds of stalling?
I suck at math, I don't know.
Yeah, it should be 36, which is not a crazy long amount of time. And again, this is Deli, so it's going to be 36 seconds, and then Deli will be able to unhook. And then you'll need 3 more stages beyond that, which is basically a full kill onto Quentin, right? Like, Quentin just needs to stay alive and stay safe. Like, even killing John here, even like killing John or Renato here is not going to be enough. Like, he would need to find Quentin and kill Quentin. So I think keeping Quentin safe here is going to be a very, very essential part of this endgame. Okay, final pool of corruption used. Well, actually, there might be one more after this. I think they might have both cleansed, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. The plague just holds this hook. That deli's going to be really punishing.
Yeah. Which feels like maybe well, finds Quentin. Okay. This is exactly what they need.
That's the last one you want found.
Yeah, this is... Oh, no. The bamboo's on the window, too. Kind of cuts off the speed boost. Well, this is exactly what Green needed, and this is exactly what Green got. So, perfect play here. And I think that's actually going to be enough to get the win, right? 3, 4, 5. Yeah, this will be 8 stages if Quentin dies. Yep, this was basically the one thing that needed to happen for Gree, and Gree found it. So, yeah, that's tough, man. That's tough. On the survivor side now, you have to try to unhook this, but also there's another pool of corruption here, which is another 80 seconds of corrupt puke that you got to deal with as well. So, like, best of luck doing that.
The broken from Deliverance still exists too.
Yep.
You can't really coordinate a double save until second, and is that too little too late at second?
No, second would still be good, but that would be any hook at that point, right? Like if they traded, it would still be over. Like they would they would have to get the save and then have no. I mean, even no matter what, they'd have to get the save and have nobody go down, which is kind of insane. I mean, that can't be done against Corrupt Puke, but Corrupt Puke will run out. Like Corrupt Puke will run out, and he'll still have like 20 or 30 seconds left on hook. So like, even then though, because you can just full puke somebody as they're unhooking, and it's still like. I don't think there's any way they can do this. I mean, then again, maybe. Gree is kind of committing pretty hard down here. I'm actually surprised to see Gree not just stand in front of the hook with this. Quentin goes struggle. Does get that tag. I mean, next hook stage of any kind wins. So even if he just gets this down onto John and hooks him, that's it too. Dead hard though. Beautifully done.
We have just barely some power left.
This gate's not open, is it? What? No way. No fucking way. What?
Wow,
no way.
They get away with that. Oh man.
Yo, what? Oh no, dude. They take it. The dongs take it. That's gonna be 7 stages, which is exactly what they needed to get that win.
That dead hard was so good.
Yeah,
it like
that-
completely turned that scenario around.
That really was. That dead hard was so clutch from John. That was a disgustingly well hit dead hard. And that was a hard dead hard to hit too. That was like one of those fast swings where you have to time it like so well. Like that was a hard dead hard to land. That was so good. Holy hell, that was amazing from those guys. I mean, I'm gonna say it. I think that was a slight throw from Gree. I feel like based on win con, don't you just sit at that hook, right? Like I feel like you just sit at that hook, you force struggle, and then even once they go struggle, like even if your corrupt puke goes away, can't you just hold full puke? And even if they just try to unhook, you could just full puke somebody and then kill them, right? Like I'm pretty sure. Like again, look, I'm not trying to say that I'm the expert here. I'm confident that like the players in a lot of these scenarios know better than I do. Like maybe there's something I'm missing here, but I feel pretty confident that that kind of just felt like a misplay from Gree to not just stand in front of that hook and secure that. Like that felt like it was basically just over if he just stood there and then got those hook stages. It felt like the play he made was like could have gotten him the win too, but it felt like the only thing that could have gotten the survivors to win. Like it felt like the only way the survivors win that is if Gree allows the unhook and kind of like walks away, which is exactly what he did, and then they managed to execute perfectly on that mistake. It's just so wild that they ended up pulling that out. That's so crazy. God damn. Well, hey, that's gonna make this a really interesting set. Instant Dongs goes up 1-0 going into set 2, so going into the only set, Feet Finders are going to be behind one set so far.
I love how neck and neck this is. It makes it so much more exciting.
Right? I know. It's so sick. Man, that was such an interesting endgame. What the fuck? That was so bizarre. I cannot believe it was such a perfect scenario, dude. Everybody was there, and then the game was already 99. That was just so perfect from these guys, which is interesting too because there was even some misplays like early on that game, right? Like those like background player attempts that like weren't working and stuff, right? Like there was 2 different background player attempts that didn't work out. And in a way, I was almost like, man, like they're so far behind because of that, right? Like, oh man, like there was 2 different attempts at plays where they could have been in a better position doing something else and it didn't work out, so they're already behind and yada yada yada. Like I was kind of worried that like the result wasn't going to be good enough because of that. But even with those like failed plays early on, still getting enough to get the win, even through all that. So just insanely well played from Dongs. That was so good.
They're such a fun team to watch because of how coordinated they are.
Yeah,
it always
right?
impresses me.
Yeah. Agreed. Such a good team, man. All right, so we're going to the Oni set now. Let me change the map. I'm assuming we'll probably be keeping the same killer. I'm assuming Gree will be playing killer again, and it'll be Oni on Cool Tower. And again, just like the Plague set, I know I kind of just sound like a broken record right now, but I mean, both these killers are just very, like, they can be very snowbally. I think Oni a little bit more so than Plague. Like, Oni is like the definition of like a snowball killer. Like, you can't really get much more snowbally than that. But, yeah, I mean, definitely very snowbally, just like Plague is, right? Like, one big mistake can really cost you the game and really make it swing one way really, really quickly. But kind of like Plague, if the survivors play really solidly and have a good, solid, safe game, I would expect a result of, I don't know, and it's like somewhere between like 5 and 7, like maybe 5 and 7 or 5 and 8 stages would probably be like an expected result. Like I feel like if the killer gets like 7 or 8 stages, it might seem like, damn, that was a crazy good survivor performance, but that feels like pretty expected. If anything, that might be like a kind of good result, especially at this high level, right? These are 2 really good teams. And considering the rule set that we have and all the stuff that we allow survivors to run, I feel like if you get like 7, 8 stages here, that's a pretty solid result. If either one of them 4Ks, that's going to be insanely good. So like I wouldn't really expect a 4K, but it could happen. You never know. And yeah, we're keeping the same lobby, so we're already ready to go. We'd love to see that. We love a good fast ready up. That first set, man, like, look, I'm not trying to shame anybody or anything, but that first set, dude, the lobbies were taking so long. This is kind of refreshing. These lobbies are just nice and fast, nice and smooth. You love to see it.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so same thing here. Expecting to see what Corrupt, Bamboozle, Pain Res, and then insert 4th perk, probably Eruption, but you know, you never know. I mean, there's obviously many options you could have. Again, as an Oni player myself, I nerd out over this kind of stuff, but I think it's just because I think it's just because I love Oni. I'm always interested to see what add-ons people go with, right? Like again, I expect to kind of see Lion Fang, Splintered Hall, but We've seen Akito scratch quite a bit, and I'm curious to see what they go with. And then we'll see also how this early game plays out, right? This like first chase gonna matter a lot. They did even manage to change up their builds in that short amount of time too, which is interesting. Has Pop as his 4th perk instead of Eruption, and he does have Akito's Crutch too, so no Lion's Fang, and Pop is the 4th. Paige is rocking Deadly Unbreakable. Looks like no background player this time around. They were like, yeah, that didn't work out so well. Let's just not. So no background player this time around for dongs.
That was fun to try. Let's try something else.
yeah. Let's go with the more safer. It's fine. It's fine.
I'm very curious that there's no duration being used here lately.
Yeah, same. Okay, good play on that pallet from Quentin. 3-0 trying to play the small side of that to maybe try to squeeze out a hit, but doesn't quite work, and Quentin is going to get away with that. He's going to make his way over to these double windows. This is not the best setup here, these double windows. Has live though, so that'll help him get the shack. So good play. Bamboozle comes through. He has back shack he can use. This will give him the pallet as well. So pretty good start to this chase already for the survivors. Does he have this filler too? Yep. Has this God pallet filler as well. Ooh, actually, that was actually close to landing. That was actually a little monka, but he does get away with it. He'll get away with this one as well. He gets to throw that. That'll be a force kick. And this feels like a pretty good start for the survivors so far. This first hit's taking quite a while to come through. 1 gen pops. Looks like the hit might be happening now, though.
Does he make the window?
Oh, no way. And he also full sends the swing, too. Okay, delayed a little bit longer. He has these double windows are also, again, the first hit should still be coming in any second, though, because these double windows are not the best, right?
Yeah, especially with Bamboozle in play to kind of block off that one.
Oh my god, this Quentin is playing this so well. He can maybe make shack window here too. Oh, he didn't go for it. There's the hit, but 2 gens done by the time the first hit even comes in at all. Blood orbs are going to start getting gathered now. Doesn't get hit on that vault. We'll buy some more time. Gets that medium vault, unfortunately, though, so he will be going down. So there you go. Down comes in a shack, but I imagine a 3rd gen is getting very close to popping soon. Oh! Too far to the side. A little bit too far to the side. Hey, man, if you had background player, just saying. If you had background player, you know, I don't, just saying. Take off that resilience, put on background player. That's a free save right there, dude. Or maybe take off, I don't know, troubleshooter, whatever the fuck. Either way, attempt from John at a firecracker save doesn't go through, and he's here, and the Oni knows about it too.
It's kind of interesting because by showing himself here, Oni is not gonna like leave this area to go get value out of his pop right away.
Yeah, but at the same time, okay, that unhook coming in at a good time matters. I was gonna say, at the same time, if he gets this down before the unhook comes in, that could also be the opposite of, right, like... It is interesting because you're not wrong. Like Pop didn't come through at all there, but hypothetically that could end badly if the down comes in quickly and then he has 2, like he has like a down and a hook while he's in power. But the unhook does come in a timely fashion, which is good. Quentin also manages to heal himself up, and I believe that'll be deli up for Paige. And not enough orbs for Greed to get power again, at least not right away. John does have the more aggressive build, I believe, as well, right? So him being the target now is much better than Quentin. Power comes in. John doesn't really have much here. Just this window, and that's it. The double windows across the way, too. But that's really it. Big flick attempt from Greed, but doesn't land. 4th gen pops. Okay, John making his way out the edge map. Ooh, good flick, though. Very good flick on that rock.
I'm really shocked we didn't see him hop block there to try to use the DS and cancel the power out.
Yeah, it ends up working out because he is going to get the DS off anyway, but I kind of agree with you, yeah. Because that hypothetically like opens it up for slugging, but it ends up not happening anyway, and he does get picked, and it ends up getting the same result in the end. But you're not wrong, it is a little bit riskier to not just take the locker. Maybe he was worried that if he hopped locker, that Oni would just leave and get somebody else. I don't know, I'm not sure. But it does end up working out for him. The dead hard too. John's been so on top of these dead hards today, dude. Lands another good one. It's safe with this pallet now. It's going to be a force kick. Man, this is looking tough. As Gree, I think you just got to try to salvage something from this at this point, right? John makes his way up to this god pallet up here at 1. Final gen pops. I mean, at this point, do you even want John anymore? Like, I mean, maybe look for... Gets away with that vault even from the unsafe side, too. He's going to leave, I think, right? Yeah, he's going to leave. I think he probably wants... I mean, you probably want either Paige or Renato, but you don't... I don't think they only knows who has Deli because they didn't see the unhook happen. We know it's Paige, so ideally, we know that he wants Renato, but from his side, he probably doesn't know. He probably wants either Paige or Renato, either one. But also at this point, maybe take anything you can get, right? You just need something.
They're doing a really good job of stealthing this out, and him not having duration is going to make that even harder.
If they stealth this whole thing out, he's going to be in so much trouble. Like this could end up being a massive survival result if he doesn't find anybody here. I'm going to wait for him to check this outer map. I just want to see. Oh, and Quentin comes out just in time. He will get tagged, but if he can make his way down to topside, I think that topside gate was almost open, right? I think. Or am I thinking of something else? Renato hops off so that John can open it with resilience. The little 9% speed boost gonna do some work. But even Quentin here is only worth 2 stages. So even if Quentin dies here, it's still only 4 stages, but someone's here to body block.
Ooh. Oh, this is risky though, the power.
With Renato as well being here, but I think they'll be able to get it. I don't think, like, even if Renato goes down, I think they'll be able to heal tech him. They're all out. Wow, instant dong.
That was so well played.
Wow. 2 stages, right? 2 stages, 2 fresh. The final result for Greasero there. Wow, dude. Disgustingly well played from Instant Dongs. Holy. I mean, what's there to say, dude? What's there to say? That was just so good from every angle, right? I mean, again, like even like you mentioned, even John going for that firecracker play and not getting it ended up having like its own little benefit because John went down. They kind of snuck the unhook perfectly timed as he went down. And then that kind of kept the pop away from the topside gens, and then it also made John the target with his DS Dead Hard build, but that he used perfectly. And yeah, that was just insane. Stealthing out that power at the end and in the end game too, so he couldn't get anything going. Absolutely nuts. Just, I mean, I don't know what there's not really much else to say about it. Just insanely good play from the survivors, man. Just so well. A little bit unfortunate from Gree. Like again, I think it's one of those things where from the caster's point of view, it's like hard to like know what judgment calls to make, but I do think like him eating that, like I think him targeting John and getting like DS dead-hearted was a big reason why this happened the way it did. Like I think had he just happened to target another survivor that didn't have DS dead-hard, this could have been an entirely different result for him. He could have got more pain reses, more pops, you know, could have snowballed that. Like it's such a snowbally game that like it might seem like just getting another survivor might not change the result that much, but really it does, right? You get another pain res, you get another pop goes the weasel, you get more orbs, you get more power, which gets more downs, more pain res, more pop. Like hypothetically that could have snowballed it into like 6, 7, 8 stages hypothetically, right? I mean that's maybe a little high, but still like it can snowball it into a lot more if that doesn't happen. But because he happened to chase John, who happened to have the DS dead hard, landed the dead hard perfectly, it was just everything came together so well for Instant Dongs there, and that was just such a fucking good performance. My god. So GG's.
Yeah. They really had the Oni like playing into their game there at the end, it felt like.
Yeah, agreed. Like that was just so good in pretty much every way. And man, that means that the win con now for the killer from Instant Dongs is just going to be a 3-stage game, basically, just 3 stages of any kind. So pretty hard to avoid that, right? I mean, this is one of those results where, like, when the killer knows that, like obviously, like, if it was the first game, it could happen, but I feel like going into a second game knowing this is the result makes it, like, near impossible to avoid, right? Like, when a killer knows that that's all they need, like, the first killer is always playing for the best result possible, right? Like, they're not like the first killer's not going to settle for 3 stages and be happy, right? Like, they're always going to go for the best result possible. But if you go into a game knowing, like, 3 stages is all you need and that's it, who cares? That is, like, on the survivor side, how the fuck do you avoid that, right? That's so hard to avoid. So again, this is looking pretty over. I'm not going to say it's over until it's actually over, but it's looking pretty over. And yeah, man, Dong's looking strong today, dude. Turns out the Dongs versus Feet matchup, Dongs seem pretty superior to Feet, at least today. That's for sure. Because goddamn, that was a really strong showing. Shit, I gotta get some ads out of the way. Let me do that real quick. Let me get some ads done. And yeah, I'm just gonna hold this lobby hostage. I think they're all gonna hop in and probably get their builds ready anyway. Man, I'm honestly at like a loss. I don't even, like, from like a casting point of view, I don't even know what to say about that last game. It was just so good. Like, we've been seeing such strong survivor like performances today, and that was like just so, like, that was probably the best one we've seen all day. And we've seen some crazy, like, maybe the Wraith game earlier from Compassion was like up there with it, but like, goddamn.
No, yeah, we've had some really clean, crazy performances from, I think every group of survivors has played phenomenally tonight, and it's so cool to watch.
Yeah, it really is. It's just fucking wild, dude. Yo, somebody asked, Tyro's the Chiefs QB, yeah? What's his Twitch handle? Hey, I got you, man. I got you. We are riding this the whole way to your fame, okay? I got you. All right. There you go. Chiefs quarterback Tyro, right there. Go check him out, dude. Ask him what it's like to play in the NFL. Go follow him and ask him. Go hit him up.
If I ever stream, I'm gonna get so many questions like, "Yo, what's Patrick Mahomes like?" I'm gonna be like, "What?"
Oh god, this is gonna be great, dude. This horrible joke is gonna just go for so long. I can't wait. I love it. I love it. Oh lord. All right. I was gonna go for coffee, but I think I'll wait. I don't want to hold these guys up too much. They probably just want to get this game over with. I'd assume. The ads are only like a minute or so longer, and it looks like they're almost ready anyway. But yeah, like, based on this win con here, I feel like the killer could even, like, slap on Noed, right? Like, I feel like Noed on Oni doesn't feel like a very traditional thing to run. But, like, considering what's needed here, I feel like it doesn't even sound crazy here, right? Like, really, at the end of the day, even if you don't get a single down until endgame, and then you grab it down with Noed and then camp it next to Noed Totem, that's the win con, right? Like, I feel like with three stages being win con, Noed feels like it's good on anybody. Like, it's like, fuck, I'd run Noed on, like, Huntress at this point. Like, fuck it. Like, who cares? Well, maybe that's a little extreme, but you know what I mean? Like, pretty much anybody you could just slap it on at this point and probably do fine. Yeah, I know about Noed's bug. Yeah, apparently, like, the aura doesn't get shown to you or some weird shit like that. I don't know. Which is not, like, that huge of a deal. Like, it sucks, but it's not, like, the end of the world, I don't think. It's basically just like Noed never got nerfed, you know? It's like Noed never got nerfed that one time. And it's like basically its old form, which is whatever. You know, that's kind of fine. I'm pretty much ready to go, so we can go ahead and just start it up. And hey man, you know, maybe what we'll see out of Feet Finders, maybe we'll see some background player flip-flop plays, you know? I mean, I feel like at this point you might as well, right? Like, they need such a good result that maybe that's what you do. Maybe you go for like you go for the whole 9 yards, and you bust out the flip-flop power struggle fucking background player. But I feel like even that against Oni, like, Oni doesn't feel like a killer that's that good against. Because even if you were to make that play, Oni just gets his power and then goes after somebody else, you know? So even that, like, I just don't see a way out of this. Like, I don't see a way out of this where you could ever match or beat this result. It just doesn't feel doable to me. Like, I'm trying to.
If there's a survivor squad that could, I mean, this is a really solid lineup. I think I might be huffing copium, but I mean, they could definitely bring it back.
Yeah, I mean you're not wrong that this is a fucking scary good like roster of survivors. Like you're not wrong about that. Like if there is a group that could bring it back, I mean this does feel like the type of group, right? So it is important to keep that in mind, right? Like it definitely isn't over at all, you know, until it's over. But like, it's just such a tall order, man. Like even with how good these survivors are, I just like I don't know.
It's definitely hard.
Yep. Background player is there for Ronnie. I'm not seeing any. I wasn't seeing any power struggle though. And Noah is in play for the killer too, like I said. So again, like even if hypothetically you get no downs all the way to end game, because if you get it down with Noah, hook him beside Noah totem, it's basically over just right then and there. Nos gonna get found early. Uses balance landing. Also uses pallet at main. Heading over to double windows. Has a filler there too. We'll probably just head to the filler. Yeah, you definitely don't want to play a double windows tile against the bamboozle Oni. Good stun.
It really feels like double windows is the star of the night.
Yeah, right? We've been seeing so many of those. Ooh. Is Nos playing the weak side of this pallet? That's so terrifying. But actually, she's just going to head up top side. And heads back to main. That was a really risky play, but it paid off pretty well. Like playing the weak side of that well, actually, was that even her? Am I dumb? Or was that Ronnie? No, that was. Yeah, she like played the weak side of the pallet and then used the distance to just run up to main. Very, very risky play, because if it doesn't pay off, you just get hit for free and you look like a dumbass. But if it does pay off, you look like a genius. Oh no, and then Ronnie gets hit on the god pallet. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. So honestly, not bad timing on the first hit from Socks. Still at 5 gens. Splintered Hall means that orbs are going to drop really fast, and yeah, he's already going to have his power now. Lion Fang means that the power's going to last longer too. And we'll see what he does with it. One gen pops, 2 more gens have a good bit of progress. Gonna bam this window.
Wow, they really stealthed out of there.
Yeah, where the fuck are they? Like, actually, oh, he was right there. Apply hiding on the boxes.
Scooby-Dooing around the box.
Yeah, right? Some fucking Looney Tunes shit. Big flick from Socks, but doesn't get the hit. Ronnie gets that pallet throw. Ooh, that was really good. Must have hurt him. Beautiful flick off to the side, and does get Ronnie. I mean, definitely not the target he wanted, since Ronnie was the injured survivor, but like, again, based on win con at this point, I think you just take whatever you get and probably be happy with it, because right now you're a third of the way towards the win con already, right? So I'm sure you're happy with whatever, but probably would have preferred a different survivor if possible. And gen progress not looking too great. I mean, this gen right beside the hook is being regressed from pain res, and the rest were just getting started.
Socks is content to just push people off gens here too, because that just slows it down, and he can easily just get the win con with Noah if some sneaky unhook comes through.
Yeah, and if he sits by this hook too, he also, like, if they want to get the unhook at all, they would have to give him power for it, right? Like, they'd have to eat a hit and give him power. So either way, sitting by the hook here just feels like a play, because yeah, like even right here, right, he gives an opening for the unhook, but he gets a free hit from it, and now Greasio is going to be dropping a bunch of orbs, and it's just going to mean power for Socks again, on top of another hook, right? This will be the second out of 3 hooks that you need, and you're going to have power up soon, and you're going to have Noah in late game. So yeah, again, kind of impossible win condition to meet for the survivors, and we're kind of seeing why here. Like, it's already looking like it's pretty much done. So like, he's gonna have power, and there's a person on hook. Again, if this was like a tournament, like say like $10,000 was on the line or something, and this was a tournament, Socks would just be standing in front of hook right now. Like, he'd just be AFKing in front of hook 100%. Like, he wouldn't even be walking away. I think he's only walking away because it's like, you might as well. Like, he probably wins this no matter what he does, so he might as well. But yeah, he can literally just stand in front of hook right here with power, and there's no possible way that they get out of this. So, ooh, Finds Nos though, doesn't take the flick and instead takes just a normal bonk, gets this down. Jet number 3 pops. This will be probably pain res number 3. This will be the win though. So honestly, like, I don't know if I don't know if you feel the same way, but I'm a little surprised to see Instant Dodge like 2-0 Feet Finders like this. Like, don't get me wrong, Instant Dodge is a really great team, and I'm not trying to like downplay them by any means, but like Feet Finders and like this roster is really nasty. Like, this is a really disgusting roster, and we've seen them basically just destroy every team we've put them against. So especially this Oni set being so convincing. Like, the first set was really close, and that one was like, I was like, okay, yeah, that makes sense for the sets to be close. But this Oni set being as like decisive as it was kind of surprised me a bit. Like, Instant Dodge looking insanely good today, like fucking insanely good. And I mean, this game was a little sloppy from Feet Finders too, with the hit coming in as early as it was, but still kind of crazy results today.
Yeah, Instant Dodge is a crazy team. I mean, they're just super coordinated. They've played together a long time, from my understanding.
Yeah,
And,
I mean, Final Gen pops. I've said this before, but Instant Dodge back in the day, like when comp was like new, they were basically like, you know how everyone like quotes like Eternal as like the best team. I mean, I know Eternal like retired now or whatever, but everyone quoted Eternal as like the best team forever. You're right, because they were winning all the tournaments and shit. That was Instant Dodge back in the day. Like back when like back when comp was new. Like, if you go look at like who won the first, like I think the first 2 seasons of DBD League were both Instant Dodge winning. I think like they used to win basically everything back in the day. Like they were like the best team by far. And then they just took a break for a while or whatever, and they're getting back into it. So like they're absolutely like capable players, and I think the fact that they're grinding more and getting back into it, we're gonna be seeing a lot more of them. I think like in tournaments and everywhere, I think just in general we're gonna be seeing a lot more of these guys, and we're gonna be, and I don't know, that makes me excited. I'm pumped to see them get back into the grind and get back to like hopefully back into like a top spot, right? Like I want to see them like winning tournaments and shit. That'd be fucking sick. Because again, I love a lot of these players. Like a lot of the players on Instant Dodge are people that I've known for a long time, and it's really cool to see them like getting back into it, grinding hard, you know, like kind of getting back in shape. It's a little bit different from their OG roster, but you know, it's still the same general team. And yeah, I mean, it shows, right? It shows how good they are. Like they've shown today that they are an extremely capable team, like disgustingly good players. Are they gonna try to get the save? I think they are. Socks is doing the fucking Reddit killer strat right now. He might have literally walked away from his PC. I don't know. I think he actually walked away from his PC. He was like, "Shit, guys, the Domino guy's here. Fuck, guys, the pizza's here. I'm just gonna stand here."
Kind of a power move. I don't know.
It kind of is. Like this is kind of a Giga Chad move. He's just like, yeah, WinCon's met. You know, they'll probably just let her die. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm done.
I did my job. I'm out of here, dude. See ya. He came back. He's like, wait, what? Where'd you go? Oh my god, that's great. Oh, that's great. But there you go. Ends up being 4 stages, so actually ends up winning that only by like 2 stages. You know, in the end, I guess, technically. So there you go. Instant Dodge takes a 2-0. I mean, Feet Finders still looked really good today. Don't get me wrong. Like, even on a bad day for them, they still look really good because they're just such a good team. But, like, Instant Dodge just looked a little bit better today. Just a little bit ahead. And, man, like, just such disgustingly good strider play from them. Very good killer play from them, too. Just overall, extremely good showing. I don't know. Very impressed with them today.
Yeah, both teams really showed the, like, intricate skill you can get if you just grind and play a lot and practice and really put your mind towards, you know, getting as good as you can. So yeah, it's super inspirational as kind of like a lower to mid level comp player like I am, to like watch teams like this and be like, man, one day I could be facing them in the finals of something, you know?
Yep,
so.
Exactly. And like you could even like match their level of skill and everything, right? Like being able to do all the things they do. Like it's one of those things where I feel like, again, I hear so many people talk about DBD and they say dumb shit like DBD's like a no skill game, or you know, whatever the fuck, like calm DBD, what a joke. But like it's actually so fucking hard to pull off the things that these guys pull off. And I think to someone who doesn't like who has never like attempted it or like experienced it, it might seem easy, right? You're like, oh, they're just running around and pre-dropping pilots, ha ha ha. But man, like actually being able to do what these guys do is so fucking hard. And yeah, I agree. Like even just watching them, like watching what these teams can do is so like impressive. And yeah, it kind of inspires me too. Like it's the kind of shit that makes me want to improve. It's why I've been doing more like scrims and ones and shit lately, because like seeing people play at this high level makes me want to see if I can do it too. And it's fucking hard. It's very difficult to do, but man, is it impressive. It's impressive. It's like borderline like mesmerizing to watch sometimes, like when you watch a really good team. Like it's just crazy to see the kind of stuff they can do.
I know there's a lot of discourse around like survive with friends like being like OP, but at the same time you can't get a survive with friends to get to that level without like considerable effort. Like,
oh yeah, like ain't no random Swift gonna play that good, dude. Ain't no way in fuck, dude. Like no way. Yeah, they are they are very nasty. The next set, I don't know if, let me like get caught up in Discord. I'm not exactly sure if these guys are gonna be ready yet. They're technically scheduled for 10. If they're ready to go now, we can go now, but if they need some time, then we can just fill time, but we'll see. They got added, so we'll just see. Like if they're ready to go, then they're ready to go and we'll just go ahead with it, but if they're not ready to go, then we'll fill some time with something. Yeah, I see both Ray and Brownie are offering to play artist. So if we need fill time, I'd be definitely down. But if both teams are ready, I'm probably just going to let them go, because I'm not opposed to just keeping things moving if everyone's ready to go. So let me just see. It looks like Watermelon's team is ready. So it's just mostly on Timeless to see if they're ready or not. So just hold tight and we'll see. Smokey says, I will play clown. Why clown, dude? If anything, we're gonna see some artists, man. We didn't see any artists this weekend. Again, such a shame. I love artists. Is artists okay? Genuine question. Is artist a killer that people like hate? Do people hate playing artist or playing against artists? Is that a thing? Because I kind of like artists, but is that like, do people generally not like her?
I don't think there's like a consensus on it. I think like there's some people, I mean, everyone has their preferences, but some people like artists, some people don't. I, for the longest time, thought she was boring because, oh, just run away from the loop. But then once I started playing its like better artists, then it became a lot more fun. So I like artists.
Yeah, same. I like artists too, but I also can understand if people don't like her, right? If you think like her chase is boring and stuff, I get that. Like it makes sense to me. I just didn't think she was like, I guess I just didn't think she was as hated as she was. It also surprises me how much it seems like people like Plague. Although, like I say that, but Plague was really only picked one set this time around. But I feel like usually when we have Plague in the pool, Plague gets like she gets picked like a ton. Like usually we see her like almost every set when we have her in. And I think that's also surprised me a bit too, like how much people seem to like her for the most part. Because again, I would expect the opposite. I would expect people to like Artist more and dislike Plague more. But yeah, it seems. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like Timeless actually wants to wait till 10, so I do think we have time for a show match. Yes. Yeah, I'm down to get some Ray Artist. For Survivor Team, if either Feet Finders wants to come back and play, or if Ray wants to scrim her own Survivor Team, I'm cool with that too. I'm down for either or. I think I'd be down to watch one of those games. Sure. Yeah, I mean, we don't have any artist games today, which is a fucking crime. So, like, I would be down to get one in. I am totally down with this. I think Zaps would have to join us. I mean, that's fine. It doesn't really need to be any kind of like an official team. I mean, like, look, I'll put it this way. If you're playing Killer, I just definitely want the survivors to be like good survivors. That way it's like a good showing. And then as long as that's it, that's fine. That's solid. I mean, that's good enough for me. Don't matter to me. It doesn't have to be like an exact roster of any kind. It's just kind of a show match anyway. So it's all good. It is all good.
Socks left. He just stood there at the hook. Was like, all right, see y'all.
Yeah, he literally left entirely. Yeah, he's like, all right, game secured. I'm just gonna walk away from my PC. Gonna activate sleep mode in 5 minutes. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go get some food. I'm out of here. Just fucking left entirely. Fucking psycho. My lord, dude. Can you do the impression you just did about people hating on DVD, bro? I don't even know what voice I give people. The like DVD takes no skill, like that voice. You said it sounds like Cher. What? I don't know what the fuck you're on about, man. I don't even know. I don't even know. But dude, I swear, like, if I have to read or hear like one more person say that DBD is a party game, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. I swear, every time I see people say that, I like, my brain like fucking loses some brain cells, and I feel like I like gain a twitch in my eye. Like it's so bad. I hate it. I hate that
You're
shit.
telling me you don't go to people's houses, drink some, and are like, yeah, let's bust out the DVD.
Yeah, dude.
Yo.
Hell yeah, DVD, baby. I mean, it would make sense if you were doing customs, right? Like, if you were doing like customs with friends in a situation like that, then sure. But like, who the fuck does that? Yeah, like no one's doing that. And like, even like 99% of people that play DVD aren't playing customs, and the ones that are playing customs are usually doing shit like comp, you know? So it's just so like, oh god, I don't even want to get into the topic because it just drives me so nuts, dude. And yeah, fuck you, Slobby, with your fucking MAGA smile. Fuck you. DBC party game, you need 1,000+ hours to not be a new player. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you need 1,000+ hours to not be considered new in this party game. Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense for sure. All right, we got the lobby up. Hey, we have our own ARP, don't we? Is that still a thing? Let me just make sure, but I'm pretty sure Artist is on ARP. Yeah. Yep, ARP. So ARP can't run Deadman Switch, can't run Garden Rot. And I think that's everything. Survivors have everything open as usual. Let me set it all up. Perfecto. Yes. That's why people don't play Arson Scrims, because ARP. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe you got it. I don't know. All right. You know what? I need to get some coffee. So I'm gonna take a step away while they all hop in the lobby. Are you cool with entertaining chat while I'm gone? Would you like to talk to the people, or do you want to take a step away too?
I can try.
All right, guys. Remember, this is Kansas City Chiefs quarterback Tyro here. Okay. So you know, if you have any questions, feel free. But anyway, I'll be back. Just BRB. 1 minute.
Hello. I'm gonna be honest, y'all. My streams get way less viewers than this, so go easy on me. Go easy on me. Can I get some OhTofus? No. Shut up, Tyro. Man, I'm hated. Interesting game. What are your thoughts on Wesker? I like Wesker. Wesker's like one of the most fun chases in the game. Really fun to watch. Cool killer, high skill. We need more Wesker, if anything. I don't get why people complain about running into Wesker in their games. I wish I had Wesker every other game, in fact. With Bubba in between. Yep, just Bubba's and Weskers. That's my ideal DBD. Alright, but I gotta keep Demo too. Demo's kind of cool. Tyro, what's it like being the #1 clown NA? Golly. Why am I known for being a clown player? What did I do to deserve that? Did I hurt you, Triton? What about Nurse? I'm learning Nurse right now, and Nurse is hard. I met your Stabiffle Bubba once. Tyro, you monster. Hey, I love running Stabiffle and Fury Bubba. It's one of my, like, chill builds, so. Golly, are you from the Midwest? I'm from Tennessee, actually, so. Like a little south from the Midwest, but. I just don't got a southern twang because my dad's from New York, so I have like an amalgamation of accents. Tyro, why are you goated? I don't know. Can't answer that actually. Makes sense because you're a 10? Yeah, I'm the only 10 y'all see. Like Southeast Tennessee or Northwest Tennessee? I'm what? I'm East Tennessee, so. Tyra, I'm your biggest fan for real. I'm your biggest fan, Bodyguard Meg. Shout out Meg. Tyra, I'm a huge fan from Obnoxious Brownie. I don't like you very much, Brownie. We're like enemies or something. Oh yeah, you should have seen the previous matches, Hens. They were insane. Like, some nail biters. Especially at the end of the... What was it? The Plague set. Oh man.
Yo.
They are so exciting. Oh.
Hello.
He's back.
Hello. Hi. Hello. All the gamers are in here. Hell yeah. Let's go. Fuck yeah. Sick. This should be a good match. I'm excited to see how this one goes. I feel like we don't see artists very often, and I feel like usually when we do see artists, it's typically not with these like really high tier teams. So this should be interesting. I'm pumped. I'm pumped to see how this goes. You can't leave us alone with that man ever again. Wait, what happened? Wait a minute, Tyro. Did something happen?
You could look at the logs. Nothing happened. I promise.
I see Triton saying cringe, get him out. Wait, did you make a bad joke?
I'm a good little boy.
Flopper said Tyro a creature.
Oh yeah. They aren't biased.
Yeah, definitely not. I agree. Huh.
Fat, I was only rude because it was in the manual I got when I agreed to do this, okay?
Oh, you were mean to Fett? Oh, dude, you're doing great then. Never mind. You're doing fine. You're doing fine.
I read the manual.
Yeah, see, yeah. See? He's doing great. Yeah, things are going well. How pulpy are the juices in this lobby? No pulp, but I don't know. Is that a good or a bad thing to be pulpy? No pulp. No pulp at all. None. Yes. All right, now this is where I'll be curious to see what happens with builds here. So no dead man switch. I mean, obviously there's gonna be corrupt. It's pretty obvious that it'll probably be pain res too. But like I kind of expect there to be agitation in a way. Like I feel like agi, and then maybe like an end game perk, maybe.
Agi and ARP is pretty reliable, and I think sloppy is pretty common too on artist.
Actually, Monster Shrine is the fourth perk. What the fuck?
All predictions are out the window now.
Huh. And Ray also has the Severed Hands add-on as well. I mean, we've seen someone like a long time ago in like the King of the Hill scrims. I don't know how viable this is in like an actual like such like a really high skill game like this one, but like I remember we saw that one gamer do like the fucking nuclear bird bomb on Hook where they ran Monster Shrine and then set up a bunch of birds with Severed Hands and then got like a bunch of damage states at the unhook. Maybe we can see some crazy shit like that, but I don't know. That's interesting. Monster Shrine's a very interesting perk to see here. Also, Zappos gets hit really early here. He's making his way down towards bottom side though. Okay, Ray gets that down, so not getting juked out by that at all. See, like, that's a really interesting way to play that, because again, if Zavis jukes out that bird, then the artist just holds W the whole time, so you just end up dying anyway, right? It's such a tough spot to work out as a survivor, and Ray knows that. Gets the down pretty quickly. Pain Res comes in. Survivor will also be affected by Monster Shrine. So again, Monster Shrine takes away what is it, like 10% or something of the is it 20? I don't know, some number. Basically the person on hook dies faster if you're far away from the hook. Hypothetically, if it's active the whole time from start to finish, I think it sheds 10 seconds off the hook. Like you go from a 60-second hook stage to a 50-second hook stage, hypothetically. Ray saw where two people were. Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, it does kind of make the unhook a bit more urgent, which can play into, you know, the map a bit more, because this is so, like, 3-gen focused.
Yeah, yeah. Which is interesting, yeah, because, like, typically you want to, like, hurry up and break those gens while someone's on hook, right? Like, that, like, the amount of progress you get is so important, and yeah, that does kind of threaten that a little bit more. Gets the damage on the Zavis, puts him into deep wounds. Oh. He manages to make it to Shack. There's multiple survivors here, though. Ripley was there. There's another survivor behind. Ray gonna zone out the pallet. Zavis gonna wisely just leave. But he, well, ooh, John here take the hit. Well, he takes a bird instead and not a hit. So never mind. Zavis does go down. That seemed like a little bit of a misplay there. He like took the bird and then he kind of spun out and like stopped body blocking. So I think that was a little bit of a miscalculation from his end. And he's gonna be careful not to eat that bird too. That was close. But that'll be second hook on Zap. Is still 5 gens up. But I'm assuming they're gonna pop pretty soon. Yep, there's one top side. Is there a 4-gen down here? Kind of. That one mid is like pretty close to this bottom side. So yeah, there's 3 gens bottom with the one mid that kind of makes it a 4-gen. So pretty decent setup here too. If Zavis gets killed with these 3 gens still up on bottom side, that's going to be a really dangerous spot to be in. Looks like Paige currently doing... Oh, yeah, she's actually on this gen bottom side. It's very, very progressed. She has Deli up too. Monster Shrine actually not in play right now. I think maybe Ray is too close. Either that or maybe it's on a Scourge. I don't know. No, I think Ray wants to secure this. He's going to try to body block Paige. Oh, someone else is here too, though. Oh, can't quite. Nah, doesn't quite get it. Zaphis will stay alive a little bit longer. But how much longer? Paige does have UB, so we'll be able to pick herself up. Okay, Zaphis is going to let himself go down. I think John had whatchamacallit, right? Yep, background player coming in. Palisade's going to come in. Although he is swarmed though, so Ray preset that bird to make sure you got swarmed.
Yeah, that was actually a really smart play, because I mean it was pretty obvious what he was setting up for there.
Yeah, yeah. Even right there, forcing the pallet throw, which means that he resets his swarming, whatever the repelling or whatever you call it. Another down in a pallet with John hovering. I think Ray's starting to get wise to what's going on though. Does chase John away a bit. We'll get this pickup. I don't think John makes it to that one. No more background player. Almost did though, actually. Almost makes it. Zavis dies though. They do manage to break the 3-gen on both sides too, so not bad for survivors here. I mean, that kill still did happen in a decently timely fashion. Like there was still a pretty fast kill from Ray, but they at least don't find themselves with any kind of a weird 3-gen situation, right? They broke all 3 gens on both sides. There's currently a 2-2 split. So they're at least in a good spot to hopefully close us out without getting 4K'd. Hopefully, but you never know. I mean, this is still a really dangerous spot to be in. Good crow there.
Ray's birds have been on point this whole match.
Yeah, Ray's a really fucking good artist, man. She is nasty at this killer. Sets that up. Can't take that yet. Can't take that anymore. So then gets that down onto Ash. And now that we're in a 3v1 too, I think this is where Monster Shrine might also end up being really strong here too. Because I feel like you're much less likely to stay near these hooks, which means that these are going to count down faster. And if you accidentally like slip up and let someone go struggle on accident in this kind of scenario, it could be really bad.
It's really funny to think of Monster Shrine value.
I know, right? It's such a silly perk. Like, you never imagine Monster Shrine being in like a competitive setting, but here we are, you know? John's already there for the unhook, though, it looked like, I believe. Well, yeah, he's just sitting beside the hook, just waiting for it. Wait, I think he was waiting for her to really, really hard commit down here, I believe. Zones out both sides of Shack, forces Paige away. Now, this is interesting. I think if Ray was really, really paying attention a lot here, she might know that Paige has Deli and also Unbreakable, and also that Unbreakable was already used. At least I'm pretty sure Paige used it earlier. Like when Paige 1-for-1 to that unhook. I guess we're not 100% sure they used it, but I'm pretty sure she used it. So it might actually end up being valuable to slug her here, depending on how this goes. I mean, you could use her for the pain res too, but you could also just slug her and leave her on the ground since she can just Deli herself. But it's going to go for the hook anyway. And that will be pain res, so it is still valuable regardless. Jen does pop though.
Yeah, and this gen split is just so really big. Like, it's gonna take years to traverse this map.
Yeah, but in the same fashion, this also can end up being kind of harmful for the survivors too. Like hypothetically, if Ray can cause a lot of pressure down here and then force that survivor that's over on the other side to like have to rotate down here, that can end up being pretty brutal, right? So it can kind of work on both sides depending on how you play. But if the survivors play it really like safe and don't make any mistakes, then yeah, it's definitely much more brutal on the killer side. Let's get that read on the page though. The paranoia. I don't think John's anywhere near, is he? No, he's on a gen across the map. It's at about 50 or 60. Sixth hook stage coming in though. Paige is gonna be death hook. John is the final pain res, but he's way down there across the map. Ray's gonna set up a couple staggered birds. I'm assuming John won't let this damage him though. Yeah, he's gonna go ahead and preemptively leave it. He's got that deja vu buff, you know, making that yellow bar, making it go a little bit faster. Not even giving killer instincts either. Ash still kind of hovering. Ash looks like he's hovering on the other side of the top side. Is Monster trying to play right now? It is. So I think what's going to happen here is they'll be able to finish that gen, but I think Paige will die because of Monster Shrine, and I think Ray has time. I think Ray has time to go down there and harass those gates with still killing Paige. Like Monster Shrine actually I think did work here. Because I think without Monster Shrine, they finished the gen, and I think they have time to open the gate and either get the unhook or she has to stay for the kill, right? Like I don't know if Paige dies without Monster Shrine. But now Ray has time to come down here. She finds John. John's the fresh hook too. So if she can get it down and kill into him, that's a big result. That would end up being 10 stages, I believe. Doesn't send that long distance bird. Is just going to wait for the refresh. Oh, the gate across the map was open.
It's going to be a hatch play.
Oh, yeah, hatch play. It's taking so long. Oh, no, Ray gets it.
Ooh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't think you're getting out of this one now, man. I don't know. He has dead hard, right? But he hasn't been hooked, I don't think. So, yeah, I don't think he's getting out of it. Wait. That swarmed him instead of doing damage. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I still don't think he makes it, right?
Nah, well...
He does. He does make it.
Wow.
Wow. That's actually such a difference maker. If he goes down there, that turns into a 10-stage game, but I think it ends up being a 7-stage game without it. So... Yeah, I mean, that little play there at the end ends up being massive, but still really well played. I mean, both sides played well. I think Ray had a really, really good result going there. I think, like, how this... I don't know. I'm not really sure what the expected result should be with this killer in this map, but I feel like, considering if she just plays that last chase a little bit differently, she gets 10 stages, I feel like that's a really good result, I would assume, on the killer side there. Because that felt very, very strong. Like, those downs coming in on Zappis were really, really fast early on. Like, that tunnel out was very efficient. Like, the survivors did a really good job of breaking the 3 gens, even with the tunnel out, but still just getting a lot of hits, a lot of downs, landing all... Like, it's kind of like you said earlier, like, the birds, every crow, every bird setup was really, really well done. And made it really tough for the survivors. And again, surprising amount of monster shrine value. Such a fucking weird perk to see in a setting like this, but like a very surprising amount of value coming out of it. Very, very good match.
Yeah. I do think that the size of the map kind of played into how much value you can get out of it, because the survivors do have a long ways to traverse, and it does make like every second count, so you can't really stall out a hook as well as you can normally. But I mean, Ray played it really well. The birds were on point, and the survivors just did a really good job of breaking that 3 gen early and making sure that they can, you know, take command about that midway point through the game. So
yeah, just honestly very, very good showing. Extremely good showing.
And they've definitely like scrimmed against each other constantly too. So
yeah, yeah. Yeah,
you can tell.
Yeah, like you can tell that they kind of like know the ins and outs of each other's play for sure. Yeah, like there's a lot, like there's definitely a lot there to that. Like I think that's a big thing too. Like if you're going against people that you have scrimmed against constantly, you know, like that's gonna play a big factor. Like you know how each other play, you kind of know what they like to go for and everything. So that's kind of a funny little aspect of it as well. But we still didn't see any flip-flop power struggle background player value, unfortunately. So there was another semi attempt here with these builds, but still no value out of it yet. Although we did see background player, just not with the flip-flop. But yeah, I mean, GG's, man, solid games. I'm glad to at least see an artist game though. Like it makes me happy because we were gonna go the whole weekend without seeing a single artist game. That would have been a fucking crime, dude. Like, come on. So glad we at least got that out of the way, and it was a really good one too. It was a very, very solid game. We have about 10 minutes, I think, before the next set's ready, unless they're ready soon. I don't know. They said that they wanted to wait until 10. We still got about 10 minutes. So shit. I'm not sure. I don't know if we should commit to another like actual match, because I feel like it's gonna go longer than 10 minutes. 1v1 Tyro? You trying to 1v1?
No one wants to see a 30-second chase. Come on now.
Yeah, honestly, probably from both of us, if I had to guess. There's no time for little connections. It'll probably take me 10 minutes to solve connections. You're probably not wrong. Like, it would probably actually take me that long. Can you tell us about your sponsor? What sponsor? Look, I'm not trying to do a whole sponsor with you, okay? I'm chilling. I'm on call with Tyro. I'm not trying to make this into a whole sponsored segment, okay? All right. I could. Hey, look, NordVPN's a good VPN. That's what I'll say. All right. I've used them for like 5 years straight. I finally got a sponsor with them. They're a VPN company that I've literally used for like 5 years now. I've literally been selective about my sponsors. I've taken no other sponsor for VPNs until Nord, because they're a company I've been using for like 5 years. Trust me, I love Nord as a VPN company. They're the ones that I've been using. If you're gonna get a VPN, get Nord. Get Nord and use my link. That's all I'll say. I'll go on the actual sellout spiel about it, like, you know, tomorrow or Sunday or whatever. But that's all. That's all you're getting for now. Hey, if you want me to, Enz, I can try. I've been trying to get it for fucking ever, dude. It's been like years to be trying to get this shit. Trust me, man. I've been getting fucking ghosted, dude. Like, I've been going through these fucking third-party motherfuckers. Like, I don't know. I feel like if you're not like a streamer, maybe you don't know the struggle. But like, the amount of like third-party like people that are like, hey, so and so from this random company of like management people here, we want to work out a deal with you with this company. I'm like, sick. That's awesome. Like, I get hit up by people all the time that are like, yo, we work with this like third-party company that hooks people up with sponsors. We want to get you a partnership with Nord. And I'm like, sick. And they'll like ask me for my rates. I'll tell them, and I'll be like, look, I'm super flexible. I love love Nord. Like, even if the numbers don't fit, just give me something and we can work it out because I love this company. And then the motherfuckers just ghost me, dude. And I'm like, what the fuck, man? But like the hookup I got is actually through Nord. Like, it's one of their actual people. Like, it's their people. So I didn't get ghosted for once, and we actually worked something out. Thank fuck. Because God, I hate that shit. I hate that that's like how this industry works. It's so annoying, dude. I fucking hate that shit. Like, some agencies are really cool, but a lot of them just fucking suck, dude. A lot of them just suck hard. But man, oh man, oh man. Info on these squads, dude. I have no info on these squads. This upcoming match. So Watermelon's team, like the first team is shit. What's their? I know Timeless is the second team. What's Watermelon's team name? Dingatrons. Dingatrons. That's a good name. Yeah, Dingatrons is the team that Watermelon made. And again, Watermelon is somebody we've seen in scrims a lot. Like, you guys probably recognize him. He's played on like 3 or 4 different teams now across scrims. And he's a fucking juicer, bro. Every time we see him, he's a beast. Like, Watermelon's a very good player. Apparently, Dingatrons is a team of people that I think are like his friends that he's been trying to get into comp. Tyro kind of gave us insight earlier. He said that they were kind of like a group of people. They kind of play other games competitively. Like, they like grind ranked on other games and stuff together. And I think he finally taught them into trying to play DBD more competitively. So I'm assuming that they'll be kind of newer to comp style play. I don't know exactly how new. Like, Watermelon knows what he's doing. I don't know how much the rest of them will know what like, I don't know how much the rest of them will know what they're doing. I don't know if like he just got them into it. I don't know if maybe they've already been practicing for like a month. I really don't know. I'm not sure. Like, I'm not sure what the like level of play will be there. I really don't know. And then Timeless, I don't know if I'm familiar with really any of the players on Timeless, to be honest with you. I'd have to go look at their roster again real quick. But yeah, I think I'm completely unfamiliar with the entire roster of Timeless, so I could not tell you anything about them. Yeah, I don't particularly know anything about any of them in terms of their skill or their experience, so I don't know. I'm not sure. I am not sure. I scrimmed them last night. They are very good. Okay, Prion's given him his seal of approval. But I'm not sure about Timeless. I'm not 100% sure about Dingatrons. I think they might both end up being like semi-newish to like comp. So like, again, in comparison to the set that we just saw, expect like lower overall level, right? But I mean, then again, I think those two teams are like 2 of the best teams we have in scrims, right? Like, those are easily 2 of the best teams we have signed up for scrims, I think. Like, I'm trying to look at the like, there's very few I could look at in the rosters that are on the same level as Feet Finders and Instant Dong. So yeah, we're kind of going from like maybe our best teams in all of scrims to like maybe 2 of our newerish ones. So like they're like you know, don't get me wrong, they're not gonna be bad, but they might not have that same perfect level of like coordination and everything. Like, again, it's one of those things where we were talking about it, and it might be hard to like tell when you're just watching, but like the amount of coordination it takes to like be in the right position for like every scenario and every single situation, and to pull off like everything as smooth as those teams that we just watched were doing, is fucking hard. So again, I would expect maybe to have some sloppiness there for these teams, just on those fronts, because that's the kind of stuff that can be really, really hard to get down if you're kind of newer. But again, I'm assuming they're going to be good players. I still think it's going to be a good matchup regardless. So I guess we'll have to see. What killers is it by? Oh yeah, Trickster. We're starting out with Trickster. Trickster, and then Wraith, and then Oni as a tiebreaker if we have to go there. And it's also going to be a Trickster set, which is going to make it even fucking weirder. I don't know what the hell to think about that. I don't know.
I'm excited.
I'm excited.
Melon's Trickster is so good. I've had the displeasure of scrimming it a couple times. So
yeah, displeasure sounds correct. I feel like Trickster is not the best to go against. He's typically pretty fucking miserable to play against. So I imagine going against a good Trickster seems like it'd be yeah, seems like it'd be kind of rough, I think. So I guess we'll see. I guess we will see. We're a couple minutes away, so they should hopefully be pouring in soon. I still only see 1 team in the voice right now. But they'll probably be around soon. They'll probably be here soon. Also, I just want to throw out there, I see everybody like resubbing and everything, and everybody giving bits and everything. I appreciate you guys all. Thank you. I'm not like going through and thanking every sub at the moment, just because, you know, we're casting, and also, you know, I'm chilling in call with somebody. I'm not trying to have it be a fucking, you know, just a constant thank you stream. But I do appreciate you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I see you all. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Wordle. Do you mean Wordle or Wordle? Bro, I have genuine GeoGuessr now. All right, we can genuinely just GeoGuessr these days. All right, I finally caved. Well, by I finally caved, I mean Mariah caved and bought a subscription. So it's actually possible. Isn't that crazy? Shit's crazy. Is Trickster broken or good? I don't even know what that means. I think Trickster's like, he's solid. I don't think he's, again, I think a lot of people have been overestimating how strong Trickster really is. Like, I don't think he's like giga insanely OP. I think he's just like pretty good. I think a lot of people have been overestimating it, to be honest with you. But he's definitely solid. Like, he's definitely a very good killer. And again, especially if like the person controlling him is good, then I mean, yeah, man, shit's wild.
I've seen some pretty nasty strats in pubs with tricksters running like infectious and using main event to just like 4-man slug at 4 gens. It's pretty stupid, but
oh yeah, I feel like especially in like a pub setting, I feel like, yeah, like gamers are just gonna crumble and fall apart. He feels like kind of Huntress-esque in that way, where I think he can just snowball super hard if you're like fucking around and making mistakes and like grouping up, especially grouping up. Like if you group up, you get hit by some like nasty main events. Oof. Oof.
yeah, he's range Bubba for a reason.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Which is kind of interesting because I do feel like that like unhook threat is going to be interesting in a setting like this, especially on a map like Rutgers Yard, and especially if these teams are not super experienced, right? Like that might also make this interesting. Like I definitely could see this getting really snowbally. So yeah, I don't know. Hey, Wordle's not bad. Hey Tyro, do you know countries? How well are you? How good are your geography, Tyro?
I'm all right, I guess. Maybe. I know the like main ones.
Oh shit! You know what this is?
What? Where?
It should be on stream. Do you have stream open?
Oh yeah, yeah. Let me play. Oh shoot! I have no idea.
Yeah, this is a weird
Maybe
one.
I suck at geography.
Well, this is kind of a weird one. I wouldn't expect people to know this one, I think, because I'm pretty sure this is Oman, which, like, I think you got to be kind of a nerd to know that, so it's pretty fair. But I thought maybe you'd be a nerd, you know? I didn't know. Like, maybe you'd be a nerd. But
I'm a nerd in other things.
yeah, like I think if we had some kind of a law test or something, I think you'd blow me out of the park, you know? But I don't know. Someday, dude, someday when I need a lawyer, I'm gonna get into some shit, Tyro, someday. And I'm gonna come to you, man. All right, I just want you to know that, like, someday.
All right.
And you're gonna bail me out, all right? I believe in you.
I'll try my best. I'll get Pryon too. So.
Oh wait, is
We'll get
Pryon
the
also
squad
in some
together.
legal shit?
He's in law school.
Oh shit! Wait, so I'm gonna have 2 lawyers that I can hit up? Oh shit! Wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. So what you're saying is it's time to go break the law. I can just do whatever I want, right? I mean, I got lawyer friends. I can do whatever I want then, right? That's basically how that works.
I'm not a lawyer, and this isn't legal advice, but I'd probably advise against that.
Are you winking while you're saying that?
Maybe.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Wait, did they add me? I'm not seeing it in front of me. Oh, is it here? Oh, here. Okay, I see. I was looking on like the actual Steam. I didn't realize it was on the thing. This is all gonna get clipped and then it's gonna be used against Tyro and all of his fucking upcoming resumes. Yeah, remember that one time that you told that streamer? Okay, it's fine. We'll just delete all the evidence. It's cool. It's fine. It's fine. All right, Watermelon's here. Let's get the survivors in. I think that's the other team, right? I think we should be good. Perfect, dude. They all join instantly. You love to see that. Fuck yeah. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, so Trickster, Wrecker's Yard. I literally have no idea what to expect out of this. Like in terms of like builds, add-ons, I have no fucking idea. I know there's like again, I'm trying to think of like add-ons, but like I keep thinking of stuff that like I know in like pub matches and shit, it's like there's add-ons where you get like 0.4 seconds per dagger landed in main event, which can make your main events go for like ever, because like that's a lot, right? You land like 5 daggers, that's like an extra 2 seconds, which is more time for you to land more daggers. Like things like that can be kind of insane, but like in like a scrim setting, is that worth? I mean, probably not. I don't know. Like I literally have no idea what to expect out of the killer here in terms of like add-ons. I don't know. Like build, I feel like should be fairly straightforward. I feel like I would expect like corrupt, pain res, probably agitation, because I feel like if you can get someone basement with Trickster, that's kind of insane.
Yeah, especially on Wreckers, agitation is just kind of really strong.
Yeah, exactly. So I would expect to see Agi there too. And then fourth part could be whatever, right? Maybe like bamboozle, maybe like fucking I mean really anything. But yeah, I don't know. It should be interesting. And I think the way the survivors play this is going to be is going to be really interesting too, because I think they're going to be really careful. This feels like one of those types of sets where you make like a minor fuck up and it could end up snowballing really crazy out of control, right? Especially around unhooks. Like I think unhooks are going to be really scary here, which is interesting because I think that's a big like pain point for a lot of the newer teams is like unhook scenarios. So if that ends up being something that is like a bit struggled with, that could end up kind of turning the game quickly. So we'll see. What is Moonrock Tequila? The shoes is faster movement speed while throwing, right? Because that's kind of what I was thinking. Faster movement speed while running, or sorry, not while running, while throwing daggers, and then maybe like I personally think that the one that makes it so that the laceration delay is delayed by like 5 more seconds is actually kind of nuts, because they buffed the baseline laceration delay back to 15 seconds, but they kept those add-ons the same way they were. So you can make it go up to like something like 20 seconds before laceration delays, which is just fucking crazy. Like that's kind of wild. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Oh yeah, brown throw rate. That's a thing too. Yeah. I forgot that one's also nuts. Dude, I don't know, man. I don't know enough about Trickster. I don't know, dude. I guess we'll just see. Like, I feel like I can't even really make like accurate assumptions because I just have no fucking idea what to expect. It really could go any way. I mean, Watermelon, apparently a Trickster main. I feel like I trust whatever he chooses, so we'll see. We'll see what he opts to go with. Let me change up the map layout before I forget too. We should all be readied up. Should be ready to go. All right. This should be interesting. Again, we'll see how this early game plays out. We'll see how the unhooks play out. A lot of dangerous things that could happen here. Again, I still don't even know what to expect out of these teams too, so that's going to be interesting too. Like, I have no idea anything about the Survivor team. These guys might be fucking juicers. They might be spuds. I'm not sure. Killer picks are done. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I feel like this is a good intro to comp set, despite it being Trickster, because of the map and how important comms are going to be here.
Yeah.
So the fact that they're two like newer teams, it's going to highlight what they need to work on going forward, I think, for sure.
Yeah, no, I agree with that for sure. Yeah, this is definitely one of those things where like, and it's not like super complicated of a set either, right? Like Trickster, it's pretty set in stone like how to play against Trickster, right? Like if you've gone against them, you kind of know what to do, but it's mostly just like about how you play around like gens and also like unhooks, which is, yeah, like a lot of times the big pain point. So I'm just trying to glance at their builds real quick to make sure there's no repeats. I don't think there was. Daily Unbreakable and Fizz. Bit of a mix, but lots of objective on to Kate. DS Dead Hard for the Peepo on Azazel and Nemo. Rocking a little bit of everything, but a lot of healing. A lot of healing there. Watermelon, yeah, he's got... Ooh, was that trick blades? And then I think that's trick blades, so is that ricochet blades and then more speed throwing? I think that's like, yeah, I think that's throw speed.
Throw rate.
Yeah, throw rate, and then I think ricochet blades. Interesting. And yeah, he does have no way out. He doesn't have agitation, but he has bamboozle, pain res. See, this is kind of the perks I thought, except I thought there might be agi instead of no way out here, or bam, like one or the other. Very fast first down though, and this is also pretty close to basement. You might go for a pain res instead, but I feel like if you can make it to basement there, that might have been more worth it. Like this down was so fast that I don't even know if pain res is getting much value, right? I mean, you probably will get a little at least, but it might have been worth it there just to basement him. As main event though.
And he like found the survivor super quickly after that hook too.
Yeah, he's not gonna go too far away. The unit comes in pretty quickly. Uh-oh. Just hits her, doesn't wait it out. I think he could have maybe waited that out. Unless they have, I mean, maybe you were afraid of borrowed time, but assuming borrowed time's not in play, she was about to run out of endurance soon. Bamboozles the window. They'll probably just throw Shack. Yep. That'll get him some distance. Good pallet throws here too. Is doing a really good job of like staying out of line of sight. Uses that pallet heading down towards this corner. Will eat some daggers here. Needs to be careful how much they're juking around though, because if you lose too much distance, I mean Trickster is still 4.6, so if you lose too much distance, he can still just run you down and M1 you. But it looks like Nemo's pretty content with just going to the corner and dying. So corner up happening here. Another hook coming through. What's gen progress looking like? Kate's got one almost done, and Claudette's got one pretty close too. These are both like right beside each other though. Both these gens are very, very close. And Trickster's here to defend him.
Yeah, that's gonna get interrupted.
Yep, this is rough for sure. Blast mine coming through. This is one of those situations where like the chase kind of got taken like semi close to the gens, which is definitely not ideal.
That is a very fast pull.
Yep, a very fast pull as well on the survivor. That's now death hook. Main event coming through. Endurance. That'll be endurance hit, but immediately 6 more daggers. 5 more daggers actually. So 3 more before a down comes through. Ace is here to take some hits. And so is Nancy. They're kind of... Wait, no. Nancy's who's getting tunneled. No, yeah, it's just Ace and Nancy still. Has Ace 1 hit.
Ooh,
Nancy,
this main event could be huge.
Yeah, it could be. If Ace sticks around. I think he might be bailing now, though. Yeah, I think he was just there to get her some more distance, and he did get her some more distance, but now she's kind of on her own. And I think she'll be going down to this corner. But that'll be a kill at like 3 gens. I mean, are they about to pop another one? Yeah, they're about to pop another one pretty soon. And they actually started main as well. They started Shack. So they're gonna pop one more, then Shack will probably be at about 50 by the time Watery gets back into the map. But still, a kill with 2 gens left is still not a bad spot to be in as killer at all here. Like, this is definitely, like, this could swing either way. This could swing into a 4K, or this could still go into, like, a survivor getting outs territory. Blast mine again. Deli is up from Ace. Oh, gets the M1 on her on the other side of that slow vault, too. Oh no, has bamboozle, has a bunch of throwing knives. Kate's gonna be in some trouble here. She does at least get some distance away. She actually makes it to this pretty good filler palette, but she's playing the weaker side of it, which is a little strange. Actually, no, that's the stronger side. Never mind. I was looking at it backwards. Never mind. Ignore me. Water getting a couple daggers and then breaking it, and she should be basically donezo now. Gen progress. Not looking bad. They're both at about 60, which is good. I mean, one of them's... Oh, I bugged him out, didn't I? Oh, okay, I didn't. Thank fuck. One of them just got hit by pain res, but that means what? That means one will be 60 and the other one will be about like what, like 40, which is not terrible. I mean, not terrible progress so far.
The first kick without blast mine.
Yeah, right. Poor Watery probably getting fucking PTSD out here. I don't think he did. That looked like it was pretty good stealth, but he sprints away anyway. So Ace making his way up towards the hook, but the fact that he's getting chased now means that Claudette will likely have to get off her gen. Either that or she lets her go struggle to finish it. Because Claudette was on one of these far gens. I like that throw. Claudette did get off her gen. She will be able to make it there before struggle. And she gets down there undetected too, which is really good. So touche. That was well played. She managed to make that rotation.
He's here to clean it up, though.
Yeah, yeah, which could get a little spicy. Oh. He's going to stick to Claudette. Gets an M1 on her. Yeah, looks like he's still a little bit concerned with this main building gen 2. Gonna go ahead and just pre-bamboozle Shack and then chase Claudette over here. I'm sure he would love to get these pain res stacks used up and also get his 4 stacks of No Way Out at the very least before the final gens pop. And Claudette is one of them. There's no filler here, so she's got really nothing to work with. She will be going down, but middle gen might get done from this. Actually, they might both get done from this. This is gonna be close. Oh, this is gonna be close.
The survivors are doing a good job of dying in the edge map because look right there, like that. Yep. That got so much time.
Yeah, like that. I'm pretty sure that was about to be a pain res. So like, if she like again, yeah, like all the again, like I say this all the time, but like just buying like an extra like 5-10 seconds, even just buying an extra like 2 seconds sometimes can be sometimes like all the difference you need. Like right there, if that hook came in even like a half a second earlier, that gen gets hit by pain res. He's able to go back to it, defend it, maybe get like another couple hook stages. Who knows? Maybe get another pain res off. Right? Like. So much more can potentially come from that, but the fact that you buy that extra time gets you that gen right there, and now you're in a spot where you can get some people out, and it's not looking quite so bad, right? But this is looking kind of okay. If these others who just get out right now, that ends up being a pretty good result, but they haven't even triggered No Way Out yet, which is a little alarming. Yeah, they still haven't triggered it.
First, I think.
Yeah, I don't think they're not even thinking about No Way Out, which is interesting because I feel like I don't know if they're like paying attention to perks. But they should have a pretty good idea, right? They should have scouted Bamboozle. They should have scouted Pain Res and Corrupt. Yep, they're going to find out about it now and be like, fuck. And she just went struggle. So for Watery, if he can find Ace, that would kind of be good. But he also has Deli, so like, I think finding either one here would be valuable. Like even with Deli, you might still be okay, but hard to say.
I think he's going to camp it out and let the end game scenario like play out where he just camps both gates.
Yeah, but I think No Way Out will go away before she dies. Like I think when No Way Out goes away, she'll still have like maybe 15 seconds left on her hook stage. So if they're already on that gate,
3 stacks.
Yeah, if they're already on that gate, but they would have to be in position to get this unhooked like immediately. But Ace is on this gate. Yeah, the problem here is I don't think he can defend that gate too. I mean, he can, if he goes right now, maybe he has to go like right now. Even that might have been too late. I don't know. Maybe though. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, he chases him off, so I guess he does. Hypothetically, they can still even go for hatch plays here though. Like, Kate can open another gate. Ace can just buy time around Shack and then wait for her to leave. There's still some options here. She's actually going to go to the gate that was already in progress. So yeah, she'll open that and then probably go. And I think Ace is going to make his way towards potential hatch.
I think Melon realized and went to cut him off.
Yeah. But he's also, I feel like he has to be a little bit worried about Ace making his way to the gate too, but he's actually going to the opposite side now. So yeah, no, I think he's done so. I think Ace is actually just going to die here. Which is going to be pretty big because that's a fresh hook. That's 3 extra hook stages. That wasn't the gate that was open. It's the way far one. Unless he makes it, but I doubt it. He feels pretty dead. I mean, we'll see. He's got the schmoves. That was 4 daggers out of 8. No, yeah, he's going to die. Yep. I mean, good try, but unfortunate. Just not quite able to get there. And Watermelon... Huh?
Okay.
Hmm.
You gotta hook him before you can pull a socks, Melon.
I don't know what happened there, but like the dude was clearly dead. All right, he was clearly dead. So I think we could just, I guess, just count that because I don't know what that was. Maybe someone crashed or something. I mean, clearly the dude was about to die. So that ends up being 10 stages is what it is.
Looks like the ace crashed because it says he escaped on the endgame screen. So.
Yeah, would that happen if the killer crashes? I don't know. The server crashed? I mean, that counts. That was 10 stages 4 fresh. That ace was about to get hooked. He couldn't deli because he was the last survivor alive. That was definitely 10 stages 4 fresh. Yeah, that's what it was. So, really overall, really good overall result there. That way, he closed that out basically perfectly. I mean, managing to get a kill on that ace is so huge. Because if that ace gets out and they end up with 7 stages, that's really not a bad result at all for survivors, right? Like, that's pretty solid. Especially from how I would expect these games to go, where I would expect there to be, like, some sloppiness from these teams. I think they actually, like, the survivor team played that very, very well. Like, again, I didn't really know the level of this team going into this. I wasn't sure how well they're going to play, but they played this very, very well. They did a really good job. Again, had that final endgame scenario just gone a little bit differently, they would have ended up with 7. They do end up with 10 stages from Watermelon, which is, again, I would say very good from Watermelon's end. But yeah, that could have swung either way. It does end up being a pretty good result, though, so Dingatron's going to be in an okay spot here to hopefully take this win. But again, we don't know how their survivors will play, so we'll see. The killer from Timeless will have to play, and we'll see what they can do. They're going to have to essentially 4K, though. They need 11 stages to win, which is might as well be a 4K, right? Like, I mean, it's, I guess you could technically win without 4King, but they're going to need to have a really big game.
Mm-hmm.
Let me get some ads out of the way real quick, and let me make sure I got gamers added. Whoops. Perfect. Yeah, if Melon crashed, you would have had no points. True. I think the server died, I think is what it is. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I think the server died. I don't think it was any, like, player that lagged out. I think it was just the server just, like, died. Which, if anything, I'm really glad that happened at the end of the game, because if that happens in, like, the middle of the game, that shit's hella awkward, and, like, what the fuck do you do about it? So, at least it happened at the end, where we already kind of knew what the result was. Or else that would have been hella awkward. But, alright. This will be interesting. Again, I was a little surprised to not see agitation on Watery's build. It ended up working out pretty well. But I'm wondering if we'll see it here on this side now. Because I still kind of think, like, I still think that using that basement is going to be like a crazy big kind of like threat that you have, right? And with how fast that first down came in from Watery, I even thought that that first down that came in was going to be basement too, just even regardless of Agi, because it happened kind of close to the like kind of close to Shaq, and it was also so quick that they didn't really have much gen progress either, so the pain res was like less valuable than I think it could have been otherwise. So I thought we would see that. We ended up not seeing it, but I wonder, it's still one of those things that we maybe could see in this next game too, because I think a basement against Trickster is one of those, like, you got to be fucking terrified to ever go down there, right? Like, if you happen to go down there at a wrong time when the Trickster's nearby, which he's almost always going to be kind of close on Wrecker's Yard. Yeah, like, if he catches you in the basement, dude, you are in for some fucking hurting, dude. Like, you are fucked. So
it's pretty much like a Bubba getting you down there, or a Huntress. Like, it's extremely hard to get out of because of how quickly he can, like, mow down survivors.
Yep, especially now that, like, main event is so much easier to get to. Like, you just kind of, like, land like 8 daggers, hit control, and then throw fucking 1,000 more, you know? Like, it can get out of hand really quickly. So yeah, I mean, that is a potential thing. I mean, I do feel like in that scenario, a lot of times survivors might just sit on gens and not even bother for the unhook too. So, like, that's also a thing to think about, I suppose. But again, I mean, if you play around that, I mean, I still think that could be beneficial in a lot of ways. But we'll see. Watermelon and friends going to be, actually, Watermelon's not even playing on the survivor side. That's interesting. Because I figured
he's a killer man at heart.
Yeah, true. Dude, he's a fucking juicer on survivor though. So, like, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like the last few times we've seen him on, like, he was playing with Prism for a while, right? And I know we saw him on, we saw him on, like, DC on First Down a while back. We saw him on, like, multiple different teams. And every time we see him, like, he does work, dude. Like, he's a juicer. So I'm a little surprised. Oh, his internet died. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Oh, so maybe that is what happened. Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say, like, he's kind of a fucking beast at Survivor. I was surprised to not see him in here. But yeah, maybe he wanted to be, but he just couldn't, which, hey, happens. At least they have someone, like, backed up, ready to go in his place, because otherwise that'd be pretty unfortunate. And hey, we'll see what they can do, man. I mean, I got faith in them.
Yeah, it'll be interesting seeing a full new team, kind of like last game. Just see how they handle things differently. Because I think the last team was doing a really good job of, you know, their chases were pretty solid. They were dying in like pretty decent spots, a little too close to the gens at times, but still like really good like edge map death spots. It denied that like last pain res, which was really crucial. So if these survivors who are also kind of on the newer side to comp can kind of mirror that in a way, like it could be a really interesting set.
Yeah. Like, I do think there was like some minor mess ups, like I think the second down that came in was like kind of close to both the gens that were being worked, right? But that also could have been like a miscomm, right? Like, I do think that Wrecker's Yard, at least for me, like as somebody that like was like kind of learning clock on every map myself, Wrecker's Yard was one of the harder ones. Like, it's a very like symmetrical looking map, and like I can definitely understand if you kind of get the clock messed up on it. Like, they might have just thought that they were going to the right side and maybe didn't realize that they weren't or something. Or maybe the people in the gens, like, it's hard to know. Like, if you're not in the comms, it's hard to know who messed up, right? Maybe the people in the gens called wrong. Maybe the person that got chased thought they were going to the right side and they weren't, right? We don't really know who made the mess up. But yeah, like, there was clearly some kind of a communication error, I think, on that second down, because that happened right beside the hooks. But yeah, other than that one, I feel like, yeah, every other situation, you're right. They did a really good job of like making sure they ran edge map when they knew they were gonna die, buying time, slamming the right gens, like making sure they were pressuring. Like they like split the gens at the end and did a really good job of that. The Claudette's like kind of like stealth rotation for the unhook when the ace got found was also really good, because if she had gotten found, that would have been almost like game over. Like, there was a lot of really good plays from them, like, for sure. That makes me feel like they're not all that new to comp at all. Like, they seemed pretty solid, honestly. They did a really good job in a lot of ways. And yeah, I'm curious to see how these survivors do now, right? Like, will they be able to do the same kind of things, or like, I mean, I guess we'll see, right? Like, are they that up to speed, or do they still have some more learning? Are they going to do even better, right? Like, we'll see. I don't know. The first time we see a team in scrims is always interesting, because I guess it's just so like, it's so unpredictable, right? We have no idea what to expect. It could go any way. But they're definitely they're gonna need a big result, because well, the killer's gonna need a big result. I guess maybe both sides. I mean, like, I mean, I guess the survivors are probably looking a little bit better off right now, but again, I mean, Trickster can be a very snowbally killer, so they still do have to be careful. All right, let's do it. No ed on Trickster, which I guess does make sense now. He's 4.6. No pain res, actually. Has pop instead. Same add-ons. And Bamboozle Corrupt once again. Bit of a mix, but has had to overcome Lucky Break. DS on Claudette. Deli without Unbreakable, which is interesting to see on Ryu's. Does anybody have Unbreakable? Did I just miss it? They don't have Unbreakable on anybody. There's no UB at all. That's interesting. Finds Claudette. This is probably the ideal target for Survivor since she has the DS, although I mean, yeah, she's in a pretty okay spot too. So yeah, this seems like a pretty okay start for them in terms of who's getting chased. So far, doing pretty well. Only 2 daggers have landed, and they're also regressing, so back down to 0 now. All progress gone. Oh, didn't hear off to the left. We can hear I was able to hear the footsteps over to the side. I think sounds are a little bit louder for spectators, so it might, what seems obvious to me might not be so obvious in game. Oh, I think could have maybe gotten M1 there. Maybe I'm wrong. Lands 1 dagger. Gets the M1. So far, though, this is looking like a really good chase for Claudette. Oh, wait, she tried to take the window that was bamboozled. Oh, no. She was doing so well.
That was so unfortunate.
It was. She was doing so well on this chase. Like, she was buying so much time and, like, really delayed that first hit by so long just to walk into a bamboozled window, and then, yeah. Yeah, she got bamboozled IRL. First gen pops, though. Another gen's at about 50. And a third gen's also at about 50, so 2 gens are getting close. Middle gen will get hit by pop.
You do have to see the trickster leave the hook though in order to use the pop, which is a little bit of a downside to using it.
Yeah, yeah. Unlike pain res where you can we're just hooking gets the value, yeah. They don't take advantage of that to do a quick pull or anything, so no worries there. And it looks like Nod wants to maybe hang out near the hook a little. Isn't walking away too far, but is leaving some openings. Like, if the sprint burst gamer is here, they can definitely just sprint up and grab that unhook. Well, wait, I think Nod's actually really far away now. Finds Jake. Yeah, just completely commits away at this point. Gets a damage straight onto Jake. The overcome lucky break, though. Where'd he go, dude? Where'd he go? He fucking vanished. Vamoosh, he's
lost in
gonzo.
the sauce.
Yep, he's fucking gonzo. So, farewell. Farewell to that chase. Finds Ace here, but Ace also is the deli survivor, so this is also good for them. Like, so far, the targeting has been very, very good. Because now Ace is getting targeted, but even if he goes down and he's got deli, which is fine. He doesn't have unbreakable, but I feel like it doesn't seem very likely that we'll see a slug happening anyway. Bamboozles that window. Ace pre-throwing that very early, not taking any chances. Does take a damage state though. Main event's also up too. Pops it right away. Tries to get some ricochet value. Does get the down. I mean, good use of main event. I feel like from Ace's side there, throwing that pallet probably not the best idea, you know? Like if he's stuck in main event, you could probably just loop that rock, you know, and maybe you'll get some ricochet hatchets, but I think throwing that pallet is basically guaranteed death, whereas I think looping the rock, you could at least like eat a couple ricochets, but make them have to work for it, buy a little bit of extra time. Kind of like we said, kind of like I was saying last game, where like buying like an extra like 2 or 3 seconds can matter sometimes. You definitely an extra like 5 to 10 seconds probably could have been bought there if you don't throw the pallet, you know? At least not right away.
Oh, for sure. Because main event does slow Trickster down a considerable amount, so you can just kind of hug that rock and be pretty okay for a while.
Yeah, yeah. Like there is the ricochets that'll hit you every once in a while, but like definitely not as fast as that pallet throw would have, right? Deli comes in. They finish their second gen. And Nod still kind of keeping an eye on this gen that has a bunch of progress here. Finds Jake, I believe. Oh, he's going on the other side. I don't think he realized. Uh-oh. And Jake's going to use that to... No. I thought Jake was going to use it to get away, but Jake actually stayed to the pallet. Trickster just left. Thought it's going to finish gen number 3. Oh, didn't even see how this happened. Sorry. Nancy gets found and smacked. Jake gets chased off this gen again. Lots of daggers landing there.
Caught out in the open.
Yeah. Main event up 2. With Ricochet, trying to use the tree, trying to use the truck, trying to use the pallet, trying to ricochet off everything and anything. Okay, there we go. Doesn't end up getting the down. But I think maybe you go a little hard on the ricochet there, but doesn't end up getting the down. 4 gen pops. Hook will come in again, but only 1 gen left now. They're all resetting. They're all 3 together at the moment. Ace is actually just going to reset himself with his med kit while these guys kind of split up and get in position. Nancy's going to hop on a gen. Claudette looks like she's going to hover maybe for this unhook.
They have a pretty decent gen split, too.
Yeah, the gen split's looking pretty solid, yeah. It's not perfect because there still is Shack gen, so it's still kind of this half of the map. But it's not horrible at all, right? Like, you can use Shack and then also that deep gen, and those are pretty far away. Or you can ignore the deep gen and just do both the side gens, and that also works out fine, too. And no one's that close to death, either. This is the 3rd fresh hook. So, no one's really, like, in danger of dying, although Jake might be going struggle here. Yeah, he's definitely going struggle. I don't think they're going in for that one. Or wait a minute. No, I thought Ace was running for it for a second, but no, he's just hopping on the gen.
They're doubled up.
Yeah, they're doubled up.
Trading a stage for that gen, probably.
Yep. And Ace is just pressuring this gen just in case.
I think it's very smart for Ace to do that because now he's thinking, oh, I got to pressure this gen and not that far gen that they're on.
Exactly. And on top of that, if he does decide to leave and go pressure this gen, then Ace is already there in position to either get the unhook or work the gen or both. No one coming in on Claudette, but she's only worth 2 stages. And again, he needs 11 stages right now to win. Currently sitting at 4. This will, if she dies at 6, which is still very, very short. I don't think there's any way he gets this from this stage. Unless the survivors do some really, really dumb shit and just kind of like dive into the killer's arms. This feels pretty much done so. Like even Ace here can die, right? Like all they gotta do is get Nancy out. If Nancy lives, then they win. Or if Ace lives even. Like if Nancy or Ace lives, then they win. So actually, Ace lives, clinches a tie, actually. So I take that back. But still, like the win con here is very, very close to being met. It's going to be really hard. I don't really know if there's any way to do it from this stage.
It would have to be a massive no-ed snowball.
Yeah, and I think it would have to. I think it would require the survivors to throw a bit. I mean, Noed is right here near the hook and in between both gates. But yeah, still, they've already opened that gate. If Nancy's there, she'll probably just leave, and she is. So yeah, it's going to secure it. Yep. Dingatrons. Fucking Dingatrons looking pretty good in this first set. I mean, to be fair, Trickster was the pick of Dingatrons. Like, clearly Watermelon, very comfortable Trickster player. I feel like Trickster's one of those weird killers where I don't think there's a lot of people that main him, so it wouldn't really surprise me if Nod is, like, not a Trickster main, right? Like, that wouldn't surprise me whatsoever. Like, this definitely feels like one of those, like, niche picks where I feel like if you have a Trickster main on your team, you're probably gonna do pretty well in this set, you would think, right? Because, like, it's just not a very popular killer. So, Dingatrons is going to take this first set, but I wouldn't necessarily count this best of 3 over. I think both of these teams looked really, really solid, honestly. Like, I do think Timeless looked really good on their survivor side. And I think there's plenty of hope, I think, for this next set to go their way, especially considering it was their pick, right? Like, the second killer is going to be their choice of killer. So they should hopefully be very comfortable in that. So this should be a good best of 3. I mean, these teams seem pretty close. They seem pretty close. Dingatrons, though, very, very well played. They go up 1-0. Solid play, solid game.
Yeah, I'm super excited that these sets are so close. It just kind of continues the theme of the night of how exciting it can be.
Yeah,
and
dude.
Especially with a newer team, like you can, it's a little scary because sometimes, I mean, it's happened in the past where like one team, it's just like a blowout because one team has a little bit more experience than another, and it can be kind of like upsetting to watch. So
yeah, exactly. It's always like I think Dino always does a really good job with matchmaking and always making the matches good, right? But like the one time where it can go bad is that, right? Like I feel like no matter how good Dino is at matchmaking, you can't really know how a team is going to play when we've never seen them play before, you know? So this was probably the set out of all of these that kind of like scared me the most when I was looking at them. I was like, that's the one that like I'm unsure about, right? Like every other set looks like it's going to be a good set. That one, like, I don't know. Like, it might be good, but it might be a blowout. But yeah, you're right. It is nice to see that it is a good, solid set. Both these teams feel like they're pretty solid. It's a good, evenly matched. Like, this definitely could have gone the other way. Yeah, we have seen that a lot. We have seen times where we, like, have a team that's, like, newer to scrims, and we're like, throw them up against a team and see how they do, and they just get fucking annihilated, and we're like, oh, not like this. Wait, where am I? This isn't right. Hello? That's not right. That's not the right lobby. All right, so it's going to be Timeless on Killer now playing Wraith. They're down 0-1, so they need this Wraith set if they want to stay alive now. They need to win this Wraith set. So they're going to be playing Wraith up against Dingatron Survivors. Again, Dingatrons, we're talking about like morale, momentum. They're probably feeling pretty good. That was a really, really good Trickster set from them. They played it really well on both sides. So they should be feeling pretty good, right? Like the mental game there should be for them. And as long as they play a good, solid Survivor game in this Wraith set, they'll be in a pretty good position here. But again, Wraith is one of those killers we talk about a lot where Wraith Dead Dog in particular can be really punishing. Like if you're kind of fucking up and making mistakes, you can get punished really hard and you can kind of just fall over and die. I also do think though that I think people might underestimate, maybe even me, maybe I underestimate how good the Wraith has to be in that scenario though, right? Because like we always talk about like, oh yeah, the survivors, if they fuck up they can get punished really hard, but like I feel like the Wraith player actually needs to be pretty fucking good to make it hard on them, if that makes sense. Like if the Wraith player doesn't play really well, then it's not all that hard on the survivors, you know? Like it's really hard when the Wraith makes it hard. So that's gonna matter too, right? Like how good or bad this Wraith plays could end up being a big factor here as well. So yeah, I'm kind of curious to see on both ends, right? How good the Wraith plays, how well the survivors handle it, whether they know how to play Dead Dog well with like the pallets and, you know, like the palettes being kind of awkward and being a little bit less strong and being a bit unconventional in the way that they're played. Main building and dealing with, you know, like bamboozled wraith and everything, you know, like it's a very interesting map killer set to see people play, especially if they don't have a ton of experience on it. So curious, very curious to see how this goes.
Yeah, Wraith's a pretty big staple in comp, and I know, you know, most of the palettes are 50-50s, but it does take two halves to get both 50s, and if one half is not quite there, then those 50-50s don't end up being quite a gamble for the survivors. So
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like it's one of those things where it definitely takes both, right? Like you need the killer to be playing very solidly in order for it to be like an actual 50-50. So yeah. Like if the killer's just like brainlessly holding W, then, you know, it all just kind of goes out the window. So we'll definitely see. I mean, I'm curious. I don't. Bubba T actually sounds really familiar to me. I might know this player. Wait a minute. I gotta ask him. Oh shit, I do know this killer. Oh, sick. Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, Bubba T is someone I've actually known for like years. This is we are so back. Hell yeah, dude. Oh, that's sick. Yeah, I made a video on this guy like maybe like 2 or 3 years ago or some shit. It was like a gameplay review on his Ghostface, and he played it really well. Like he was a really good Ghostface player. And I used to play with his Survivor a lot too. Like I actually know him pretty well. This is like one of those people that I used to just run into all the time at like, I don't know, high MMR, high rank, whatever the fuck you want to call it. So actually, yeah, I know Bubba T. He's a really good player. That actually makes me feel pretty promising. I think this is going to be pretty promising then. I feel pretty good about the Wraith probably going to play this pretty well. So that makes this more exciting for me. I like this. This is good. This is good. Cool. All right, and I mean, we know the survivors are play solid. They played that last set really well. Although, again, they played that last set well, but there was some little fuck ups, right? Like the Claudette running into the bamboozled window and stuff. Like I think that's the kind of stuff where, like, with Wraith, that kind of stuff can come back to bite you really hard if you kind of fuck up with little mistakes like that. Especially if the Wraith is doing a good job of punishing things and keeping the pressure up. So we'll see. They definitely played that last game solidly, but they're gonna have to make sure they keep on it and be real sharp, because this could get out of hand for sure.
yeah, especially on Dead Dog, like chases are just so important that like one small misstep, like you were saying, at like a bamboozled window or something, that can like be a decisive factor in like holding a 3-gen, getting a pain res, getting a quick down, everything. So
Yep, 100%. Like again, it's like DBD is absolutely a game of like seconds, man. Like if the first chase ends like maybe 10-15 seconds sooner than it should have, yeah, like that can snowball into like the 3-gen at Gallows staying up, you know, during the tunnel out or something. And then, you know, if someone dies with the 3-gen still being up, then all of a sudden the 3v1 becomes like 100% harder, and then it all just snowballs. Like it's so easy for like one little thing to turn into so much more in a game like this, you know? It's one of those things that, again, might not be obvious to people who are watching if you've never actually like played in a lot of these games. But yeah, man, it's just so crazy. Like sometimes just real little things can be huge difference makers. And I think that's where a lot of the threat can come in here, especially if there's any sloppiness. But I don't know. I'm curious to see. If the survivors get a good result here, they'll be in a good position to win. I mean, the killer kind of needs something good here, because this is the set that they need. Like if Timeless wins this, then oh yeah, I'll change up the map layout. I got you. Or sorry, not Timeless. If Dingatrons win this set, it's over. Like it's done so. So Timeless needs it. Like they definitely need a good result here on the killer side. The hope is that the survivors to get a good result to hopefully keep them alive in the best of 3. So, and if they do, we'll also get an Oni set. So I know that I'm supposed to be like an unbiased caster, but I'm gonna root for Timeless here because I want to see the Oni set. I would love to get to the Oni game. So yeah, I'm gonna be rooting for Timeless here. Sorry, Dingatrons. Sorry, but I'm gonna have a little bit of bias here. Uh-oh.
more net problems.
Someone's firing up their toaster. Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah.
Gotta love DVD custom lobbies.
Yeah, I think something might be wrong here. I don't know. Something might be wrong here. Something might be incorrect. I don't think the fourth person's coming in, dude. We might be here forever. Oh, I think that's gonna kick us back, right? I think. Yeah. You have been disconnected from the host. Sweet. Sick. We go again, I guess.
Oh, are we stuck in the server loop now?
I'm not sure. They just re-readied instantly, so... Evidence is restarting? Probably gotta restart the lobby. Really? They readied up. But they all readied up. Even the survivors readied up. So, like, I think we're okay, right? Like, the survivors weren't ready, and then they hit ready. So I'm assuming that means that they're good? Hopefully. Unless they're just readying up anyway and saying, fuck it, I don't know. Also, Unsire, if you want the map layouts that, like, kind of like I have, it's not the exact same ones, but we have a little map layout with every clock call out in Discord, in the Scrim Discord. Exclamation point Scrims will give you a link. There's a channel called, I think it's called Clock Callouts, right? Let me go look. Yeah, it's called Clock Callouts. It's in the information tab. Yeah. So if you wanna see the clocks, it's all there. Is that the wrong basement offering? Nope, it was right. No, they're good. They are good. Yep, Killer Shack. Yep, they're good. They're good. What the fuck is this build?
That is spicy.
Holy, what the fuck? Whoa. What is even his green add-on? Is that the one that gives like Mangled on surprise attack? And like Mangled and Hemorrhage?
I think.
He's got Swift Hunt, and then I think... So no Shadow Dance. Yeah, it's the Mangled add-on. That's what I thought. He's got Mindbreaker. Or no, this is back to being called something else now. Fearmonger. No. Or no, maybe it's Mindbreaker now. It was Fearmonger. Whatever. Hey, he fires Fusion pretty quickly. No Corrupted Intervention. He's got Pain Res, Deadman Switch. He has Maker Choice. What in the funk am I looking at? I mean, hey, dude, we'll see. You know, I ain't gonna judge it. We'll see. Maybe he'll pop off. Nancy has this pretty dog shit pallet in the back. She might be in some trouble here. Ooh, does get away with that one though. Base a swing. She'll likely die here though. Does get that vault. And she's gonna go down. So pretty decently fast first down, which is good because he needs that. If he's not running Corrupt, if he doesn't get a really fast first down, that's gonna be brutal. Even with this fast first down, there should be a good bit of progress. Let's see if they get hit by Deadman Switch. They don't. They do let go for it. So no Deadman Switch coming in at least right away, but I think it's probably gonna happen. Yeah, it's gonna happen eventually once the race starts wandering around. It actually hit the other gen down by Water Tower too. And Deadman Switch, I mean, not only is it good for selling out gens, it's really good for just information, right? Like now Bubba T knows that somebody was on that gen back there. He knows basically where everybody was. Unless he assumes that Claudette was the one that came from that gen. But generally, it just gives you a ton of information on where people are, which can be extremely valuable. He's also completely leaving that hook, which is going to open it up for Make Your Choice. And I'm interested to see how the survivors react to Make Your Choice. That's so interesting to see. Claudette pre-throwing the fuck out of that pallet. Ace is going to run up and grab this unhook with Deli. Actually, Make Your Choice won't... No, it did. It actually did kick in.
I really like Make Your Choice in pubs on Wraith, but with the presence of Deli, I don't know if it's really going to be worth anything. Especially on this first hook. Maybe later hooks.
Yeah, I kind of agree. And just in general, like, it kind of requires you to not play anywhere near the hook, which I feel like is not, like... Generally speaking, playing near the hook is valuable in a lot of scenarios, right? Like, it basically means if you don't leave the hook completely, then your perk does nothing at all, right? Which is a bit questionable at times. He does still have Ace exposed for a little bit longer, but he's actually just going to stick to the Nancy. Gets a tag on her pretty quickly. He's going to leave that, though. Maybe. Going to dry kick this gen. Ooh, interrupts this reset onto Jig. And yeah, the add-on gives both Mangled and... Yeah, it does. It gives both Mangled and Hemorrhage. So it's basically just like Sloppy Butcher. but in add-on form if you surprise attack. So spreading a lot of damage right now, but spreading damage is definitely not the end result here. You definitely need to get a lot, like you definitely need hooks, right? But it's doing a really good job. Interrupts this again here too. Doesn't quite interrupt it fully, but at least shows up in time to get another retag, basically negating the time it took to heal. It wants to stick to Nancy.
No bamboozle is going to make these main chases really hard also.
Yeah. Huh? Well, this won't be too bad. She just kind of ran right back to this back pallet, so she should we're kind of right back to where we were earlier. It's kind of getting deja vu out here. Ends this chase much quicker though. She'll go down pretty quickly, and this will be the second hook onto her. So kind of working towards a tunnel out onto Nancy in a very unorthodox way, I guess. Does get the second hook onto her, and we're still technically at 5 gens, although many gens right now have progress. Like the middle, like the gen in the middle of the street was at like, I don't know, like 80 or something. I don't know if it's still regressing. The gen at the water tower was pretty progressed, and also Gallows I think had some progress too. So we're at 5 gens, but it's not really 5 gens. But honestly, kind of is 5 gens. He's gonna go kick both of these.
Yeah, all the tags that he got with that sloppy add-on have really like contributed to just the gen pressure not being there.
Yep,
because they've all reset.
Yep, getting even more now too. Gets another tag right there onto Claudette. Is that is camaraderie? Yeah, camaraderie triggered onto Nancy. They're just gonna let her sit on hook for a while. They're not really rushing that. But the problem with this is that because he's running Maker Choice and not really playing around the hook at all, camaraderie's not really doing much for them. As a matter of fact, you're kind of just making yourself down a player now, right? Because Bubba T, he's not even slugging here. He's just gonna hook. He's just gonna be like, yeah, whatever, that's fine. You go and do your thing. I'm just gonna go over here and kill people. So this feels like not the time to really be getting camaraderie value. Like I feel like, yeah, they do end up getting the pull now. Pain Res came in. Dead Man Switch on the Gallows gen. Bubba knows where everyone is now. He knows that there's 2 people behind main and then someone on Gallows. But it looks like he wants to opt to go to the... I think he wants Nancy. Oh, or he wants this Make Your Choice Ace. Yeah, you know, gets a full down on him, and I mean, this will be Pain Res. And again, like, we're still at 5 gens, so... even though that's Deli, and it's not really like a super huge hook, it's kind of fine. I mean, Bubba T seems pretty content with not camping the hooks, and he finds Death Hook Nancy, who's injured, and he's gonna kill her. Bro, he's gonna get like a 4K4 with this build. Wait, he's not hooking. No.
I'm so shocked to see Nancy injured on that gen, really close to that hook.
Same, and I'm also very surprised to see him not just hooking her. She's Death Hook. That's a kill right there, dude. Wait, he's going back up now. Maybe. Yes? No? He's looking for... He sees Ace. And he's nodding. Bro, fucking Bubba T, dude. This fucking guy. What a legend, dude.
This is the best Wraith of all time. I don't know.
Dude, this guy's a fucking legend. Holy shit, I love this. I fucking love this so much. This is gonna be a kill at 5 gens, dude. This is so wild. Dead Man Switch gonna interrupt this gen. He's gonna go maybe kick Gallows? No, he maybe wants to go find the Ace back here. He saw him coming back here somewhere. That was him on the gen, right? Yeah, it was. Again, these pallets can be a bit difficult to play at times. Oh, well. Ace probably thinking he's gonna double back, but he doesn't, and he gets punished, and he goes down again. That'll be his second hook. So Ace getting close to death now too. This is gonna end up being a huge result, which is, I'm at a loss, man. I'm honestly at a loss right now. I have no idea what to say about this.
Between the resets and the DMS just stalling out these gens, it's been really hard for the survivors to recover.
Yeah, Dead Man Switch has honestly been putting in fucking work this game too. Like, it's been so strong this game. Claudette gets the unhook. She's now... and he's giving us the visual nodders. I think he's waiting for Jade to go back and work on the gen. He's going to try to sneak up on him or something, I guess. I think Make Your Choice was just there as a distraction, taking a different angle so he doesn't get spotted. kind of, you know, kind of Giga Brain. Like, of course the killer's gonna go back and chase the exposed guy, right? He's not gonna go way around and try to come from an off angle with his cloak to get me on the gen, is he? Like that's just weird. Why would he do that? But then he did do that, so it worked. I don't.
He's slugging too, getting more pressure.
Yep, and he finds the exposed survivor, misses the M1, but she is exposed for like another 15-20 seconds. She has Shack pallet though. So that will get her some distance. She won't be going down to that exposed, I don't think. Unless she does something really stupid in the next 5 seconds. Ace also managed to heal up, so he's back to full. He's death hook, so he's got to be a little careful. Jake still has pain res, though, if he gets found. If he can find the slug. He does. What's Ace up to? Ace is doing the gen. And again, they have, like... Dude, they have so many gens progress, but none of them are done. Like, they keep doing new gens. Like, this gen right here is at, like, 60. The one in the middle of the road was at, like, 70 at one point. The one at Water Tower was at, like, 70. They were working on main for a little while there. Gallows was being worked. I feel like they've done almost every single gen on the map up to, like, 50, but haven't finished a single one. Which is really bad because it looks like they might end up getting, like, 4K 5'd or something. Like, it's... Are they going to finish any of them? You better kick this pallet. Ace will be somewhat zoned. He should be able to make the next pallet, though. Ooh, a little too patient on that pallet. And he can zone him again and just kill him here if he wants to. He's not going to.
He's gonna get the injure.
He's gonna wait for him to go back to the gen. He's gonna wait for him to go back to the gen, I think. This seems to be his thing. He cloaks up and he leaves and he waits for them to like go back to the gen or whatever it was that they were doing, and then he goes back to them. That's what he keeps doing. But instead he just catches him off guard here, and this is gonna be a kill. This is gonna be a kill. This is gonna be the second kill. 5 gens.
And we have an injure and an exposed too, so like he can just go from here to go get another down if he finds them.
Yep. Huh. Main was at like 70 or 80, but Deadman switch.
We're just witnessing greatness right now, I think. I don't know.
Truly, man. I didn't know what to expect when we loaded up and I saw the build. But it definitely wasn't this. This isn't what I expected to see. That's for sure. Whatever it was that I expected, this is not the expectation that I had. Claudette gonna be in kind of trouble here. She should have the pallet out front though, right? But again, these pallets aren't great. If she slips up here, he'll have like 1/50-50 chance here to get this. If he can predict right, and he did. He did predict right. Why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he predict right on the one chance he has before exposure runs out? Why wouldn't he? Literally, why wouldn't he?
And he finds the last survivor, the 7% coming through. Oh.
Dude, it's a 4K 5. It's a literal 4K 5. What? I don't... I mean... It's so strange because, like, we did just see the survivor team play against Trickster last game, and they looked pretty solid, right? But, like, this was just a disaster. This game was just an absolute disaster. I feel like he had such a weird playstyle. Like, unironically, that could have been it. It's just that his playstyle was just so fucking weird that the survivors, I just don't think really knew what to do against it.
I think I need to retract my earlier statement that the Wraith build is kind of set in stone. I think that's out of date now.
True, dude. I think everyone needs to start rethinking their builds, honestly. We better start seeing more Maker Choice, more fucking, more Mindbreaker, whatever the fuck it's called. More, fuck Shadow Dance Bamboozle, bro. Just put on fucking Blind Warrior. I mean, that was a performance. I feel like that was a work of art, honestly. Like, I feel like we just witnessed literal art. And he says, GG, well played, free pound sign. I mean, dude, I don't even know what to say. Bubba T is a fucking legend.
This guy is so based, I'm like dying. I don't know.
I know. I feel like I'm in the presence of like a god right now. Like, I'm not worthy, dude. I'm literally not worthy. I don't know what else to say.
We need to kneel or something. Like,
seriously. I'm building a shrine as we speak to worship Bubba T. I'm gonna sacrifice fucking drinks of bubble tea to him, of boba tea to him every day. I don't know. I think I found my new deity. My brand new deity, Bubble Tea. What a fucking god. I don't even like. I'm literally just at a loss of words. I don't even know what to say about the game. I want to like review it and like talk about what happened, but I don't even know where to fucking begin. Like, where do you begin? Where do you even start to, you know? I don't know. The good news here is that I think we're gonna get to the Oni set. That's the good news, okay? So instead of thinking about what just happened, let's instead think about the fact that Timeless needs to win this game in order to get to the third set. And in order for Timeless to win this set, all they got to do is do a single gen. They got to do one gen, and then they win the set. So I have a pretty good feeling that we're going to get to the third set, and we're going to get to the Oni games, which is good because I want to see Oni. So, you know, makes me happy. I'm kind of a happy boy. I'm a bit of a happy boy. I'm excited to see some more Oni. Yep. Wow.
Oni sets are always fun to watch, so. And who knows what we'll see from an Oni in this set.
Yeah, right? I mean, I guess it depends on who we see. I mean, the first, like, the Trickster build was pretty standard, right? So, like, I guess it depends on who they send out, you know? But, hey, I mean, if Bubba T wants to play Oni, how can you not send him out after that, right? I mean, I don't fucking know. That was wild for sure. That was wild for sure. DMS should have been banded. I don't know. I mean, you could make the argument for that, maybe. I mean, I did see someone earlier saying that Deadman Switch should be ran on Wraith or something. Like, we talked about it in the first Wraith set of the day today, and I was a little bit unsure about it. But after seeing that game, I have to wonder like how strong Deadman Switch might be in that set, like just overall. I don't know. I would love to see more of it. Like, I'm not gonna like ban it just based off that game or anything, but like I'm curious to see how it would perform overall, you know? It does feel hard because like what do you replace, right? I mean, I guess you can replace that like fourth perk that's kind of a, you know, like in like a traditional build where you have like Corrupt, Bamboozle, Pain Res, and then the fourth perk is kind of like a mix. I guess you can make Deadman that fourth perk. But yeah, we've not seen anybody use it yet. It's been available for the whole time, and that's the first time we've even seen it, I think. So I don't know. I guess we'll see. Yeah, on mobility killers, it is very strong. You're not wrong. Yeah. You're not strong. Did they do no gens? Weirdly enough, they had a bunch of progress. Like, they had like 5 different gens that were at like between like 50 and 70, but none of them got fully done. Which again was, maybe they just didn't expect to get 4K5, so they were fine with just splitting pressure the whole time. I don't know. But yeah, it kind of played out in a really weird way. Where like they were doing gens, but none of them actually fully completed, ever. And it ended up with none of them being done. I don't know, man. Wild shit. Wild shit. All right. I mean, we're waiting for him to hop in. I'm assuming they'll probably hop in and ready up soon. This is going to be, I mean, I feel like for the sake of practice, they should just do it like it's a normal game. Like, I think both sides should just play for the best result possible. Like, if we're just going to be perfectly honest with you, there's pretty much no way that the killer is going to be able to get the result they need here, right? Again, we talked about this before. When the second side knows what their win condition is and they can play around it, like getting a 4K5 is already just like insane and probably unbeatable no matter what. But even when especially when it's the first killer that gets the 4K5 and then the second team's just like, oh, we just have to finish one gen. Like, there's no possible way. Like, they can literally just ignore altruism and just fucking do gens and like they win, right? There's no way that you stop that. So I would hope that they both just take this next game as just like just pretend that it's just a flat out scrim with no win con, right? That's how I hope they treat it. Instead of like treating it based off win cons, I hope they're just like, fuck it, we'll just pretend that this is like a brand new game. Like, pretend this is the first match, right? Like, pretend this is the first match and both sides just go for the best result possible and just kind of use it as practice. That's what I hope that they do, because I think playing around the win con at this point feels kind of pointless.
I honestly think, like, even when you try to play around WinCon and try to craft some like magical gotcha build to like get some absurd result, you wind up playing worse as a result because you're not running what's like optimal.
Yeah.
So
yeah, we've seen that a lot. We've seen people run shit like like force penance and stuff, or not force penance, force hesitation and stuff, right? Like trying to like make something happen, but then like it ends up never getting value and they just end up doing nothing at all with it, you know? Which like I get it. Like I respect people like taking the risk and trying to make it happen, but at the same time, you're right too that yeah, like you're probably just better off running the safe, good build, you know, and just going with that. So yeah, I don't know. Again, hopefully they just use it as good practice and we'll see. Mostly on the killer end, because yeah, I mean on the survivor end, I think yeah, like on the survivor end, I think you clear win con no matter what. But on the killer end, hopefully they don't like, because again, we could see some weirdly thrown together like devour hope, fucking you know infectious fright, you know weird shit, and then just hope that you pop off and get every hit possible. But yeah, most likely not gonna happen. Most likely would just end up not working out. And I would rather see them just run a good safe build and see how good of a result they can get, and then kind of like give feedback based off that for you know possible like future improvements and everything. So yeah,
it's better practice for everyone in the long run, so I agree.
Exactly. All right. I'm scared of build. I'm scared of the build now. Like I'm gonna say let's see what they opt to run for. Like I was gonna say like let's see what they opt to run like as their fourth perk for the build that we expect to see. But now I'm like, dude, what am I expecting to see? I mean, let's see if they're even running the build that we expect them to run at all. Maybe they got some crazy shit they're cooking up too, you know? Maybe they're like, hey, if it works for him, maybe it'll work for me. They just run the exact same build. That would be the Chad move. Literally just match the build and run the exact same thing and just try to match the result. That would be hilarious.
Honestly, true. But the world is our oyster, I guess. Oh.
I mean, pretty spicy. No corrupt intervention. I mean, it definitely feels like they're going for the win, honestly. Like this feels like a build that's attempting to get a massive result, right? Like no corrupt intervention, which is a huge risk, but obviously you can maybe get away with it if you like get a lot of, if you just get a lot of hits and downs early, like if you can manage to get it down quick. What even are the add-ons? That's not Swift Hunt. That's Shadow Dance and oh, it's All Seeing. Shadow Dance and All Seeing are the add-ons. So no Swift Hunt either, which is interesting. With the aura reading of All Seeing coming through. Okay, opening hit on the Fizz. I mean, this build's interesting because like Agi Starstruck, right? Like Starstruck makes everyone exposed with the inner terror radius. Agi makes your terror radius bigger by like 12 meters. So you end up getting something like a 44 meter radius or some shit that exposes people, which can be kind of good. And you're also mobile, so you can catch up to people, and then you can also see them with All Seeing, so they can't really hide from you as well. Like I think I get what they're cooking up here, but
he is going for kind of a hit and run play style, which I don't think the build is too good for.
That's what I was just thinking too. This feels like okay. Well, that was really good. That was a bit of a misplay from Kate there, eating 2 hits of that pallet without throwing it. So pretty big mess up there from Kate, and he's gonna be able to take advantage of it and get a Scourge Hook. And how many people are exposed? Nobody.
He didn't really walk into the map to like get any value out of Starstruck at all.
Yeah, it seems like you just wanted that pain res hook that was on the side there. But yeah, I agree. Like I think you try to hook like mid map there, right? Like I think the pain like yeah, the pain res is nice, but I think the Starstruck is really the big thing of this build, right? Like that's what makes this build. And
that's kind of what I was getting into earlier, like because he's running this, like you're kind of playing around it, but he's choosing not to play around this perk despite it being his big like gotcha.
Yeah, exactly, which is kind of weird because it feels like yeah, you do got to play in this like unconventional way that you're probably not used to playing. So like I think you like it might just be one of those things where you kind of autopilot, right? Like autopilot and like oh, just take him to the nearest Scourge Hook and then go from there. I mean, realistically, he's having a great start. Like if this was the first match and there wasn't already the win con of doing 1 gen, I'd be like, god damn, this is a really good start and it's going really well. Again, just based off the win con, it's looking a little less good, you know, still, but still a really strong start.
Playing these pallets really well.
Yeah, like definitely getting the better of the survivors on pretty much every chase. Like every chase has been very, very in his favor, other than maybe the very, very first one. Does tag Claudette at least? It's another tag there. And yeah, kind of like you said, like still opting to go with this kind of like hit and run style, which feels so weird for this. Cause like
imagine instead of Starstruck, he runs like Sloppy here. Like it would do the same thing, but like better because it slows down the survivors even more.
Yeah, because like them being exposed doesn't even matter when they're injured, right? Like if you have everybody injured, then what the fuck's the point of Starstruck? Like them being exposed means nothing. I mean, they are healing up, I guess, which ends up making it kind of work out. The fact that they're taking their time to reset, I guess. But even still, like, yeah. And again, I feel like if/when he downs somebody, he definitely does need to carry them towards the middle of the map, right? Like, I think if you're going to run this build, you can't really just, like, be on the edge map, hook 'em edge map, and then never even wander into the middle, right? Like, I think you got to wander to the middle. Even if you're, like, giving up a Scourge for it, I think it's probably worth it. Because, yeah, like, it's kind of like you said, Starstruck is kind of like the gotcha perk here. Like, that's... Like, if you're going to run this build, you're running this build because you want to try to have a chance of the win con. And if you want to try to have a chance of the win con, that's how you do it, is by taking advantage of that gotcha perk. And, oh, well, there it is anyway, though. Win con met. So, win con's not going to be met regardless, but I still want to see him maybe do something with this, right? I think, like, still maybe if he can get it down, carry the mid-mat, get Starstruck. Like, if he can just get Starstruck value even one time this game, I'll be happy. Kind of baited the Dead Hard there on accident. I think maybe Claudette thought she would get hit, but she didn't. And Claudette doing a pretty good job in chase now.
Yeah, I like how she's keeping the Wraith over here by this completed gen. Yeah,
Yep.
gives the survivors a lot more room to work on other gens across the map.
Yep, she played that window really patient. This pallet's not so great. Nancy's here to body block, though, to get her to Shack, which is a great pallet. And she's breaking down with just playing it too, which is smart. Like, this is really good. Claudette is playing this very, very well. This is what they needed, like, from the get-go, right? Like, all the chases earlier were going not so great. This chase for Claudette going fantastic, like buying a ton of time. This is a very long time without a hit coming in, which is exactly what they need. Slow vaults that just to make it. Yeah, even gonna keep slow vaulting it to deny the vault. Ooh, does body block that though, and that will be the down eventually. They're gonna reset. Kate's doing the gen down by Gallows. And it looks like Ace was doing the gen at the top of the street. Not a ton of gen progress though. Alright, Starstruck. Ace is affected. Kate's affected. Are they all affected? All of them are affected. Everybody's exposed. All seeing also in play for aura reading. He's not going to the right places though. He's checking the wrong area. See, even this, I feel like he literally went out of range of Starstruck. I mean, maybe that's the idea, is that he wants to, like, he maybe assumed that whoever had Starstruck just ran away or whatever. But I feel like with all seeing, you can kind of just wander around the area that you were and find whoever's close to you, because the exposed is gone now. It's already gone, so it's too late. Like, Ace is no longer exposed. So again, I feel like that was another case of not really using the build the way that it could be used, right? Like, I think that's, to me, that seems like the point of the purple all seeing add-on on this build, is that when they're exposed by Starstruck, typically what people will do is they hide, right? They try to not get found, but it's kind of hard to not be found when you have permanent wall hacks. But yeah, I don't know, a little strange. Doesn't end up getting value there again. Okay,
Good use of the add-on there.
Yeah, that was really, really good. And Claudette will be decisive striking. I was gonna say she probably has DS because she did Dead Hard earlier, so it seems pretty likely she has DS. She still has Dead Hard up too, so that's still an option here. But she's also Deathhook. I think it's worth it to commit to her, even if she, I don't know. I'm kind of surprised to see him leave. Like, she's Deathhook and she has Dead Hard, and you know she has Dead Hard, so you kind of just have to watch out for that, and that's it. And then beyond that, just grab that kill, you know. Grabbing Kate. That'll be Kate's second hook. Deadman switch activating again. No pain res because she's already been pain resed. Starstruck was still on cooldown, so we won't see any value out of that.
We do see some DMS going off though.
Yeah, bottom of the street. Nancy's gonna eat a hit here for sure. And 2 of them are injured now. The only one that's healthy is Claudette. He was also the death hook survivor, which puts him in a bit of an awkward spot if he wanted to play close to the hook, but they do manage to heal Ace, and he'll go grab the unhook with Deli. And did he have Bart in time too? I don't know. I didn't see. Nancy goes down. No, but he does have Will Make It, so he'll be able to grab that heal. And Nancy goes down. This will be another Scourge Hook. And Starstruck, maybe. Didn't really carry her that far in. But I think might have still got these guys anyway. No, didn't get these guys, actually. So yeah, Starstruck, yep, again, getting nobody, unfortunately. But I think that might have been like sacrificing Starstruck for the sake of just getting that pain res, right? Like I'm assuming that the middle hooks are not pain reses, and the outside ones are. So I think he just wants to get the pain res and says fuck, and just kind of is just saying fuck Starstruck, which I guess is fair.
Yeah, I never even considered the like anti-synergy they kind of have in that instance.
Yeah, like you're kind of like you're kind of hoping that one of the middle hooks is pain res, and if it's not, you end up in one of these scenarios, you know? Ace body blocking for Claudette here, trying to help her get wherever the hell she's trying to get to. She does have a pallet here. They're just gonna loop with friends, I guess. Very well played though in these chases. Like I like the hit tanking. Oh, good dead hard. I like the hit tanking. I like Claudette using it to make it to save pallets. I like how she used that one to make it to that window. It looks like Nancy's gonna go struggle though. Nancy just goes struggle. And Ace also dies for this. I know he's got Deli Unbreakable, but just flat out dies for it. Oh, that hit looked kinda pingy, you know? Looked a little pingy to me. He's gonna get the kill on the Claudette. And now everybody but Ace is gonna be death hook too. Like Nancy and Kate both death hook. Ace is fresh. They actually didn't use his Unbreakable. They picked him up. So Unbreakable is still gonna be in play. Killer's West. Okay, yeah. So ping is decently high then, yeah. At least moderately high. This is... Oh, they're exposed. Starstruck! Starstruck value! Oh, I didn't even realize. I forgot it existed because of how little we've seen. There it was. I was like, why is she jumping in the locker? That's so unnecessary. Like, you're just risking dying in one hit when you're full health. Because she was going to die no matter what. We saw it. Starstruck value. It happened. Let's go. That's going to be a kill on the Kate. So there you go, Starstruck coming through. And what's interesting is this actually ends up being a really good result anyway, right? Like,
yeah, despite all the talk we've had about Starstruck value and whatnot, playing for WinCon, like this is actually like a really solid result for Wraith. Like they could maybe pop out another gen, maybe 2, but I don't think it's likely that we get outs from this point.
oh yeah, definitely not with 2 people dead. It's pretty much donezo, and especially because Nancy's also death hook. Like if she gets found and down at any point, then it's actually just over at that point. So yeah, I mean this is interesting, and I don't know. I think this maybe speaks more to like what we were talking about earlier about how difficult it is to play against Wraith in this map, right? Like if we'll be honest, both of these last 2 games, I think a lot of it came down to just the like micro being very heavily on the survivor of killer, right? Like there's so many hits that just come through at pallets. Like if you compare it to the sets that we saw earlier with like feet finders and instant dongs, where the survivors just make it so hard to get any damage, and they play all the pallets and windows like so perfectly, and they make it so difficult. They make such good reads. Like I feel like a lot of these games just came down to like kind of sloppy pallet play, which again, I'm not even trying to be like rude or anything. It's fucking hard. Like it is really hard to play these pallets well. And yeah, ping is also a factor too. Like ping is apparently a thing. Like some of these hits have looked pretty monka, but on top of that, plus how hard these pallets are to play, and this map in general can be hard to play. I think a lot of that is what this kind of boils down to, because yeah, there's a lot of hits coming through that feels like they really shouldn't, you know? Ace just chilling in a locker. I think he's just gonna, I mean, he could just hook Nancy and then kick hatch if he wants to, but he really wants to.
I don't know if slugging for the 4K is too worth here, but
maybe he wants to make sure Ace doesn't get out no matter. I mean, for like again, for the sake of practice, if you really want to like pretend this is a scenario where you want to get this 4K3 and make sure you don't let outs happen, like you maybe want to secure the exit gates. One of them's here. If you can figure out where the other one is, then you should feel pretty comfortable getting the hook. Is that no? Is that it? Bottom, like top side right here? No, it's not. Is it behind main? They might be in opposite corners. If it's like behind main over here at like 11, then that's going to be kind of rough. No. I think it's left side. I don't know. Oh. Does get it down on the ace. Ace has UV though, so if he slugs him, it's not going to do him any good. He's going to slug him. Yep. Definitely, he wants to secure this 4K3. He wants it. He wants it. He does not want to. He does not want to let anyone get out here. I think again. I think this gate's off to the right here, if I had to guess, right? Like right over here. See, the problem here is he might end up picking up Nancy, and then the ace will get up. Now the question is just, does he drop Nancy if ace picks up? Does he press the R key? No, but instead he looked up at the sky. He went, God damn it. Let's give me the kill. He can kick hatch. And I think if he kicks hatch, again, I think even if the gates are really far on this map, oh, he found him. Even if the gates are really far on this map, it's pretty fucking hard against a Wraith. Wraith is a pretty fast killer. Tracking him with the add-on. He's actually kind of giving him a chance for hatch here somewhat. I don't think he'll make it, but... Yeah, he's gonna get the down. It wasn't really playing defensively around hatch at all, but he's still gonna get the down. Yeah, there you go. 4K3. So 4K5 versus 4K3. Oh, that's romantic. He's like, hey, I'll catch you. How cute.
Jump into my arms.
Leap into my embrace. Oh, is he gonna? I thought he was gonna give him hatch. I thought he was gonna complete the romantic cycle, but I guess not. There you go. 4K3 versus 4K5. I mean, both really strong killer results. Like, I mean, just pretty killer dominated set all around there. So not much else to say about it. Wraith Dead Dog, very, very hard set. Both teams struggled a lot. Just Timeless able to get a little bit of a better result. You know, 4K5 a little better than 4K3, but both those results were fucking insane. Like the race popped off both times, and that will take us into set 3 though. So there you go, tied up. That's gonna be Trickster set going to Dingatrons. Timeless taking the race set. So both sets won the killer that they picked. So that's good, right? They both won the killer they picked. And now we're going to the tiebreaker where nobody picked it. So who the fuck knows what's gonna happen now? I got no idea. It's gonna be Oni. And we'll see how good these guys play Oni. It's gonna be Dingatrons playing Oni first up against the killer of time, or sorry, up against the survivors of Timeless. So they're gonna kind of set the pace of this, and I guess we'll see how that goes. I'm not sure. It should be interesting.
Yeah, and again, I think the Oni set is a good like intro to comp set because it does like highlight the things that you need to be good at, like the first chase, the macro, and all that. So I think it's really good to get that in. Plus, I want to say like Oni and Wraith are probably my most played sets. Like if I had to think, I mean, it helps that I've been on a team with Georgie, who is a Oni player like most of my time. But
yeah, true. I still feel like Oni is like one of those really popular killers too, though, right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, we played him all the time in like COTF and CYC even, I think. So
yeah, so I feel like it's definitely one of those good sets to learn. It's a good set to know. Should be good practice. Should be good practice and good, hopefully, for overall, just like getting some feedback and improving, hopefully. So we're gonna have Fusion on killer, which I think they've had a new killer every time, so we've not seen Fusion play killer yet. Not sure how this is gonna go, but we'll see. What's harder to face versus Ghostface on Larry's or Wraith on Dead Dog Slim? That's a good question for Tyro, actually. Which one do you think?
I think that once you get the comms down on Larry's Ghostface, you can kind of play around it much more easy. I think that map is very punishing for M1s, and ultimately, if you can reduce Ghostface down to an M1, you can punish him really hard. The problem with Wraith is that Dead Dog is kind of like, it's all 50-50s, and Wraith is really good at winning 50-50s because of his power. Like, that lunge is insane on some of those pallets. Like, it makes it feel dang near impossible to miss a hit. So I do think that set is definitely harder. Now, I do think that both of them are kind of volatile in their own right, where they can go either way. You know, you can get, like, stomped by either killer. But I definitely think that the Wraith set is a bit harder just because of how the map is.
Wait, these guys are... Wait, actually, who is playing killer first? Am I dumb? I think... Whoops. Hand was in the wrong place. Yeah, that's interesting. I feel like that definitely makes sense in terms of like how I'd expect it to go. I also feel like, again, if I'm thinking about it from like the point of view too, where you think about the killer play, like I think playing Ghostface like really well might be a little bit harder than playing Wraith pretty well. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. Maybe. I don't know if I agree with that or not. Maybe. But like, I feel like that's a big thing too, because like I have noticed that like on the Ghostface sets, like every time we get a Ghostface set, we talk about that whole thing that like Laser talked about that one time about like 99ing people and how careful you have to be and how it gets played at like high levels or whatever. But I feel like that really only happens when the Ghostfaces like play really good and like really making a point to sneak around 99 people, take advantage of those 99s to make like big macro plays and shit. Like if the Ghostfaces aren't playing, like because most of the times we don't see that. Like most of the time we see Ghostface sets, people don't really play in like a crazy way where the survivors need to do like super safe shit. Like it feels like a lot of times the survivors can just play kind of standard and just like slam gens, you know, heal in somewhat safe spots and just kind of just go for it, and then it usually ends up working out pretty well. So in that sense, it makes me feel like you can kind of get away with that in a lot of Ghostface sets, right? Like if the Ghostface player isn't like super cracked, then you kind of just, you know, do gens, play semi-standard, and usually you do okay. Whereas with Wraith, it's like everything is hard, right? You're like decision making, your micro, like it feels like almost every aspect of it ends up being really difficult, and it's not that hard for the Wraith to like be good enough to make it high pressure on you, you know? So yeah, I feel like the Wraith set is probably, if I had to guess, I would say the Wraith set's probably harder, but again, take that with a grain of salt because I don't do a ton of scrims, so like, you know, I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna say that it's accurate because Tyro said it's accurate, and I trust him more than I trust myself on it. So I'll just say, yeah, you know, seems right. Seems right to me. Oh, the ads are done. I guess I'll put in a lobby hostage. All right. All right. Cold Tower, Oni. Again, I would expect to see Corrupt, Bamboozle, Pain Res, blank 4th perk. But who knows, because this set has kind of thrown my entire expected build out of whack. So we might see something fucking crazy for all I know. And I'm kind of curious to see if we have the whole like Lion's Fang being left out too. We saw that in a couple games today. A couple killers have left out Lion's Fang out of their add-ons, and I feel like it's been kind of costly. And I'm curious if we see it again. Like Akito's Crutch is really good. Don't get me wrong, it's a very deadly add-on, and it makes it really, really hard to avoid going down to owning this power. But the extra duration just is so valuable in so many ways. And I'm curious if we see people continue to go without it or not. Also, what has happened to these gamers in the lobby? Oh.
They're playing musical chairs for the survivor spot.
I see. They're trying to decide who to sit out. I see. Okay, I have... Do I want to ask this question? Yeah, I'm going to ask it. I have kind of an awkward question to ask you. And like, you know, I want you to be honest with me about it. I'm just curious. I've always wondered, when it comes to like rosters that have a lot of players, like for instance right now, they have like 5 survivors that are ready to play Survivor right now, and one of them has to sit out. Has there ever been any like tension or awkwardness around like telling someone to sit out or something, or like deciding who gets to play? I've always wondered if that's a thing, you know? Like, if people are being like subbed out or subbed in, is that ever like a situation that's weird? I don't know, like if you want to not answer it or something, feel free. You could just be like, shut up, Tofu, and I'll just be like, all right, that's fine. Because it's one of those things I'm kind of just curious about it, you know?
Because I've been on a couple rosters that have had more than 5 players, and I do think that it can be kind of awkward to be like, hey, for this set, you know, we want to sub you out for you instead. And I've had a few situations where we're like, hey, this player plays against this killer like a a bit better than this player, right?
Yeah.
So in those cases, I feel like most players that I've played with, fortunately, have been really understanding, and you know, they'll be like, well, I'll just have to work towards, you know, being able to play in that set next time, or like proving themselves. But I could probably definitely see people with a different mindset where it might be like, oh, how dare you sit me out, you know?
Yeah,
Like, I'm the backbone of this team or something.
Yeah.
So,
It's one of those like, it's definitely like one of those like psychological like ego battle type things, right? Like, and I don't even mean ego in like a bad way, right? I mean it from like a literal like psychology study point of view, right? Like your ego, super ego, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Like, I think like being able to like, because I have noticed that a lot of people, like, I think having like a humble mindset is really important towards anything competitive, right? Like, I think if you're somebody that assumes that you're the best or something, and you assume that you have no room to grow, then you're never gonna, you know, be the best, or you're never gonna get better. And I do notice that usually people that are like competitive, or, you know, people that are good at games usually have that kind of like, for instance, like Laser will tell me all the time that he's like the weak link on his team for Survivor, right? Even though, like, to me, Laser is like a fucking godly gamer that's like insanely good, right? But he'll sit there and say like, oh yeah, like I'm the weak link on my team when it comes to Survivor and shit, right? And like, it seems like a lot of people will have a pretty like chill mindset about that kind of thing, right? Like, I think a lot of people, I think most people seem to be like that, which is good, because I think that's a good mindset to have, right? And if you do think that you're like a weak link, then as long as you use that as a drive to try to improve, then I think that's kind of like you said, I think that's all that matters. Like, if you use that as a drive to be like, okay, maybe I am the weak link, but I should use that as a way to try to improve, you know, get better. Maybe I can prove myself, and then you know, maybe I won't be the weak link anymore. But yeah, it is one of those situations that I think can turn into a little bit of a weird situation, and if it's the right person, you know. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I appreciate the insight on it. All right, here we go. Hey, no Lion's Fang again. So like I was saying, no Lion's Fang once again. Speed and extra orbs this time around. Pain Res, Bamboozle. I mean, pretty much the build we'd expect. No way out's there instead of the possible eruption pop that we could potentially see. But still really good build. Lines are pretty quick. This is Delhi. This is Delhi Survivor. Oh no! Oh God! I didn't like her even waiting at that pallet at all. I think you pre-throw that pallet and keep running. I don't think you even stop there, to be honest with you, because that pallet is not safe. It's not that safe to even just stop at. Like, it's a really hard pallet to play even post throw, and that was definitely not good. I think what she was trying to do is she was trying to greed for the stun and then use the stun to get distance away. So I think I get her point of view there on how she wanted to play it, but that was rough. Getting hit that early is really bad.
yeah, I think Zarina was a little bit far from that pallet there to quite pull that off.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate.
Yeah, she might have been trying to do the thing where she like runs past it and then like kind of comes back and catches you with like an unexpected stun. But yeah, a little too far away and doesn't get the timing. And yeah, that first hit is fast. I think even right now, Fusion should think about just leaving this chase and finding a full health survivor. I don't like that he's sticking to this. This is a huge opportunity, right? He already has power. There's a bunch of gens over here being worked on. He should just go patrol gens. Like, he will get this down now, but if he loses a gen now before he gets his hook, he might feel a little silly about this. I mean,
even leaving an injured survivor, like, you won't generate blood orbs in power, but you're not running duration, so you do kind of want that blood bank somewhere on the map later, potentially, you know?
Yeah, yeah. And he pops power right away. There was some scratch marks here. I don't really like this either. I don't like that he popped power right away without really knowing where anyone is. Because now... Okay, never mind. Whatever. He got the down. Good shit. Never mind. He's doing great. I still think the decision to do it was a little shaky, even though it worked out. Because I feel like that kind of runs the risk of them being able to stealth you out, right? Because you'll run out of power before she goes to struggle. And then they could run your power out, and then you're kind of in a weird spot where, like, they can either do gens or maybe get the unhook or do whatever. But this works out pretty well. He gets it down to ace. He can now kind of camp the hook.
I mean, this is really smart for how fast all this happened. Like, this just kind of shows the volatility of the Oni set.
Yep. Yeah, because now it's a really tough spot. If they want to get this unhook before struggle, they have to basically feed him power to do it. They also can't, like, do the one-for-one trade with Deli because Octane's the one that has Deli. So, yeah, no Deli one-for-one trade. And Zarina's just going to go struggle. There's a bunch of orbs on the map. Fizz is going to be dropping even more orbs. Yep, and this is where things can start to get a little shaky. It was for a really amphibious swing there. Good stun from Nancy. Does he go back? I think he does, yeah. This is such a good tunnel target. Like, he might not even know, like... I don't know if he has any kind of an idea what the build is. I don't know if he, like, saw the sprint burst or anything, but this is such a good tunnel target if he wants to stay on to Nancy. Or not Nancy, Zarina. She's ace, though. Wait, she's here, too. Yeah, Zarina's here as well, so they're both in danger. Zarina's gonna take the pallet. Lots of orbs here. There should be enough orbs for his power. And if you can just grab power, kill Zarina, and then go from there. I mean, there's enough orbs. Like, there's enough orbs that he can pop power, kill Zarina, and then still have enough orbs to get his power back again afterwards, too, for the 3v1. So, looks like that might be what he does. Good little double back on the T-wall. Good read from him for Zarina, though. Oh, a little bit of an overflick. Just slight overflick. Goes a little too far with it. But does get the down anyway. And yeah, this is looking pretty good for the killer. They're working main. These two both in?
That was
nice.
A pain res?
Yeah, that was yeah, she actually didn't get pain res on the first hook, yeah. It was just a normal hook. So that was a pain res coming in just now.
A death at 4 gens is pretty brutal and is quite the feat to come back from, so...
Yeah. This is...
doable, but hard.
Yep. Extremely hard. They still have an injury, too, that's going to be dropping orbs with Splintered Hull. There's a bunch of orbs bottom side. And he also just located both of these as well at, like, 11. Again, lots of orbs being dropped by Ace. That Gen at main's got a good bit of progress, and I think he heard it. How much he decides to defend it, I don't know. Nancy's doing a Gen like bottom mid, I think. We'll find a bunch of orbs here. Enough for power. Where was Kate? She was at the Orban tile. She's not going to get found, doesn't look like. So the past like minute has been pretty beneficial for survivors. I mean, there hasn't really been much getting done. He just kind of gathered power and has done kind of nothing else. No one's really gotten found. And they've
At this
progressed.
point, you just want to deny as much info from the killer as possible. Like, that's just the goal.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed. There's already like so many orbs on the map. It's kind of hard to even like, I don't know. Goes for a really aggressive flick there on Nancy that he doesn't get. Bamboozles the window. Does she have a filler here? She went around Backshack. Seems like not a very great idea. And she will go down. Goes for this hook. Might be a pain res. Both this gen and the main building gen have a good bit of progress. But this might get pain res just now. Maybe. Maybe. Possibly. No, not pain res. So the pain res hooks must be in really awkward positions. They must all be like topside or something. Because that's the second time he's gotten a hook over on the side that wasn't a pain res. They must be in really weird spots. General 11 pops. The gen at main still has a good bit of progress. And the gen split's actually pretty good. I mean, they got like this one's kind of mid-map, and then there's one bottom and then 2 top. And one of the top ones is almost done too. They actually have everyone back to full now. But like, it doesn't really, there's just so many orbs on the map that it almost like doesn't even matter that much anymore.
Oh, Ace runs right into him. That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, having a little bit of an awkward meetup there, fucking bumping into each other face to face. And that's a really fast down too. Didn't use much of the power. Like, still has like, I don't know, 3/4 of it almost. So all these blood orbs that are around this maze tile are going to be enough to get power again. Again, still no pain res, unfortunately, for fusion. The hook spawns must be in weird spots. But does get another hook, does get power again.
It is another early power pop.
Yeah. To be fair, at least this time he had scratch marks that he saw, which is at least something. Because he can follow these and hopefully find something. And I think you... Okay. Okay. Big flick. You know, I like the way Fusion plays, man. Like, some of the flicks he goes for are risky, but when they work, bro, they look fucking like they're flashy. Like, that was a nasty flick right there. That was so good. So like sometimes they don't work out, but when they do, whoo, it's fucking sick. And this could end it right here. And there he goes. That's gonna end it. UB was on the driver that got killed, so that's gonna be it. That's gonna be a 4K2 for Fusion.
Yeah, I think Fusion played that phenomenally. Just very good use of his power and showed how you can like snowball things with it.
Yeah, disgusting. That's not even a pain res either. Where the fuck are the pain reses, dude? I don't know. I wish we could see Scourges. I am so confused as to how pain reses are just not happening in this game. That's so wild. But yeah, honestly, insanely good game. Yeah, he played very, very well. Again, like there was some little minor mistakes that we pointed out already, but that wasn't enough for it to really matter this game because he still just popped off so hard that he still made it happen. Again, a lot of it did come from slip-ups from the survivors too, if we're gonna be honest. Like that first hit came in way too early. And there was just some other, like, I think them leaving Ace injured for as long as they did was a pretty big mistake too. I think they should have prioritized the heal on that. I feel like he was dropping orbs around the map forever. Like there was like never really a point in this match where there was not just a gazillion blood orbs around the map for Fusion, right? Like he always had enough orbs to get his power, right? Like throughout pretty much all points of the game, which I think is a pretty big fuck up as well. Like you can't really just give Oni his power nonstop like that, you know? But yeah, I mean, still the overall Oni play from Fusion still really, really nasty. I mean, his flicks were good. His overall just like use of power was nasty. He just did a really good job with like the tunnel out and then following that up as well. Just really, really solid play. Really solid game. And again, barely even any pain res usage either. Like he was almost like down a perk too, considering how bad his pain res spawns must have been. So just for even more on top of it, he practically did as like a 2 perk killer basically, because no way we never even got to No Way Out. So very impressive, very, very impressive. That's gonna be tough. That's
gonna be an uphill battle for the next survivor group to get to. I mean, 4K2 is not survivor group, the killer, the next killer to get to, because 4K2 is like a really, really good result. So 4K3 win con, that's pretty hard to get. I mean, it's doable, but very hard.
Yeah, it feels like you almost might just be hoping for a tie at this point, right? Like it feels like even a tie feels hard. Like even matching 4K2 is tough. Like you got to have a pretty big pop off game to do that, right? Like I would argue Fusion pop the fuck off, and I think you need to like kind of pop the fuck off yourself, like just as hard if not harder, which is tough, right? Like that's pretty tough. So yeah, definitely gonna be a bit of an uphill battle. I agree. And for the survivors, I think as long as they have a good clean game, this should be a pretty I say easy win con. It's gonna be an easy win con if they play like super clean. But again, these guys are kind of newer to all this, and I think playing clean, just saying playing clean makes it sound all easy when in reality it's fucking hard, right? Like it can be a lot harder than it seems. But I will say, regardless of how good bad they play, I think if they could at least just stall out the first hit for a long time, I think they'll be in a good spot. Because I think that was the big thing about that game, is that the first hit came in so quickly. If they could at least just do that, if they just like play the first chase super safe and just like, you know, do a good job of pre-leaving pallets and running to safe tiles and just throwing pallets and playing them correctly, and if they could at least get like a gen done before the first hit comes in, then I think they'll probably be fine from there. Like I think that would pretty much lock it down. So we'll see. We will see. Bro, what the fuck? Chat, are you guys good? Are you guys okay? What? Stop it. Stop it, chat. Stop it. Are you a top pain res or a bottom pain res? Stop it. Just stop it. Just stop it. How about you just stop it? Instead of me answering the question, what if you just stopped it? You know? Like, what if you guys just, like what if you just stopped?
You can't mention dongs and feet without getting people all riled up.
That's a pretty good point. Yeah, this might be our fault. You're kind of not wrong. Yeah. We did mention the matchup earlier of dongs versus feet. And yeah, that might have snowballed this, you know? Yeah, yeah. We also have E-Girls coming up. Oh yeah, the last team. Yeah, E-Girls is like the last team of the night, isn't it? E-Girls versus Nurse Self-Care. So yeah. Yeah, it's gonna get even worse, isn't it? Yeah, everyone's gonna be like, we love e-girls, and then it's gonna be, oh god, it's gonna, yep. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. Interesting. Interesting. We have a chant for you girls. Oh yeah, would you please share it with me? I'm very curious. I would love to see it. I would love to see it. I know, Dino. I know. There's not much we can do about it. It's fine. You know, gamers are gonna be gamers. You know, what are you gonna do? Happens, man. Happens.
I'm curious, Tofu. What have been some of the favorite team names that you've encountered doing this for so long?
You know, like I know that they're like a long time team, and it like, you know, it might seem dumb, but I love DC on First Downs team. Sorry, their team name. Like I remember when they first made that name, it like cracked me up because it's such a relevant thing to everybody that plays DBD. You know, like anybody that's played Killer will look at that name and go, yeah, that's happened. That's happened quite a few times. You know, like it's just you just look at it and you just kind of giggle to yourself. But other than that, oh man, I know there were some good ones in like the Swiss tournaments, but I can't remember them off the top of my head. Man, that's such a tough question because I'm trying to really think of like the really good ones, but my memory is so bad that I can't come up with them. Chair sniffer, yeah, chair sniffers. See, I don't know if I want to call that one my favorite, like one of my favorites. That's an interesting team name, you know, interesting. I feel like I like the ones that could really make me laugh, and some of them are just like, some of them I look at and I'm just like, oh. Do you have any that come to mind, Tyro?
I'm a little biased in that category.
Power Struggle Rangers?
I think Power Struggle Rangers is the best team name.
Hey, I do love me some Power Struggle Rangers too. All right, you know, we'll throw them in there as honorable mention as well. I mean, I feel like I got a lot of love for that team in multiple ways, so I'll give you that one for sure. See, again, I feel like what usually ends up happening with team names though, like even right now, I'm just like scrolling through team names of just like even in like other servers. Again, it's that same joke I always make about like them being one word edgy names, you know, or it's either that or it's something silly. Like it's either one word edgy names or something silly, and I think the silly names are usually like good and like, you know, funny typically, but I don't know. I can't think of any off the top of my head. It's hard to come up with a balance.
I do think, because they were an all-console team, I thought Joystick Goblins was super creative.
Oh,
and wasn't,
yeah.
like, it wasn't too memey, it wasn't too, like, edgy. It was just right in the middle.
True. I think there's definitely good ones like that. Yeah, where like you could be a little memey, but not like so silly that your name is like chair sniffers or feet finders, you know, but like not super serious either. I don't know what the fuck just happened in this lobby. Vigilantes, yeah, that's a good pun. True. Gin and Juice was also a good pun. True. I wish I could realize some of the King of the Hill teams, because I feel like I remember there being a lot of gold mines in King of the Hill, but I can't remember them for the fucking life of me for some reason.
It's been so long, I don't even remember any of the good ones. I remember there being a lot of them, though.
Yeah, same. Rats, I mean, yeah, I love Rats of RPD. I love Rats mostly for their meme of burning RPD offerings, you know? It fit them real well. I dig it. I mean, I don't know if I love them for being Rats of RPD, just because I wish there were Rats of any other map, you know? I'm not a big fan of RPD. I love Rats, and I love memes. Don't really love RPD, you know? Probably one of my least favorite maps.
Borgo? Rats of Borgo?
Rats of Borgo. Hey, I kind of like Borgo these days, to be honest with you. I don't hate it. I'm about it. I would take Rats of Borgo.
I miss old Borgo. It was so bad, it was good.
I would say it's just bad. I don't know about that one. I would maybe just call it bad. God, that fucking map. Man, oh man. How about Chads? Yo, I do like Chads. I think Chads is like a good mix too, right? It's a good mix of like being silly but not being like completely silly. You know what I mean? It's I think that's one of those good balance names. You know, it's right in between. Like you're not like making yourself super edgy, but you're also not going full meme either. I think it's a good name. Like I don't know what the fuck I would name my, like if I was like in charge of making a team and I had to come up with a name, bro, I would be so lost. I don't know what the fuck I would do. Like, it's so hard to come up with something decent. So I can't blame people. Like, if you want to name your team like Darkness or something, like, dude, go nuts. I can't blame you. I couldn't come up with anything good. I have no idea. I don't know, man. The Lost Jolteons? Yo, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Don't be bringing up my trauma. Come on. My trauma is not a funny joke, okay? That's a real thing, all right? I don't what happened to this lobby? I'm not even getting an invite again.
Oh, that was a team. We did have a
Oh.
Meg team once, Bodyguard Meg.
Oh,
It was,
yeah,
what was the acronym?
Monoethylene glycol or some shit. Mono something glycol? I can't remember. Some shit like that. But yeah, it was like a 3-word name, but the acronym was Meg, so they were Team Meg. I know, I accepted friend request. I got it. I got it. I accepted 3 of them. 2 of them were like from the E-Girls team, but I accepted 2 of them. Hey. Oni fans? Yeah, there you go. Oni fans. Oh yeah, okay, Booners. Yeah. That one was pretty memey. Yeah. Yeah, there were some good ones, man. I don't know if I was down with the Meg team. You know what I mean? Like, part of me thought it was funny, but then part of me was also like, they named themselves Meg, so like, I kind of hate that. You know? Like, I was torn on it. You know? I was torn on it. I wasn't sure. Well, Bodyguard Meg, I hated it because it wasn't our Meg team. They were a phony team. Like, they weren't the real Megs, okay? We're the real Megs. That's why I hated it, okay? Obviously. All right, we're hopping in now. Optional DC. Nice. Guys, I told you guys, I am joining Team Meg as their leader because I'm infiltrating the Megs. I'm going to join them and become one of them so I can take them down from the inside. And like I said before, the Megs are so Meg brand that I can literally say this out loud and the Megs still won't understand what's happening. Like, I can literally tell you guys, right, guys, I'm joining the Megs as a double agent to take them down from the inside. I can say this out loud and the Megs will not even understand what I'm saying because they're so Meg brained. So it's fine. I can just announce my plans. I don't even have to be sneaky about it. It's great. It's great. So yeah. I'm captain of Team Meg. Yep. I'm a Meg. Love Megs. Can't wait to play with all my Megs. It's going to be great. What happens when you get into the head of Meg and but like it? Honestly, dude, maybe it's the play. Like, I feel like being Meg brained kind of sounds like a good existence, you know? It's like the whole like blissful ignorance thing. Like, if you can live your life just like totally Meg brained, you know, just like peanut brained, you know, not really caring about anything, not knowing anything, just kind of like tripping your way through life, you know, falling over, breaking shit, killing your teammates on accident, not really caring, you know, not really knowing any better. That kind of sounds nice. It sounds like a happy life, you know? So, like, I don't know. I'd be okay, I guess. All right. Game is almost going. Close. God damn. We're going to be starting the midnight set a little bit past midnight, I think. I believe. Seven-minute game? I mean, it could be, dude. I mean, Oni games can go fast, so I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not so sure. Anything could happen, you know? You never know. You never know, man. You never know. Did you end up sleeping at all last night? Yes. I slept like 5 hours, I think. Throughout, like, it was like multiple sleeps. But between last stream and this stream, I think I got like 5 hours or something, which is fine. That is plenty. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Ready to go. Good, 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 good. I'm glad they didn't take too long once they joined the lobby. Sick, 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 sick. All right, here we go. So, it's been a while because I feel like we've been in between games for a minute, but let's remember 4K2 was the first result. Fusion got a real big result, got a 4K2. This team, this killer now has to get a 4K3 to win, which is fucking crazy. A 4K2 to tie, which is also pretty fucking crazy. And 4K1 would be a loss. So the survivors just have to finish 4 to 5 gens. And that's their win con. So they don't even have to like even necessarily worry that much about like a 3-gen scenario. They literally just slam whatever gens they want almost. Well, maybe that's a little bit wrong to say, but for the most part, like it's not a very tight win con for them. They just need to make sure they play their chases well, don't get shit on too hard, and don't let the Oni pop off and get a lot of like slugging and snowballing going, and it should be okay. All right, let's fucking do it. Let's do it. A little bit of a mix there. Looks like DS with live onto Ace. Watermelon. Oh, hey, Watermelon's back in. He's got the Unbreakable Deli. And a little bit of a mix there from Fusion as well. All right. I mean, pretty good build. No Bamboozle, though. Could end up making life a little hard. If these guys really play, like, the main building well, especially, like, early, the no Bamboozle could actually end up being a little rough. Like, Bamboozle was a very good perk on this killer. And having it not one of, especially on a map like Cold Tower with the main building being pretty good. I mean, I think most maps have a good main building, but Cold Tower definitely does. And it could end up being a little bit harmful, but we'll see how they play. Like even right here, no Bamboozle in this. Fusion just gonna run to the pallet, and Optional just gonna walk away from it.
I think no Bamboozle makes these first chases so much harder. I don't know if it's actually worth bringing more slowdown over it.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. What is... Ooh, that was a little bit funky. He actually could have caught him off if he just held W there. Watermelon, this pallet's actually very dangerous. He needs to be super careful here. And yeah, he does get hit. Yep. This pallet is not a safe pallet, man. It's like deception. It's very deceptively bad. Like... It seems like it's kind of good. You're like, oh, hey, it's a pallet with a window next to it. But yeah, that's a really fast early hit. It's a really fast first hit. And this is exactly what we were saying he needed. On top of that, Watery is also delis. So if he fucks up and goes down, this could be really bad too. But I think what might end up happening is he might end up grabbing the power and then going after somebody else. Yeah. So I don't think Deli will necessarily be out of play. But still a really fast first hit. A really fast power use. Ooh, tries for the big flick, but the stun comes in from Fusion.
Really patient from Nancy there.
Yeah. Which is really good. You love to see that. There's no speed here, so he is going with Splinter and Hull Lion's Fang, which is probably the preferred combo. Nancy actually just going to lock her up and let herself get hooked. I actually feel like she maybe could have stayed alive a little bit longer. There's a pallet here that she could have used too. Like she could have bought a little bit more time there. So kind of surprising that she didn't. She just goes ahead and lets herself get downed and just stops the snowball. But I feel like even if she went down, he probably would have just picked, right? Like, that felt like a weird time to lock her for me. Like, I feel like...
Especially because, like, if you look at his power gauge, like, it was still, like, above half. Like, he barely lost any power, and there's probably enough blood on the map for him to get it back pretty easily.
Yeah, yeah. Like, when he actually hits you, like, when he bonks you, he loses a big chunk. So, like, you're basically giving him that chunk that he would have lost. Because I'm also pretty sure that if he would have gotten the down within the next, like, 2 or 3 seconds, it's not like he would have slugged. I think he would have just picked up anyway. So it would have been the same thing. So, yeah, I didn't really love that locker play there. I thought that was a bit unnecessary. Watery will come in and get the unhook. He didn't get his power yet, which is actually pretty nice. He's like 1 or 2 orbs away. There might be some over here, but I'm not sure. He's gonna stick to Nancy though. I think that was borrowed time from Watery though, right? I think they're running borrowed time. Because he didn't have will make it. He's actually gonna grab power and leave? What is happening? I just want to see real quick. He does have borrowed time, yeah. So that was much more endurance and haste there. Gen pops bottom. Ace gonna use his live, but it's not gonna get him very far. Another locker pool. Again, I feel like instead of these locker pools, like staying in like a good area to die, and then maybe just letting her like he's gonna get his power back so fast now. Look at this. There's like 6 orbs and he has his power back. I think they're over. Okay, the whole like jumping in a locker against Oni can be a good play in the right scenario, but it's like a right place, right time kind of thing, and it definitely shouldn't be done every time because he does lose a big chunk of his power when he hits you, right? Like when he actually hits you with his power, it like deletes like, I don't know, 1/10 of his power or something. I don't know what the actual number is, but a good bit of it. And it really only should be done if you think he's gonna like slug and then keep going after somebody else. Or if you just really need to buy time like late game for like, I don't know, something. Like if you need to buy like 2 extra seconds and you want to force a locker animation. But these situations don't really feel great for it. Gunner comes in. He's going to stick to ace actually. Overflicks a little bit. This is where Bamboozle would have also been really good too. If you just bamboozle the T-wall and then just play the L. Let's get a good flick there into the window. So ace does go down. Ace though has got DS. His lad's already been used though. But he does have DS. There was a filler pallet over there he could have used, but he's actually running away from it. He's gonna head towards main. And Oni's gonna leave him. Huh.
And for WinCon, we can't, Oni can't let any other gen, you know, pop.
Yeah.
And I think that the fact that these chases have been a little bit long because of the lack of Bamboozle has kind of hurt him, despite having all this slowdown.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed. Yeah, because like one more gen pops and that's a tie. And again, I feel like him dropping chase like this also feels not great, right? Like he's kind of just letting them get away. He's letting them reset. There's really no pressure on anyone right now. He's just gonna find ace again just now. I don't love the way he's been playing this for sure. So now he's back on ace, but this has been a lot of free gen time for everybody else. Goes for a big flick, but overflicks it a little bit. Hits the rock instead. Breaks it. Ace has window on that side though. And he can't stop it, so he's gonna bail. But even here, if these guys are hypothetically stealthing, well, they did main. But that was Deli that did main. That secures the tie. Best case scenario now is a tie. And that's only if he 4Ks right now before another gen pops. Water gonna go ahead and hop in a locker. And he's gonna go down. He'll get put on hook, which will be possibly a pain res, but he's got Deli. So there you go. Yep, pain res coming in. Pop up 2. And I mean, I'm not gonna say it's totally over because, like, I don't know, it's Oni, you know, maybe it's Oni with like duration, so you never know. I mean, maybe if the survivors fuck up really badly, but at this point, we're relying on survivors making some pretty big fuck ups. You know, like the only way the tie is happening now is if the survivors play this pretty poorly. Like if they just play like even decently, like if they just don't make like multiple big mistakes back to back, then they should be fine. Because again, all they need is one more gen. They're all kind of topside. It's like 111 and then 2 of them are like mid right. Deli coming in. He's going to kick this with Eruption. Find someone on this gen. This pallet's still up, I believe, at the filler or at that maze tile. Lockering up again. And see, at this stage, I guess I don't hate it. Because I think at this stage, they probably understand that the only way they lose this is if the Oni like pops off crazy hard and gets like multiple downs. So maybe at this stage, it makes sense based off the win con. I still feel like these guys are overly utilizing lockers a bit too much, just in general. But I feel like at least on that one, it makes a little bit more sense. Because, yeah, the only way you lose right now is if the killer like pops off crazy hard with power. But I don't know, man. He's still like, you're doing it so early that like he basically has power still. Like, I don't know. I think maybe you just try to survive.
I think at that point it's better just play out the chase because he will waste a chunk downing, and then he still has to find other hopefully stealth survivors. I think it's better just take the potential slug.
Yeah, like I feel like this is like a way of that. Like in their head, I think they're like, okay, we're playing safe by doing this. But I think, yeah, I think the way to actually play it safe would be just to play the chase and then have your teammates play stealth, right? And then yeah, like if he slugs and leaves you there, he would have to like just run around the map looking for hiding gamers, right? Which is not very reliable. So yeah, I don't think it's correct the way they've been doing this. And if anything, I think it's given him more pressure than he probably should have had. But he's going to leave that. He's going to come back up to this 11 gen and he'll find Ace here. And he'll get that down on him. That'll pop Eruption on a bunch of gens. And he gets that pickup. We're going to double this with Prove, though. That's going to put a ton of pressure down on that gen. And that gen at 11 also had a lot of pressure, too. So if they can sneak up and grab the unhook, and then also pressure that 11 gen, that's going to be a lot of pressure split on the map. Ooh, Blast Mine? Hey, they were just giving him his Eruption cooldown, that's all. How polite of them. How polite.
Oh, all that blood right there.
Yep. That's a lot of blood. And yeah, Water's back on an 11 gen. It's got a good bit of progress. I like this stealthing outer map play. He has his sprint burst up now, too. And where's the killer looking? He's not looking. I like that play from Watery. If he thinks he's close to getting found, he could always try to sprint burst away, too. And yeah, he's gonna end up not getting found. That's pretty big. I mean, his gen might get hit by Eruption, but still pretty big. He's gonna be able to stay over there at 11 and try to keep pressuring that. Ace's death hook. He's got to be careful, and down he goes. There's no way he actually pulls off the Tycon here, right? Like, there's no way. Because he might come back to this gen with Pop, but I think they're doubled on the other. Well,
right now he doesn't have power up, and he doesn't have the pain res. So he's just gonna have to beeline it up there.
They're split on 3 different gens right now. Like, Nancy started working the 1 o'clock gen. So yeah, he's gonna kick this 11 gen with Pop. It's gonna put Eruption down on it. But they're split on a bunch of different gens. And yeah, I think the fact that he doesn't have power right now and that everybody's healthy is probably going to be the main downfall here. I think if they just play this safe and just pre-run off gens, like right now, these guys should be probably pre-running. Like definitely Nancy. Like if she would have pre-ran around the front, like around the back of main, maybe, especially since he doesn't have Bamboozle, like immediately. I mean, this still kind of works out because he doesn't, even here, I think she should have just kept going down to chat.
Yeah, I don't think we waste this resource.
Oh, well, it works out anyway. They finish that gen. That's going to secure the win for him. So that's going to lock it down regardless. Watery's also on the 11 gen, so they might even be able to finish all the gens. But that's going to lock it down regardless. Dingatrons will take the best of 3. This was a really interesting set. Because, like, the games were just very strange. Like, they didn't go at all the way I thought they would. Like, ever, I guess. It was very weird. Watery has a sprint burst. Like, this one was super odd. Like the way they played around lockers this game was very strange. Like, the survivors did a pretty good job overall. Like, they're definitely getting the better of the Oni, I think. Like, I think they're gonna be able to get an okay result here. But there was still like a bit of sloppiness. Like, I definitely think their locker plays didn't really make a lot of sense. And there still was just a bit of overall sloppiness in general. That just felt a bit like strange because it feels weird because in one sense it feels like they're very like they do a lot of things very right where I'm like, damn, like these guys are actually pretty fucking solid already, like holy shit. But then sometimes they'll do things where I'm like, wait, what the hell are they even doing? You know, it's very interesting to see them play. Ooh, Watery throwing it on the wrong side. Maybe thought he was gonna swing around, but they do pop the final gen. He's gonna pop power. Nancy's gonna stealth off of this gate. I don't know if that's a good place to stealth though. It feels like maybe one of the first places you'd check. But we'll see. Yeah, never mind. He didn't check.
He does not check that corner.
Yep, never mind. I take it back. I take it back.
That might be one of those spots that's like, oh, there's no way they hide there. That's too obvious.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it could be that maybe. Yeah. Oh, Nancy's gonna get found now and actually gets away from that. Circles that tree perfectly, doubles back at the perfect time. Has these rocks too? Oh, she'll be down though. Down she goes. That uses up the whole power though. And water's on the other gate. And yeah, there's no way they can get there in time. Fusion's also only worth 1 stage. So while that's happening, I'm assuming these others are just going to go ahead and leave. Yep, they're already on their way out. And that's going to be 7 stages. This is going to be the final result. 7 stages, 3 fresh. So pretty okay result for the survivors here. Not terrible for the killer, but not enough to win based off the word off that first game, right? That 4K2 win con is just so hard to deal with. And yeah, interesting game. GG's. I mean, again, like you said, I think not having Bamboozle here cost them a lot. I think Bamboozle would have been really, really good in a lot of these early game chases and would have helped a lot with a ton. I mean, I just think a lot of the chases in general could have been shortened a lot by Bamboozle. And yeah, I feel like it's hard to even summarize it because there was a lot of like interesting decisions made by both sides. I think we talked about it enough in the heat of the moment. Overall, just solid best of 3 though. These teams were very evenly matched. I mean, some of the games felt kind of blowouty, but like at the same time, they were both doing it to each other, so it kind of felt even in that way, right? And I thought it was a good best of 3. I thought these teams were close, and Dingatron just feels like they were a little bit ahead, and they take it. They take the 2-1 victory. So GG's.
Yeah, one thing I'm really excited for is, I mean, these teams both showed like a pretty solid foundation. Like they had pretty good understanding of like general like comp macro, micro, and with some fine tuning and some honing and more practice, like they're going to be pretty solid teams going forward, I think. So that's always exciting to have new teams, you know, show up and get better.
Yeah, agreed. I think that's a big thing too. Like, I don't know how new these guys are to comp and everything. Like, in a weird way, I almost feel like I'm treating them like they're not, because I feel like they were playing pretty well. Like, it almost seems like they're not new to comp, even though they probably are, which I think is saying something, because I think they do seem to have a pretty good grasp on things. Like, they're very, very solid players, and if they are like very new, then yeah, they seem like they have potential to be very good. Because I think you take some time to kind of like hone in on everything, kind of like you said, like fine tune shit. Definitely a ton of potential here for these guys. Like, I think both these teams could be pretty nuts if they just kind of keep at it in practice. So excited to see that. Hopefully we see them come back. Hopefully we see them continue to come back and play and, you know, improve. I think that's one of my favorite things of, like, from scrims, is seeing some of these teams that are like kind of newer and seeing them gradually like get better every week. It's probably one of my favorite things from the whole event that we do. So hopefully these guys stick around. Hopefully they keep grinding. I would love to see them some more. But For now, we're going to our final set, which is the E-Girls. Wait, what's the chant? We're the E-Girls. Hear us. Ooh, woo. We sell bathwater and juice up, too. You've got no riz. You're so skibbity. Try to chase us, and you'll learn humility. Tyro, I want to shoot myself in the face. I'm going to be honest with you. I really want to shoot myself in the face after reading that. I don't know if I can go on.
If you didn't feel like that now, when it's clipped later and being played in your Discord all the time, like, you're going to feel like that even more.
Oh,
so.
fuck. You're right. Oh, God. You're right. Someone's going to soundboard it. Oh, fuck. Oh,
They
God.
just got you saying skibbity.
Oh, shit.
So.
Oh, shit. You're right, aren't you? Fuck. Oh, God. It's over for me, dude. Oh, God. It's over. Oh, it's over for me. Fucking hell. I don't even want to think about it. E-Girls is going to be the first killer. Let's just go on with the set, dude. E-Girls is going to be the first killer. Wraith, Oni, Plague as a tiebreaker. Up against Nerf Self-Care. This should be a good set. I'm excited for this one. This should be good. We've seen Nerf Self-Care plenty. E-Girls is a newer team to scrims, but I think I recognize a lot of their players. That team is definitely not new to comp, but it'll be our first time seeing them in scrims at the very least. But I'm pretty sure I recognize some of the names. I mean, we've seen Gray. Gray's on the team. We've seen Gray play on, I think, Rats. Was Gray on Rats or was Gray on?
Gray was on Rats. He was on Tread's team.
Yeah, like the team at Zenith now. Yeah.
Yeah, he was on another team. I forget which one though. But not Gray's awesome. Really cool guy.
Yeah, Gray's a juicer, like absolute juicer. I mean, we've seen a ton of Gray, and like I know that they're good 100%. I recognize some of the other names, so I have high hopes for this team. We have seen Nerf Self-Care a few times too. They're a very, very solid team. How they'll match up against E-Girls, I guess we'll see. I really don't know. I'm not sure. I guess it's something that I can't really be sure about until we actually get them in game. But I'm pretty excited to see it at the very least. I gotta get some ads out of the way. I'm gonna get some ads out of the way. Let me change up the map layout. We're going to a Wraith set first, right? Let me change it all up. I'm gonna get some ads out of the way, and I'm also going to quickly. Oh God, don't stop it. Don't post clips of me reading it. Fuck you guys. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be back. I'll be back in a minute. If you want to talk to chat, feel free. I'll just be back in like a minute and a half. 1 sec. 1 sec. BRB. 1 sec.
I'm glad that you guys got Tofu saying skibbity. Might be the highlight of this whole stream, not gonna lie. Okay, you read it, Tyro? I'll say skibbity all I want. So... I will answer any questions y'all have, so... In the short time, I don't know how long Tofu takes, so... My quarterback salary? A lot. What's it like to be the GOAT of DVD? I don't know. Ask Nightlight or something. Would you rather be an e-girl or be skibbity? You know, if you're caught up on your skibbity toilet lore, they get pretty powerful later on in the series. So I think I'd rather be a skibbity toilet. Because they're kind of strong. They can, like, blow things up and stuff. You gotta be caught up, though, with the recent episodes.
Oh, did I miss any invites? Hello.
No, they're just asking me about skibbity toilet. So.
Oh God. Yeah. Yeah. Have you seen that shit?
Me and my friends watched it as a joke, and you know, it kind of reminds me of back in my day. You know, I'm old. We would watch like the Gmod Idiot Box and stuff, and it kind of reminds me of that, but like for a newer generation. So that's kind of neat in a way, but
yeah, like I feel like I get it, right? Like I get it, but at the same time, it's like, you know, no, you know.
well,
I don't
it's
know.
stupid for sure, but you know, we had like Nyan Cat. Like,
True, yeah, true. We had some pretty dumb shit. Like if you go back and watch like the End of Z World video or something, like that's like the cringiest thing to ever fucking exist. You know what I mean? And like when I was like a fucking 8-year-old kid, I thought it was hilarious. You know, I mean I was 8, so I guess I had that excuse going for me. But regardless, you know, it's kind of hard to judge after some shit like that. You know, like I think all judging goes out the window after that. So yeah, you know, you're probably right. Yeah.
they're about to go through all 2008 internet history in the chat now, just pointing out what was cringe.
Yup. There was plenty of shit that was cringe. Yep. So they're gonna be pretty busy. They're gonna be pretty fucking busy, man. How dare you shit talk the end of Z World? Bro, I'm sorry. If you were to show that to anybody nowadays who didn't watch it as a kid, like if it's not like nostalgic to somebody, it's so cringe. It's so bad. There's no way. I would be embarrassed. Like if I had to show that to somebody and then admit to them that I watched that and thought it was funny at one point in my life, I would be so fucking embarrassed. No. Nope. Wouldn't do it. Wouldn't do it. All right, roll in here. Are they all gonna have E-Girl before their name? I love this. E-Girl Slaughter is playing killer. Gonna be playing Wraith up against the survivors of Nerf Self-Care. And again, we're familiar with pretty much all these gamers. We've seen them in the past. They are some gamers. There's some gamers. There's some juicers. As a matter of fact, actually, Nerf Self-Care is the team that we haven't seen in a while, right? We've seen Nerf Dead Hard quite a bit, which I think, if I'm not mistaken, is probably like their like secondary team or whatever. They're like, I think anyway, or maybe there's no or maybe there's just no affiliation whatsoever. But I think they're like they're like, you know, like academy team type thing maybe. We actually haven't seen Nerf Self-Care in a while. This is our first time seeing them in a minute. But these guys are good, man. These guys are pretty good gamers. They're definitely some juicers. So I'm excited to see how these guys do, because it's been a hot minute. And again, it's going to be that rate set, so we'll see how it goes. I mean, I think we'll probably see the expected build this time from Slaughter, I would assume. Although, we have seen a couple times today that Deadman switch might be fucking insane on Wraith. And I almost kind of hope that we see it one more time so we could really get a good feel for it. Because people were talking about, like, I saw people were talking about banning it. It seemed kind of fucking insane from what we saw earlier. I'm almost hoping that one of these two runs it so we can see it one more time. But we might not. We might end up just seeing like the more traditional build of Shadow Dance, Swift Hunt, Bamboozle, Corrupt, Pain Res, and then I don't know, insert whatever fourth perk you want.
I'm pulling for the make your choice personally. So.
Hell yeah, with the Mind Breaker. I mean, hey, it worked pretty well last time, so you know, maybe everyone's inspired and we're all just gonna start running fucking make your choice. You know, that'd be pretty sweet. I'd be about it. I'd be about this new meta. Close Gamba, please. I can't. Why? Did you join in on the Gamba? Oh my lord, you're as bad as Ralph last night. Jesus Christ. All right, there you go. I got you. I got you. Don't worry, I closed it. All right. This will be setting the pace for the whole best of 3, at least early on. So curious to see how this goes. Again, can be a bit of a difficult set. If the Wraith starts to pop off and gets ahead, it can sometimes be really hard to claw your way back because of how mobile he is, how much information he gets. Just can be really difficult to go against here. But again, same thing. Likewise, like I think a lot of these teams are probably used to playing this set with a lot more restrictions because this is a set that gets played in real comp, but like it'll have like a gazillion restrictions. Like survivors can't run any like exhaustion perks. Like the idea of running like Deli against a Wraith is probably absurd to like some of these players, but you know, it is what it is. So it could still, but even regardless, even with the strong perks allowed, it really still could snowball either way. So I guess we'll see. Zarina gets found really quickly, and that was sprint burst, right? Gonna get a pretty decently fast tag there, and yeah, that is, yep, that is Deli and sprint burst. So bit of a dangerous target. I don't know if Slaughter really realized that and wants to stay after it. Actually, he's gonna switch off and go after Ada. Gets smacked through balance too. Huh. So
looks like they're choosing to do a more hit and run play style, kind of like what Wraith is pretty good at.
Yeah, I love the balls of them not running corrupt intervention. I kind of love that. Like, normally I'm like, what the fuck are you doing not running corrupt intervention? But this is like one of those sets where you can maybe get away with it, right? Like Wraith being so mobile and being able to just like kind of get in there and get stuff going so fast. But at the same time, I don't know if I love it in combination with this hit and run playstyle. Like, I think I like this if you get it down fast. But yeah, I think no corrupt plus hit and run, I think this is not something I like. Because now gens are just kind of being progressed everywhere. And you have like this whole map that you're kind of worrying about defending. And everyone that you're tagging is just resetting. Like, I'm not sure how much I'm loving this now.
Yeah, because you also have no sloppy in play, and survivors are allowed so many healing perks here. So you're going to see like botany, you're going to see desperate measures, you're going to see all types of stuff.
Yeah, which is, again, these resets are happening so fast, right? Like, everyone's already back to full other than the person being chased right now. So essentially all that's happened so far is that we've traded like a couple pallet breaks for like a couple, for like a bunch of a bunch of gen progress basically, which is not really what you want as killer at all. That's essentially just the same thing as a good chase, right? So yeah, I'm not crazy about how this opening has been. It does get the down. I mean, eruption does get some procs as well. And this is where, I mean, this is where regression will start to get crazy though, right? Like when the downs start coming in, pain res, pop, more eruption procs, like it's gonna start, there's so much regression that like it's gonna start stacking up and get a bit overwhelming, but it might not matter if it takes too long for it to get going, you know? Okay, denies the unhook. I'm a little surprised they didn't just take it anyway, because that was the Deli survivor.
Yeah, I think getting Deli up is the most important thing here. I'm shocked that that didn't happen.
Yep, stun happens to this pallet too, so God pallet used up. And Nancy's actually going to take the unhook. Huh. Yeah, this got played out in a really interesting way. Gonna wait out the 10 seconds of endurance. She does have a pallet here, but it's not really the best pallet. It is something. This is the type of pallet where you really want to get the stun. Like, if you don't get the stun, you're probably fucking dead. But also knowing that means you can greet it super hard, like they're doing. So I like the way that Nia's playing this. Like, Slaughter's trying to get them to drop it so they can just play it afterwards, but yeah, ends up just trying to leave and goes down on the way out. So I did like the way that Nia played that pallet. Tried to just get out of there because, I mean, figured Bloodlust was building up, and I do like the, I mean, I still think the attempt was good. I mean, you're kind of fucked there, right? Like, there's not a lot you can get done. The second one comes in. Pop gonna come down. Gallows is still up as well. It's currently being worked.
You have two survivors kind of caught out here too, not doing anything, which is kind of unfortunate.
Yeah. That will be Deli getting the unhook, so Deli will be charged now. But Nia can get killed here with still a lot of gens up. Which, if so, is going to be very alarming. That's going to be a tough spot to get out of. Serena's going to be here to take hits for her. That hit's going to get Nia away from this pallet and somewhere safer. But even then, like, what even do you have that's safer? God pallet was used. Like, you can try to get this window, but you can probably go around. Yeah, he's going to be able to get around you. This pallet out back is garbage. Yeah, you're kind of just dead, right? You're kind of just fucked. Gets the grab. And yeah, that's
doesn't look like the survivors were even on gens. They were like setting up a reset.
Yeah, I mean, Ada was on Gallows, and that, I think, was it. So yeah, Nia's just full dead. And there's still 4 gens left. And Gallows is about to get hit by Pop. Well, actually, he's going to go for the hit first. But he has Pop for Gallows gen. Still has 3 stacks of pain res. This is going to be a huge killer result, I think. I'm pretty sure this is going to be a massive killer result. Get
Yeah,
that tag real
death
quick.
at 4 gens is good for any killer, let alone Wraith on Dead Dog.
Yeah. With triple regression still, right? Like, I think most Wraiths on Dead Dog also don't have, like, pop pain res eruption, you know? Like, that's a brutal combo. Gets a smack onto Nancy. Ada was also tagged earlier. Gonna leave this chase too. Gonna kind of continue this bit of a hit and run style. Oh, finds the reset. Sprint burst coming in from Serena. Looks like she'll be the target. Oh, blood there from Nancy too. So good information on where everybody is. Has a pretty good idea on all the drivers' locations. Gonna put Eruption down and go after Ada now too. It feels like we're playing Healing Simulator for the Survivor team right now. Lots of hit and run happening. But again, no like sloppy means that the heals are not going to be that hard to do, but it's just like kind of a constant ordeal that you have to go through. And we are shredding pallets too. Eruption going down here as well. Gonna go tag up every gen. They actually haven't healed, which I think Slaughter realizes that most likely means that they're doing gens. Does find one here. Good window play from Smoked. Like, I mean, this pallet, like, that's all you have. It's not looking good. Yep, he's gonna go down. There's like a fucking, what was that, like quadruple eruption or some shit? Just basically fucking set off a bomb on the whole map, dude. Just kind of nuke the entire fucking, like, you know, just basically just fucking nuke the whole map right there. That was like 10% on 4 different gens, I believe. I think it's 40% regression. Something crazy like that. Crazy amount of regression coming in. Pain res coming in too. That most likely hit Gallows. Pops up again. And yeah, just again, just between all these perks, it's like every time a down comes in, they literally just lost like 67, like between, and with this kick too, that was like 70-80% regression overall between all the gens. Like, just such crazy levels of regression with this build. This might end up being a 4K4.
Yeah, with all the regression and the fact that these downs are coming in pretty quick, I can see it going that way.
It's the bamboozle in this window, and Zarina's gonna have nowhere to go. She's gonna be going down. Another eruption popping. This will be another pain res going off, most likely too. And what are the survivors up to? They're currently just resetting, or at least attempting to. And we'll see if Slaughter can find him. I don't know if any Jenner on the map has really any progress now. Between like both those pain reses, the pop that came in, I'm pretty sure that, but like I think Gallows and then the one like bottom left were the two that had the most progress, but I'm pretty sure they both have regressed. Probably close to 0. Yeah, Gallows has nothing. They both have nothing. There's no progress on any gens. Wow. That's wild. This is I mean, there's deli on this survivor. You can honestly even make an argument that they should maybe just pull, like if they're already in position for it. Like I don't think it'd be crazy for Ada to even just pull this, honestly, if they're like already in position for it. Just
yeah, because at this point there's no gens being worked on, and getting a body out, and well, the deli does come through, but
yep, that's gonna.
It felt like the Ada was just kind of wasting time there in the edge map.
Yeah, I think it's one of those situations where they're maybe just kind of like overwhelmed and not sure what to do, right? Like, I can kind of see that. Like at this stage, you're just like, well, what the fuck even do I do right now, right? Like, I don't know, like maybe just being indecisive. But yeah, you're not wrong. They did feel like it was just a bit of a time waste, just sitting there being like, like what do we get the unhook? I don't know. Maybe debating on getting the unhook. I don't know. Nancy gonna get found though. Quick tag there. And again, gonna leave, finding Zarina. Swim burst isn't up. And another redown. I want to say, like, hopefully they get one more gen done, but I feel like even a 4K3 is an insane result. Like, no matter what happens here, this is just, like, insanely good from E-Girls. Like, I don't know how you come back from this no matter what.
Yeah, I think a lot of that mid-game gen pressure was just not there where it needed to be, and that early tunnel out was just devastating because I don't think they were prepared to handle the 3v1 so early.
Yeah, it felt like the way they handled the unhooks on the first survivor was real, like a very big mistake. Like the deli survivor kind of ran up for a quick unhook, but then got caught out and got tagged and then ran away from it, which was like, maybe you just take the pull there anyway, right? But instead they got tagged and ran away. A different survivor had to rotate in and get the unhook, which meant time off gens. But then like the tunnel out, and then they kind of like quick pulled the second time too. Like it felt like just the unhook scenarios were very sloppy, and it required them to make like extra rotations. And they also took a lot of tags for free in the middle of them as well. And that just made it really hard to really get anything done during the tunnel outs, right? And then it felt like after the second unhook, they also sent a bunch of bodies to body block. But they only managed to get like one body block in before the down came in. It was a lot of mistakes during the tunnel out, I think, that kind of just led them to where they are. And now Zarina's going to be dead. There's going to be 2v1 with 4 gens, and yeah, this is looking like probably a 4K4.
All these really quick downs just making pop and eruption just seems so brutal.
Dude, seriously, yeah, like, and I mean, like, the map is like pretty cleared of pallets. Like I was talking about like the hit and run style early and how I wasn't a big fan of it. I mean, I still wasn't, to be honest. I still, like, in hindsight, I still don't think it was great, but it's looking great now, right? Because a big thing that happened with that is he was just kind of shredding pallets everywhere, right? And now that all those pallets are gone, that's a big reason why, like, they don't have very many safe pallets anymore, right? Shack is gone. Most of the pallets across the street are gone. Most of the pallets that are left are like these kind of weird, risky ones, and they're not being played super well either. So, yeah, I mean, I've been trying not to make the pun about this game being a slaughter because the guy's name is Slaughter, but I'm gonna think it really loudly and say that this game is a slaughter. So please don't unfollow, okay? I'm trying to not make the pun. It's just kind of naturally coming. All right, this game's a slaughter. Ada is just kind of like AFK over an edge map waiting for Smoke to die. But even if Smoke dies here, like, what do you, like, you got nothing, right? Like, you can try to get Hatch, but he's gonna be on top of that. and then he kicks hatch, and then the gates. Like, there's just nothing. It's just gonna be a 4. It's just gonna be a 4K4. That is such a wild start to this, man. That's this is one of those scenarios where, like, when we were talking earlier about momentum and like morale and all that, this is one of those ones where I am wondering how these guys are going to hold up for this best of 3, right? Because you know that the survivors are definitely going to be really unhappy about this one. Like, that's definitely not the result that they wanted. I think even getting like 4K2 to 4K1 would probably not feel great, right? Like, they probably didn't even want that, but a 4K4 is like definitely a really unfortunate game. Like, things did not go their way at all this game. It was definitely a very, very rough game for them, and I'm hoping that they can kind of keep morale high and not let it get to them, because this is definitely something that could tilt the team off like the face of the earth, right? This is one of those matches that I feel like if you don't have good mental fortitude, you might just fucking tilt off the face of the earth and then be in shambles for like the whole rest of the set, you know? So hopefully they can kind of just, you know, erase it for the memories, be like, yeah, fuck, that was a rough game. We kind of fucked up. We made some mistakes. Happens. Like, oh well, let's just get together and like fucking buckle down and then execute next game. So hopefully that's what happens, because this was definitely a rough one. And I mean, unless you're an e-girl or a fan of the e-girls, and in that case, I can say it's not a bad. It was quite a good one from Slaughter. Very, very good result.
I mean, yeah, Slaughter played that phenomenally. He got really quick downs. He used his power really well. It was very rarely he lost a 50-50. Like, he just had really good map knowledge. Yeah, I do think that the survivors, they should probably reframe this game in their mind moving forward. I mean, like you were saying, like, it's really good to just say, well, that was a game, but it's in the past. You move forward, you know, oh, that wasn't our killer pick. Whatever you can to kind of distance yourself from the game and get into the next one is probably the best thing that they can do now.
Yeah, agreed. That is the thing too, right? Like, this was the killer pick from e-girls and not for Nerf self-care. So that is the thing too, right? I agree. Just like just do whatever it is you can to just kind of like put this to the side and be like, whatever, it happened, just, you know, forget it and go next, you know? Which is, again, easier to do for people like us who weren't a part of it, right? Like, I mean, again, being in that scenario, sometimes it can be really frustrating and hard to deal with, but hopefully they, you know, do a pretty good job at it, because I know that team is good and capable, right? Like, I know that was a rough game, and I know you might be like if you've never seen that team play before, you might be like, oh my god, they just got slaughtered, you know. But that's a good team. Those are very good survivor players. We've seen them play before. They're very good. I would say that was pretty out of character for them, and yeah, I don't want to see them like kind of like crumble from that, right? Like, that's the last thing I would want to see is to kind of see them fall apart after that performance, because I know that they're very capable, and I would love to see them come back and show us what they, you know, show us the usual performance that we see from them, I guess. Anyway, Zaphis will be playing Wraith for Nerf Self-Care. So, I mean, Zaphis is somebody that I think most of you know. Very good player, but that being said, the result he needs here is borderline unreachable. This is, again, one of those situations. We've had a lot of these today where the first result is just so strong, where like the second result, like, is just almost unreachable. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like literally unreachable, obviously, because we just saw it happen, but because the survivors know the win con and know that they just need to finish 2 gens and that's it, it's pretty, yeah, like, there's got to be very slim chance of this happening.
Yeah, it's super hard for the killer player in that situation. I've been in situations where I've had to be like, whoa, this is a hard win con, and it's kind of hard to approach a game like that, because you're kind of hit with that like choice paralysis, like up front, like what do I even do here?
Yeah.
So it's gonna be on Zaphis, or I guess not Zaphis, to you know, try to get the best result he can, and if he gets win con, then that's great. If not, then that's also great. We can bring it back for the tiebreaker, you know?
Yep. I think as long as you just kind of like keep yourself in it. I mean, try to have just like a decent solid game anyway. And yeah, just like keep yourself in it mentally, and yeah, maybe bring it back to the tiebreaker. And yeah, I think that's the best thing to hope for. So we'll see. The e-girls are pouring in. And yeah, it does have a lot to do with kind of like you said as well, right? Like that like decision making, you know, like bypass you hit where you're like not sure. Like usually that happens in the middle of a match when you're having a bad game or something and you're like, you know, you're like behind, you know, like you're so far behind that you're like not sure how to like, you know, pull it together and try to get a good result. But yeah, to like have to deal with that right up front, it's got to be tough, you know, like right away, just being like, shit, like what do I even do? Like what perks do I run? How do I go about playing this? Like, I don't know. I mean, basically, we can kind of tell this is going to go based off the first like 30 seconds or so, right? I think if Zaphis spawns up and he gets a down like immediately, then we're like, hey, you know, maybe. But if he doesn't, and like the survivors just do a good job of looping, staying alive, playing safe, and if he doesn't get it down within the first like, I don't know, 30 seconds or a minute, we can almost just be like, ah, that's a done deal right there. You know, like it's almost just that over right there.
Yeah, that first chase is going to be super important in this match, especially for WinCon.
Yep.
Although if I saw these survivors, these are some drippy survivors. Holy.
Actually,
if I saw
yeah.
these in a lobby, I'd be scared.
This ace, this should be the ace that everyone wears. I don't know why everyone rocks that other ace fit. This is a good looking ace. Like, hello? Look at this Vittorio, dude. What the fuck? My lord. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I think they got the intimidation factor down. I mean, I'm a bit intimidated even just sitting here casting. I don't know.
That Vittorio is what I see in my nightmares right before I get flashlight blinded, you know?
Fucking true, dude. He looks like someone you would see when you like drop LSD or something, honestly. He shows up and he's like, hello, it's me. Okay, what do you run as killer? That's actually a good question. What do you run as killer in this scenario? Like, if you actually wanted to go for the win con, which I don't know, like I still feel like you just maybe don't, because I feel like the win con is so unreachable. But if you hypothetically wanted to go for win con and you really wanted to try something fucky, like we did see somebody earlier running the old agitation starstruck, right? Which didn't really work out. I mean, it kind of did work out. I mean, they got a 4K3, right? But it wasn't enough for their win con they needed. But if you don't run something like that, then what do you do, right? Like, sometimes people bring up things like Devour, but I think Devour even takes too long to get going in a situation like this. Like, I think by the time Devour gets going, you're probably already going to be game over.
I did used to cook a build just in case I had to break out a win con where you just kind of go like, I think it was like sloppy with Ruin to try to like regress gens passively while resets happen and just go for like a hit and run and then a 4-man slug type scenario. But I don't know if that's even like worth, because Ruin kind of sucks.
Yeah, to be fair, totem spawns can be tough on this map, so it wouldn't be too out of the realm of possibility, to be honest. I don't think it'd be crazy. I do like the no corrupt though. I think you need to do that. I think running corrupt here, in my opinion, is kind of pointless, because I think you need to have a good early game if you want to meet this win con. So, like, if you're getting like a ton of value out of corrupt, then I think you're already probably losing, because I think you need to pop the fuck off. Zaphis trying to outplay Gray on this pallet, but he's doing a really good job so far. He's gonna rotate. Yeah, like already this is going really well. That was a really good play from Gray to not get hit there. Zaphis was doing his best to try to mind game that, but Gray was just not falling for any of it.
He's actually going to lead the chase. I mean, he's just kind of, he can't have like gens popping too soon, so I guess it makes sense.
Yep, just playing it safe with these pallet throws. Shack pallets here too. Gonna throw this one as well. Maybe not. Baiting it. Really forcing him to... Oh my, I thought he was gonna not throw it there too. That would have been so fucking patient. Holy shit. Locks the window though. Should get a hit on the slaughter here. So first tag coming in, but yeah, I almost feel like I get it. I hate to be like that guy, but it feels like it's already over, right? Like, yeah, there's one gen popping. Like, I feel like a down needed to already come in order to keep up pace, right? Like, it's just way, like, there's just no way. Like, it needed to be such an insanely fast start. Gray's gonna get smacked. And yeah, I mean, unless he can stop one more gen from popping by the end, this should basically be it. Gray's got a pretty decent pallet here too. Vaulting it to try to avoid the break. Ooh. Well played by Zappos.
That was kind of close.
Yeah, that was. But played that very, very well. Hit him with the old reach around or outside, and then went for the lunge and got it. And Gray does go down, and that'll be Hook dead center of the map. Could end up being pain res. Okay, yep, Gallows gets hit by it. So that's the gen with the most progress too. That Gallows gen that was at like 40. So not a ton of progress on the map. Looks like Vest is gonna get the unhook with Deli. Pop Eruption going down. Maybe Eruption going down here as well. No, I'm just gonna take the chase. Oh. So the hit comes in, but again, like the way these survivors are playing these pallets is like the hits are coming in, but like even when they do such a good job of like even just looping around it and making it take longer for the hit to come in is so big, right? Like I think that's a big mistake we've seen in a lot of the previous sets is when the hits just like fucking happen instantly, right? Just like instantly getting smacked. Like even right there, like that was not bad the way that those two pallets were played back to back there. Like that was honestly pretty solid. And Claudette's going to be able to get away and be able to make it to main. And then Zappos is going to have to leave and try to come back and defend these gens.
Yeah, I do think the big deciding factor in these types of games is the chases, and the survivors are just doing such a good job. Like you said, like even a couple seconds like buys so much more time for gen progress that it makes the killer have to worry, especially with that win con.
Yeah, the win con, like, again, pretty much unreachable now. Like these survivors have done such a good job. At this point, I think the best thing you can hope for is maybe just squeezing out a good, like, overall result. Because I think you could just be happy with a good... Like, I think if you end this with a good result, regardless of win con, you could probably just be happy with that, just because why not? But yeah, I mean, they're about to get the win con right here with Gray popping this gen. Well, maybe not, because pain res. But still pressuring multiple gens around the map. I still don't think there's any way he stops it. Oh, I said pop Eruption earlier when there's not even pop in play, so I'm an idiot. Ignore me. I forgot that he's got sloppy instead of pop. He's waiting for Eruption here. Oh, I'm gonna kick Gallows too. I do love Eruption here. Like I think just tagging up all these gens with Eruption and then kind of setting that up for like the big payoff later is really nice seeming. And I'm a little surprised that I don't see Eruption more on race. But maybe people just don't expect downs to be coming in as much. I don't know. But regardless, it seems to be getting a lot of value here. He's marked 3 gens with it so far. Well, there's the second gen popping. So there's the win con secured. Third gen pops too. Slaughter is gonna go struggle though.
We do have Gray coming in to try to get the save, or never mind.
Yeah, he's gonna bail away from it now. I think well, was that camaraderie? Yeah, it was camaraderie. He triggered camaraderie is what happened. So he triggered camaraderie and then got the fuck out of there, which means that Slaughter will be able to kind of chill there for a while. A little bit late on the bounce landing. Dude, the amount of time I see people get hit through bounce landing is wild, man. Like, I know it's like kind of an easy thing to like overestimate, but it's crazy how many people will like wait just a little bit too long and then just get hit through it. Ooh, he's gonna carry him to the hook and then drop him near it. He wants to lock this down. Notorio sprint bursting up to it. Will get it without a trade.
Down will come through here.
Does he slug him too and go after Maria? I thought he might. But no. Gonna take the hook.
He might have seen the sprint burst and realized, yeah, this is Deli. So best to just get it out of the way now instead of eat an unbreakable, then a Deli.
True. This also gets you a pain res as well, which is nice. Maria did manage to heal though. It's so interesting, like Detective's hunch on this build. Like what do you think is the thought process there? That's so interesting. Were they worried about maybe them doing something sneaky with totems or something? I don't know. That's so interesting to see Detective's hunch on a build.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe, you know, anticipating Devour? Or...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like doing something cheeky like Devour. I think if you're worried about something cheeky like that, or even like Ruin, like you said, right? Like if they do something like that, then yeah, that would be pretty big, I guess. It's just very interesting to see. Slaughter does go back down though, so Zav is doing a pretty good job of securing this kill. There's one gen left, but still lots of regression, still a pain res, still eruption up. Sloppy's gonna make the tags really valuable as well. Pretty good gen split. Not necessarily looking like it's gonna be a 4K1. Like the survivor should be able to get some outs here, but that's assuming they don't fuck up. If they make some pretty big mistakes, then it could still swing either way. But not a bad spot to be in for sure.
Yeah, I think outs are still possible here.
Yeah, I would say it seems pretty likely because of how good the gen split is. I mean, there is still a lot of perks to deal with though, right? Again, like the lack of corrupt means that there's just like a whole extra perk that you got to deal with compared to usual, which is a little rough here, right? Like dealing with sloppy eruption and like the pain resist still is yet to come in. Kind of a lot with the bamboozle wraith. Ooh, trying to find the stealth survivor that's here. Oh. Stealth level increased. He's gonna be making his way back to the hook. Sloppy getting some value there. The heal gets interrupted. Vess is deathhook too, so this is I think for Zavis, this is like I think where he sees ooh. Good 50-50 win. I think this is where he sees the win con, right? Is just getting Vess out right now, which is definitely accurate. The gens are not that progressed. So if you get Vess out right now, the eruption pops too. Oh. Was Ace gonna I thought Ace was gonna go for a firecracker, but opts not to. And yeah, this is where actually, yeah, it could end up being a 4K1 after all. This gen's at about 60. But not
and I don't
really
think
enough.
Gray was pressuring another gen either, so that's probably the only one with a lot of progress on it.
Yep. That's essentially it. So he'll oh, he kicked that before eruption. Tisk. Sloppy is Zavis. Eruption wasn't even up. Oh, I thought that's where they went. They're in that. Dude, this Claudette got the god tier sneak levels though. Ooh, she was just right here. No, bro, she's so slippery. I mean, that gen's just gonna keep progressing this whole time. Kind of like you said, Ace hasn't really been pressuring a gen yet, and it seems like right now they're both just kind of chilling.
Almost like in pubs where it's like, I'm getting hatched. No, I'm getting hatched.
Yeah, right.
The last two survivors alive.
Realistically, what would the play be here? I mean, I honestly don't know because I don't do enough scrims comp shit. I don't like at this point. What would your comms even be on the survivor side? Like, do you try to get Gray chase so that maybe with deja vu progress on a gen? I don't know. Like, I don't. You position
at some point. You just have to pressure the two opposite side gens, and whoever gets chased gets chased. You just want to make sure that it's the longest chase possible, and he could opt for like a hit and run, but at the same time, like you just need those chases to last while gens get pressured.
Yeah. Seems like it. Yeah, Gray hopped on this gen on the top side, and it looks like Claudette hopped on the water tower gen. So yeah, chase will start now. Hit comes in. Also, I think I'm a giant dumbass because I think eruption is down on that gen. I thought it wasn't, but I guess it is. His perk didn't light up, but I guess it's down on it. It was looking pretty yellow.
Yeah, I'm confused too because the perk is, grayed out.
Yeah, it's grayed. Yeah, right. Goddamn DVD with the spectator bugs making me look stupid, as if I don't do a good enough job of that myself. Like I don't need the perk to do it. I can do it plenty. Good awareness here though to kind of have the idea that the Claudette's going to go back and try to continue the gen. I mean, that's basically their only hope now, right? Is to hopefully do that gen and finish it since the other gens had essentially no progress at all. So good awareness there from Zaphis to go back. He's going to catch Claudette out now. And these tags are going to make this even more brutal, right? Because once everyone's tagged up, it's so much harder to try to progress anything. Ace gonna head back to it, but so is Zaphis.
Yeah, that's just a smart play.
Yep, I think both sides kind of know like what they got to do here, and yeah, Zaphis just kind of in the better spot. So yeah, knowing what you got to do is it only matters so much. I mean, I think it only matters if you're actually the one ahead. If you're not the one ahead, it's like I don't think it's gonna do any good. Down goes great. Okay, maybe it wasn't eruptioned. Maybe it actually wasn't eruption this whole time because it didn't go completely. So you know, I don't know what the fuck's real anymore. So actually the yellow aura was lying and I was actually right to begin with. All right. What a fucking roller coaster. My lord. But honestly, so I mean, I think these guys should be happy with this, right? Like Zaphis still managed to get a 4K1, which I would argue is still a really good result here. And going into the next set, again, as long as they can put that survivor game behind them, you know, not bad. Not bad. It's not like they got completely blown away here. It's not like they got 4K. I mean, they did get 4K forward, which is obviously not good. But it's not like they got 4K forward and then their killer also got like 2 stages or something. You know what I mean? Like, this is a 4K1. This is good. This is a very, very good result. And going into their next killer set, they can definitely turn this around. They could definitely at least bring it to the tiebreaker and then, you know, hopefully go from there. Final down comes in, and there you go. There you go, 4K1.
Yeah, like you said, a pretty solid result, all things considered. I know it's not win con, but I mean, that is a steep win con to have to deal with. And a 4K1 is nothing to laugh at, so.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like, I feel like if you're going into a game where the win con is a 4K5, I mean, I think you're kind of just accepting like, yeah, that's a bummer, you know, just not our best game. I think we just ignore that one, you know. Like I feel like I doubt there's really even much hope of even getting that. Really, like you can, but like it's yeah, you know, you kind of accept it. So I think this is fine. This is also this was also the killer pick for e-girls too. So if this was going to happen, better that it happens on their pick and not your own. So they'll be able to go into their set now, which is Oni. And, yeah, I mean, Oni's definitely a pop-off killer. So, assuming it'll be Zaphis again. Zaphis on Oni. If he has a good pop-off game, maybe that'll be enough.
I've had the pleasure of watching quite a few Zaphis Oni games, so it's a fun thing to watch. So, I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm excited too, man. Zaphis is a beast, so I'm excited to see what he can do for sure. It should be a good set of games. I imagine we're probably just gonna keep the lobby, so we'll just kind of hang tight. Let me change up the map and everything. Perfect, sick. All right, perfect. All right, back to the lobby. We'll see how this one goes. So, I think if you're the survivors here, you're gonna just hope for like a decent result. I think the main idea here is you just don't really. I think the main thing is you just definitely don't want to get shit on. You know, like put out just like a decent, solid result for your killer to get to get out there. And I think on the side of the killer, like if Zaphis can kind of just shit on the survivors and get a crazy big result here as Oni, that could be a huge tide turner, right? Like I think this is actually a really good spot for them because again, I think their killer match went well, but their survivor game didn't go well last time, right? So like again, if there's that whole like fucking morale slash, you know, like momentum type thing, if that's a real thing, then the survivors will be the ones affected by it, not Zaphis, right? Who was playing killer. So Zaphis, I think, maybe has a chance here to bring the momentum back in their favor if he gets a big result here and kind of maybe like breathe some life back into the team, you know? Which again, right now I'm even just assuming that life needs like breathe back into them. Maybe they're fine. Maybe they're all laughing and having a good time and don't give a fuck. I mean, I'm making assumptions here, right? I don't know. But like hypothetically, for the sake of momentum, I think Zaphis definitely could kind of like shift it the other way if he gets a big result on the Sony game. So I think this is a really important game. This is a really, really big one. And
it would also just be fun to see Zaphis pop off, because that's always a treat.
True. I mean, especially Oni players in general. I think I love watching any Oni pop off. But yeah, I mean, Zaphis too. Like is super incredibly good player, and you know, obviously we can see some crazy shit at him too. So yeah, I mean, Exciting matchup. I mean, like, very, very intense since it's so important. Good killer, very, very good survivors. I don't know, man. This could swing either way. This could swing either way, and I'm excited to see how it goes. Like, I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if this ends up being like a 4K1, 4K2, and I also wouldn't be surprised if it's like a 6 stage, 7 stage, you know? Because I feel like both sides of this are so solid that I just don't, you know, I just don't know. I just don't know, man. I just don't know.
Did Dino do matchmaking this week again?
I believe so. I think Dino usually does it, yeah, unless he's like gone. So yeah,
Shout out Dino.
yeah, for real, dude. Dino always does a good job with matchmaking, man. We always have good games. Again, it's kind of like you said before. I think the only time we don't have good games, or the times that we have like kind of questionable ones, is if it's like a brand new team. So yeah, Dino, Mr. Consistent out here with the matchmaking. Always puts together good games. You love to see it. You fucking love to see it. All right, they're almost all ready to go. All right, so probably the same thing we're gonna see with the builds again, right? Like, I mean, we've been seeing the same thing on Oni every time, basically, except for the fourth perk. I feel like Zaf is an eruption gamer. I feel like it's gonna be Bamboozle, Pain, Resurruption. I'm pretty confident. And I'm also pretty confident that it's going to be... I'm making a hard prediction here. It's going to be no Aikido Scratch. It's going to be duration and extra blood. I'm feeling it. I'm just feeling it. I feel it in my bones. That's what Zavis is running. I'm feeling it deep in my bones. And if so, I think that's, again, that could be a very, very good build for like locking it down and getting a crazy good result. Especially if, like, again, the early game is strong. These drivers did seem pretty fucking solid in chase though, right? From that last game. So I'm curious to see how this early game plays. Like if we recall like the beginning chase of that last round where he caught Gray out at like that, it's kind of like the dead dog version of a 4-lane tile. He kind of caught Gray out at that pallet and he was like doing a bunch of mind games. Like that pallet is not safe, right? Like that pallet is pretty dangerous to play isolated. But Gray was doing a really good job. Like he did not fall for any of the mind games. He managed to get away, and he like was playing it really, really well. And I think if that's kind of a sign to come, like I think these survivors are very, very capable. And if Zappis struggles a lot early, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Cold Tower has considerably less 50-50s to play, and it can be very hard for the Oni to get a first hit. So that first chase is going to matter a whole lot in terms of momentum.
Yep, 100%. Because yeah, I definitely think the first chases. I would expect the first chases to be good. It feels like everyone in these games is very, very solid. Like I don't expect them to be making any like weird fuck ups that's going to result in hits. But I mean, it could happen, right? It happens to everybody. Even good players can stumble and make mistakes sometimes. And again, someone like Zappis is going to be really good at baiting those too, right? I mean, like the better the player you're against, the harder it is to avoid mistakes. So he's definitely not going to make it easy on him. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm excited to see how it goes, though. I'm pumped. I'm pumped. I'm ready. I cannot wait. I feel like I'm losing my voice, so I feel like it might sound like I can wait, but I'm actually really pumped for this. I'm pretty fucking excited to see how this goes. I think Zappis definitely has a chance to pop the fuck off here hard, and I really want to see it. I would love to see that. Also, how do we get to the tie game? That would be if Zappis pops off. Like we would need Zappis' team to win to get to the tie game, right? So
yeah,
in a sort of biased way, I wouldn't mind seeing the tiebreaker. So in a sort of biased way, that's even more reason why I wouldn't mind a pop off here. Oh, I was wrong. He's actually got a Aikido Scratch. So he's actually missing Lion's Fang, but he did run Eruption. So pretty much the perks I'd expect. I'm gonna quickly cycle survivors. Whoa, interesting build. Fixated. Huh. Chemical Trap. These gamers are cooking with these builds, dude.
I love Chemical Trap. That is my favorite perk in the game.
That's interesting. Background player on one of the gamers. Uh-oh, wait a minute. He didn't get a ton of distance there. He's got this pallet though, but if he has to stay here, that's really not great. Does he make that window? It got bamboozled. He has this pallet out front too, but it's also
He
not
has
great.
to play this. Oh,
He's hit. He's hit for sure.
interesting pathing.
Yeah, I thought he'd run to that pallet out front. I mean, he doesn't really make it. I think he was maybe just hoping to catch him out on a weird double back or something so he can make the Orban tile. But yeah, that's a pretty fast first hit, man. So Zappis getting some orbs already. Still at 5 gens. That gen off to the side is being progressed a good bit, but Power's going to come in right as he comes near it. Finds 2 survivors here.
Ooh.
And they are danger close. Gonna put Eruption down on it first. I love that play. Oh, and Rado's right here.
Oh, wow.
Oh, overflicks
Oh.
it though. I thought it might bait the vault and head back in. Is kind of doing so, but... Oh my god, what?
Man,
Dude, did he
that
fucking...
was a crazy flick.
Did this motherfucker just use like echolocation? What just... Is he a bat? What the fuck just happened? How did he know? What the fuck? Jesus Christ. All right, and disgustingly good down there on the kazoo, so that'll be the first hook. Slaughter, who has the deadly, is going to be probably trying to get in position for this. Zappis on his way over though. He's gonna tap this gen with Eruption real quick. Still at 5 gens by the way, so this is an extremely good start for Ononi. Like extremely good. You'll be able to put Eruption down on this gen as well. Some orbs up here topside. There's not going to be enough for Power. Actually, wait, Gray's still dropping them, so maybe there will be.
Yeah, Gray's injured, so that's going to have
Ooh.
quite a bit of blood up here. Enough to get Power back.
And if he can get that redown onto Kazoo fast enough to pop the Eruption on both those gens, that's going to be pretty massive for keeping this at 5 gens a little longer.
Yeah, because we do have Eruption on those gens, which can, like... It can stall this game out even more, and there... finds him in the locker.
Yep, find Slaughter in the locker. This will be Deli, but this will be Deli, but this will also be another pain res. So, while yeah, this helps Kazoo get away a little bit, this is still a ton of regression, and we're still at 5 gens, kind of even more so at 5 gens now because these gens are going to regress even more. This gen basically back to almost 0.
We still have an injured survivor dropping blood around the map also.
Look at this gen too. This gen was at like 99, dude. It's down to like 20, 30 now. Oh no. So much regression is coming on those 2 gens, man. And yeah, Kazoo's still dropping blood somewhere. Power back up again. Picking up the back wall up top. You don't see that very often. Man, Zav is just in so much control right now so far. Yep, wait till he finds a survivor. Actually, M1's him. That's not what I would expect him to do. I would think he would maybe block the window, like body block the window and pop Power, but he, he just takes the hit. Maybe he just wants to get some blood orbs topside, maybe is the idea. Pops Power now. Actually underflicks it. Maybe, I think that was actually him probably expecting a flare out, right? Because I feel like from the survivor side, that's probably what you do there is flare out and hope for the best. So I think he was maybe banking on that.
Gray playing this tile pretty well.
Yeah, Gray doing a really good job. Doesn't go for that flick either. Takes the locker. This will be another down, another fresh hook, possibly another pain res. And this will be up on top side. Gets the really deep 12 hook too. Not a pain res, but that hook positioning is wonderful. Super, super deep up on the top side. They do pop a gen, but that's their first gen popping just now, which is pretty brutal. Not waiting for Eruption, just gonna dry kick it. Second gen almost done. And that'll be the one at like 5. Yeah, Zavis seems pretty content with just holding down this top side, right? He's like, yeah, got a guy hooked here, got a bunch of gens up here. Yeah, it's fine. We can just kick back, chill. Got his power too. So getting that unhook is going to be super dangerous.
Yeah, especially with how deep into that 3-gen that hook is. I mean, it is in prime position to just kind of wait it out.
Yep. It's going to be super hard getting done there. Gray is definitely going to go struggle. Doesn't really have anything to help him either. No camaraderie, no DS, nothing. So gonna be in some danger even after that unhook comes in too.
Second stage does come through.
Oh, did you see him? Oh, he did. That's so big. Renato was trying to sneak in and rotate for that save, but he gets spotted out. Doesn't go for that flick, instead goes for the safe hit. Is now gonna head back to hook. Then hook comes in too. Oh no. I think Slaughter has unbreakable. Yeah. Zaf must have realized that. Is gonna take this hook onto Slaughter. So much pressure though. 2 downs back to back right there. Has this Renato down as well. Can maybe get a pain res off this if they want.
And it's all hooks up here in this 3-gen.
Yep. Not a pain res. No, never mind. Yeah, I think the pain reses are Gray and Claudette, actually. I think those are the final 2 pain reses. Gray's actually going to pop this gen that's kind of down on the left side, though. That's pretty much the furthest one away from the from the 3-gen. The other ones are kind of all right up here. And getting scary, man. I mean, Gray's death hook. Slaughter is currently dying on hook, but if they get off hook, they'll be death hook. And actually, Kazoo's death hook. Everyone's death hook except for Claudette. No, yeah, like that's probably the better. That's probably the easier way to say it. I kind of didn't realize. Yeah, they're just all death hook. So gamers are going to start dying soon, and there's still this 4-gen topside.
The last second unhook does come through though.
Yeah, Claudette sneaks in
Buy
and grabs
some
it.
time.
Do they make that before they do with the endurance? David's just going to play it though, and he's going to get this down. And Slaughter's dead. Slaughter is dead. Let's gonna make it a 3v1 with this nasty ass 4-gen here. And again, all these injured survivors, they have a bunch of orbs. Like I think bottom side is just gonna be a fucking massive. Actually, this generator is gonna be massively stockpiled with orbs. There's gonna be so many there. Num. That shit, dude. Fucking payday out here. Holy. So basically has a fucking bank account here that he could just tap into at any point. Massive amounts of orbs over there on that right side. Goes ahead and kicks the pallet, kind of just playing it slow, or kind of just playing it slow, trying to see where the rotations are coming in. Looks like they did tap this gen. He's just gonna re-kick it. It's interesting that they're not healing. Claudette currently pressuring the deep gen at like 11. She has balance, but balance doesn't really do a lot when it's a fucking Aikido Scratchoni, right? I mean, we'll see what it can do. Let's go with power. Is going for the safe down. Yep, gets the pull. Eruption goes off. Pain res will probably come in too.
Yeah, that is the last pain res.
Yeah. Actually, there's still 2 more. Gray's pain resable as well.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, but it's one of them. Not a pain res, actually. I think maybe the pain reses aren't topside. It must be some weird spawns for pain res. Oh, sees ace. If you can get this down really quickly and then turn around, that would be big. And he did. Well, step 1 complete. Can he turn around? Yes, he can. Step 2 also complete. This is pretty big. Down goes Renato. This feels pretty game ending. I'm actually surprised he's not just slugging here. Like, you should pretty confident that Slaughter was the UB. I think you could just stick on Claudette, and that's basically game, right?
He might hook and then go for these blood orbs to get the last chase in.
I mean, this is
just to like ensure the power stays the entire chase.
Yeah, I mean, this is also game, so I think either way. Well, they did manage to get the pickup. But yeah, this is seeming like a pretty cut and dried 4K2 here, right? Which is a pretty fucking crazy strong result. Like, Zappos popped the fuck off this game. This was really, really good. Goes ahead and kicks both these gens with Eruption. They're gonna both be regressing slowly. He has vision on both of them, so he knows they're regressing. Oh, I heard somebody for a second. I don't know if he heard it or not. Yeah, Claudette's behind this wall. He's worried about Ace on the gen, though. Rightfully so. Ace is there. And I think his days might be numbered. Beautiful flick. Down goes Ace. Zappos on the hunt for Claudette now as well. Ooh, gonna find her.
He's gonna find it.
Good stun though. Big flick. Oh, I was hoping we'd fucking go with a bang. I think they could have maybe. Oh, not big enough. I respect them going for it, you know, going for the real big flick. Like you probably. Oh, the chemical trap.
Chemical trap. Let's go.
Let's go, dude. Oh shit. Claudette actually might be able to pick up Ace here. They're gonna keep this up a little bit longer, actually. But I mean, there's so many blood orbs here that, like, you know, and they're both here, so like power's gonna come in. Oh well.
Might not even bother. Well.
Gray playing this tile really well. Yeah, I think gonna go after him now, yeah. Well, that's also basically down here on bottom side too. Ooh! Okay! Big flick on the Claudette. Knows Ace is at the LT as well, so probably we'll just go after him now after this. Sees the blood. Refuses to bamboozle it. I respect it. He really just wants to make it work, you know? Doesn't make it work. Gray doing a really good job of playing that tile. So, avoided that the whole time for that power. I mean, I think Zappos could have just bamboozled it, but I think he was just trying to figure out how to make it work.
It's kind of the power move anyway.
True, true. Now I think he's just farming him for blood orbs, making him vault this pallet over and over again. Gives Claudette the old stare down as he goes past. Oh shit. Ooh, nice little mind game. I don't think he gets that M1 though. Gray so patient. But again, this will be a pallet throw and maybe a pickup. They can't both vault the pallet though. This is getting delayed for so long, dude. Oh my god.
It's just down pick, down pick.
I think he's just having fun playing like M1 chases here and just going for goofy shit, right? I think that's kind of what's going on. Oh, he kind of greeted this though. He's gonna go down to that. Ray got a little greedy there. What is this body language? This fucking body language, my lord. Oh. All right, there we go. Now it's done. Now it's done. So there we go. Zapp is gonna get a pretty big result here. 4K2 is huge. That's a big Oni result. That's gonna be very hard to match for you girls. So hey, I mean, maybe our tiebreaker game will come after all. I think we might actually get there. This feels like a pretty, like, again, not unbeatable. I'm not gonna say that it's, you know, over by any means, but it's definitely looking like advantage nerf self-care going into the second game of the set, because this is a huge result. And the killer from E-Girls is gonna have to also pop the fuck off and do really good here if they want to be able to even just tie this, right? Even just tying this is hard. But like beating it, like getting a 4K3, dude, like god damn, you know? But 4K2 even, like, it's doable, but it's gonna be very difficult. seeming decently likely that we might be going into Killer 3 here. But GG's, solid play from Zaphis. We'll see. I mean, they're not quite out of the bag yet. We'll see what the killer from E-Girls has to say about it. We'll get the survivors from their self-care back in. We'll get the killer in, and, you know, hey, anything can happen. So it's not, I'm not going to call it just yet. But very solid performance, man. Super, super well played there.
It does seem like the theme of the night is just like the first set going like really handedly to the killer, and then the survivors having to catch up on the next set.
Yeah, or vice versa. We have had a couple where like the survivors do really well too. It does feel like the first game ends up being like a slaughter of some kind. Yeah, where like it feels like we've had a lot of games today where like, wow, this win con is ridiculous, you know? Like it feels like that doesn't happen that often, but today I feel like it's been happening a lot. We've been going into the game twos very often going, wow, this win con is absurd. Wow, this win con is absurd. Like it seems to keep happening. So yeah, a bit of an interesting day today. Kazoo's gonna be on Oni, and we'll see what they can do. Again, kind of big shoes to fill here. Gonna have to do really, really well, but not impossible. Looks like Bo Chrono coming in. Okay. I think Bo Chrono was on Nerf Dead Hard, so stepping up to the other team, I believe. But Bo Chrono's a beast. We've seen Bo Chrono play quite a few times. Very, very good player. I'm curious to see who the rest are going to be as they fill in. And if we go to tiebreaker, what is it? I believe it's Plague. It is Plague. Okay, that'll be an interesting tiebreaker game to go to. Let me get some ads out of the way real quick while we're waiting. Yeah. So looking for him. Maybe I should shout it out when ads aren't playing. Look, remind me in 3 minutes, okay? I got you. Probably. I probably got you in 3 minutes. Dude, I hate this chant. Can you guys come up with like maybe a chant for like Nerf self-care or something, or something else? I hate this chant. I hate it. It's so bad.
You just need to embrace the skibbity.
Ah, man. I don't even know what the skibbity, like, is the skibbity even the worst part of it? Like, there's so much wrong with it. The skibbity is just like one of many, you know?
I mean, that is true.
Like, I feel like seeing the sentence, "You've got no riz," just hurts my soul. You know what I mean? Like, maybe it's boomer of me, but I feel like just reading that, and in my brain, like the voice in my head saying, "You've got no riz," that just like, it like kills a little part of me inside, you know? Just being like, that's a sentence. That's a sentence that I understood, that made sense. And I hate it. I hate it, man. I hate it a lot, actually. The psychic damage I'm taking, I agree. Like, actually, critical HP right now. Not doing so hot. Things are not looking good. All right, gang's all here. Looks like they subbed out one of their players. Bo Chrono's in currently. You know what? I would go as far as to say that I think Skibbity might be. Well, no. I was gonna say it might be the actual least cringy part of that, but no, because they literally say, "You're so Skibbity." Okay, can I just be a boomer for a second? Does that actually fucking mean anything? Like, does that mean anything at all, or are you just saying words? Like, do you know, Tyro? You're a boomer like me, right? Do you know? Does that mean anything? Or are they just saying shit? Like, I'm pretty sure they're just saying shit, right?
I'm not that involved in the skibbity toilet lore to know, so.
I don't think you can just say "you're so skibbity" and have it be a sentence that makes sense. Yeah, they're just saying shit for sure. I'm a little bit impressed that they managed to rhyme skibbity, though. Like, that's one thing I'll say. Like, they managed to use skibbity and then followed up with a rhyme with humility, which is honestly pretty impressive. Like, I feel like Eminem would be proud, but I still just hate the fact that it says "you're so skibbity." Like, the fuck? I mean, skibbity's not a real word, but like riz isn't a real word either. But I can still understand what someone means when they say when they say you have no riz. But like if someone walked up to me and they're like, "Oh, Tofu, you're so skibbity," I would just be like, "What the fuck did you just say? Like, what are you even saying? Like, what? Like that just it's not even like close to a sentence." Yeah, I don't. Yeah, you know, let's just not check Discord general. I don't wanna, man. Oh. Wait, what is this? Taking out your Gyat for the Rizzler. You're so skibbity. And what the fuck is that word? Something tax?
That is phantom tax.
Phantom. Oh, I've seen that before too. What the fuck does that mean? Bro, what the fuck is wrong with you? What is wrong with you people, dude? What the fuck is this?
I actually know what the phantom tax is.
Okay, explain it to me. Explain it to me as if I'm a boomer.
There is a popular streamer by the name of Kai Cenat.
Uh-huh.
You've probably heard of.
I know Kai, yep.
And he has a friend named Phantom.
Okay.
And whenever Kai is eating food, Phantom will come into his room and steal some food and call it the Phantom tax.
Interesting. And that's become so popular that it's kind of just worked its way into like Gen Z, like.
This is generational humor.
Dude, were we like this when we were young? Like, were we?
I mean, when I was growing up, I had like Rage comics and like what else was big? Like Awesome Face or whatever. I can't even remember.
Yeah, but like. But
Who Dat Boy existed for some people.
yeah,
Like,
see, I always hated that though.
memes never make sense. It's best to not question it.
Yeah, well, see, this has an explanation. Maybe. What the fuck am I reading right now? Like this, there's lines coming out of the words. I didn't even actually fully check out this image. This is actually the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Like, there's a line coming from Rizzler that says, "Someone exceptionally efficient at seducing or applying knowledge to acquire women." What the fuck? Phantom Tax says, "The seizing of nutrients from a fellow Twitch streamer during a live stream." Oh lord. Okay, Skibbity has one. Of a gamer or a chronically online human / brain rot. Okay, so it actually, hold on, it does have a definition. Hold on, it does have.
No way someone applied a definition to Skibbity.
Apparently they did. Dude. I don't. All right. Anyway, we'll come back to this. Okay, Kazoo on killer needs a 4K2 to tie, needs a 4K3 to win. Looks like Deadly Unbreakable is going to be on Schmoked. I think I saw Dead Hard on Jive Turkey, if I'm not mistaken, but maybe it was tagged, so I don't know. I'll check back soon. Triple regression, no bamboozle for Kazoo. Also, Scout Top Knot. Whoa. Interesting. Very interesting build here. Scalp Top Knot is something you don't see very often. Like, I've actually been fucking around with it a lot in pubs lately because I feel like everyone kind of forgot about it when it got nerfed. I don't think it's as bad as some people say it is. I don't know if it's good enough to replace Lion's Fang or Aikido's Crutch, though. Like, it's I don't know. Like, I think it's a little underrated, but I don't know if it's so underrated that I would agree with running it here. But we'll see. Maybe Kazoo can change my mind. And again, triple regression, no bamboozle could definitely come back to bite them, depending on how these chases go. Oh no! What is the ping of this man? Who is this guy? Does he live in the backyard of the server? Is he camped out beside the server that the games are played on? How did he not get hit there? That was a medium vault, dude. Usually you get hit for like an entire like second after a medium vault is finished. That was crazy.
I wish I had that ping on Survivor. That's not fair.
That was wild. Yeah, that's a little depressing to watch, to be honest with you, because yeah, like medium vaults usually you're just hit for like, you know, the whole hour after you vault it. Oh,
That's a little greedy.
Yeah, if he respects this too and kind of forces a play here. Well, the problem is he doesn't have bamboozle though, so he might actually get away with this with the vault. I mean, he does have this kicked out though, so He's building Blood. I'm kind of surprised he didn't commit to that with Bloodlust. Because I think with Bloodlust 1 there, and you're getting close to Bloodlust 2, it feels like almost whatever tile you make it to there, there's like very few tiles where he would be okay there. Like unless you had like a jungle gym or something. Ooh, could have got that one too, but reacted a little late. Tagzo gets away with that. All right, another filler. Opts to leave this one too, though. Nothing going so far. So far, pretty good start for Nerf Self-Care. Finds Dwight. A good Lath comes in, not taking any chances, just throwing Shack Pallet. No one wants to be the one to take the hit, you know? And no one wants to be that guy.
Survivors are doing such a good job of delaying these hits.
Yep. Even that throw of that path pallet, I think is great. Love that. Because there is a chance to get hit there if you like if you throw it right as he's coming up to it. So just pre-throwing it and being like, yep, this is safe is great. Love that. Oh, it's coming in here though. Tagzo's gonna be the one. Hit's gonna finally come in, but still delayed for quite a while. Like that was definitely still a really, really good stall before that hit came in. And they should be popping a couple gens here soon, I believe. So there's a bunch of orbs thanks to Splintered Hull. Oh. Kazoo gonna interrupt this main building gen. Again, bounce landing not gonna matter too much here when Oni's in power, but we'll get some distance. Ooh, a little bit late reaction and no bamboozle making these tiles infinitely stronger. Since they have the window to work with too. And yeah, Jive Turkey doing a really good job of showcasing why. Kind of goes for a bit of a prediction there, but doesn't get it. Uh-oh. Jive Turkey. My lord, he's doing well. He's got a pallet here that he can play too, and he shouldn't go down here unless he kind of just misreacts to the play from Kazoo. Or doesn't react at all, I guess. Does go down though. So
used up the entire power also.
Yeah, which is pretty important, yeah. Interestingly though, they didn't heal Ada yet, but they did pop 3 gens. One of them being this main gen.
I think they eliminated the 3 gen.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, they did. Unless you consider this gen off to the side here a part of it, but not really. That's pretty far out. So yeah, there's like a mid left gen, a bottom gen, and then 2 top. So yeah, pretty good gen split. And as a matter of fact, that mid gen actually gets done too. So yeah, insane amounts of gen progress coming in from Nerf Self-Care. Already down to 1 gen left. And actually, that's the win con, right? So yeah. So actually, yeah, Nerf Self-Care is going to take this, and that's going to take us to the tiebreaker. Already, they got the win con at 1 hook stage. So very dominant on this Oni set. I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense, right? I feel like both teams kind of dominated really hard on their killers that they chose. But yeah, this set was extremely decisive. Ooh. Not quite able to get that flick on smoked. He has a filler here. Good stun. Jive Turkey gonna go struggle. No, gets him before struggle. And Nancy gets away with that vault. Should be dying here though. Still used up most of the time of the power though, right? Like still very, very solid. Again, like I know that this is a game that I'm gonna reference from like a long time ago, but like if we think about the game earlier that we saw from like those like newer teams where they were kind of hopping in lockers right away, this is a pretty good comparison to like what would happen if they took the other route that we were kind of talking about, right? Where you kind of just play your life as good as you can, eventually take the down. You kind of just drain the killer of their entire power, while also just kind of trading a couple resources for it. You know, definitely a good position to be in. I think Smoke played that very, very well. Used up most of the power. Does eventually go down, but I mean, trades the unhook up top and also a reset onto Jive Turkey. And now, again, in a pretty good spot to close this out. Ooh. Oh. Awkward. That's
a pretty good down for the Oni.
Yeah, that was... They had head on, but maybe it just wasn't active yet. Because there was kind of scratch marks there. Maybe they just didn't think they were found. Maybe they just... I don't know. But that was a pretty just free down there for no reason. So pretty unfortunate. I mean, again, the game's over already anyway, so it doesn't really matter that much. But for the sake of being able to squeeze out a result here, that definitely helps a lot. Now they're down on the Nia too. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. They're both here too. Sprint burst from Smoked. Ooh, down goes Bo Chrono. Is he gonna 4K1 this in the end? If he finds Smoked at Shack, I think Jive, or no, yeah, Smoked has Deadly Unbreakable, so like none of these guys have Unbreakable either. He's not gonna find him, but or at least not right away. Oh no. Wait a minute, he's gonna kick this with Eruption. He still might end up being able to get a 4K1 here, like unironically.
I could see it. It all depends on how Smoke plays this, and this is like the worst position to be in as a survivor. You're just like, team, what do I do? Please help
right.
me.
Yeah, the one good thing here is that they are at least pretty separated, right? They have I mean the one server's down near Hook, which is not good. Ooh, Sprint Burst. Gonna grab the unhook onto Nia, and then everyone's 99 on the pickups, so they should be able to get the pickups relatively easily. Oni was completely drained of power too, so he's gonna be taking a while to get the orbs back. So it looks like they might be able to recover at least a little bit here. I don't think it'd be crazy just to take that hook on the survivor that's on the ground right there. Like, you know they're 99s. Like, I think you can grab that and then maybe still go after this survivor if you just kind of pay attention to where they run to. But once
It'd
this
be very
down,
good for pressure also.
yeah. Instead, just commits to this Nancy, gets it down. I think this is a potential. I can't remember who didn't get pain res, but I think it might have been her.
That is the Delhi survivor though.
Yeah.
Oh wait, Delhi's been in play.
Yeah. They actually never. They never got it. I'm pretty sure, or maybe they just didn't use it. I don't know. I think they got it after. Like I think they got it just now, but I don't think they got it before the first hook. And actually, still does get the hook on the knee anyway, so never mind. It's still in a great spot. That'll be Nia's second stage. They're both in their second stage. Yeah, still actually in a great position regardless, actually. Lots of blood orbs here too. Pop Eruption coming down. I mean, Pop not really doing much, but Eruption coming down. Huh. I'm curious to see if Nerf Self-Care can get themselves out of this spot they found themselves in. Because this is like a really interesting predicament. This feels like it would be like an interesting test of like your ability to kind of like clutch up in this moment, right? And figure out how to get past this. Like obviously obviously this doesn't matter that much because the win con's already met, but just for the sake of practice, right? Like I think they're doing pretty good. They're pressuring two different gens, and they also have someone hovering for the unhook. So no matter what Kazoo does right now, it's a bit tough. Like he goes to a gen, the other gen gets progressed, and they get the unhook, which is what happens. And now they're all still alive, and they can just kind of rinse and repeat. Except they're down.
I do want to say though that they handled that like slug scenario like beautifully. Like that is not a hard thing to come back from, and I think they played it just perfectly.
Yeah, I agree. Like I think that could be one of those scenarios where the game just ends right then and there. Like if you don't handle it well, the game just is over, just immediately, right? And I agree. I think it was handled very, very well. I mean, they're definitely not out of the woods though.
Yeah, that pop is gonna delay it even more.
Ooh. Smoked cornering up.
Wow.
Oh my god.
I would have yelled.
Yeah. Yep. Same. No bamboozle here. Smoke doing such a good job taking advantage of the lack of bamboozle and playing this window really well. Ooh, good fake. Then down does eventually come in. So well played by Kazoo. They're doubled though. They're gonna finish it. Final gen pops. And Dwight's even a fresh hook, so they could even hypothetically get a fresh hook out. I think they're just gonna split gates. Or no, Bokorner's actually just gonna play really safe. Maybe once they're trying to rotate around for hatch. Yeah, he's rotating way around the other side of the map. I think trying to make his way down the shack for hatch. This gate almost done, but not quite. Power's going to be up again. Oh, he actually hops on the other gate. Okay. I think he'll be able to get that. I don't think Oni gets there in time. So yeah, he should be able to get that, especially without any speed add-ons. So yeah, he should be out. They will be able to get 3 stages out, which is honestly not bad considering, right? Considering the spot that they were in, not terrible. Not terrible being.
Yeah, they had a wonderful recovery.
Yeah. Very, very solid. Still overall not a bad result for Kazoo. Obviously not enough for the win con, considering the win con was so like difficult, but if this was the first game, right, we'd be like, hey, good result. You know? Like we'd probably be praising it. Like I don't think it was a bad game by any means. Pretty solid. Just not enough for the actual win con. And that's gonna take us to game 3. We're gonna go to the playing game. Long night. How you feeling? You doing all right? You hanging in there?
Yeah, it's exhausting, but I'm still kicking.
Yeah, hey man, you know, talking all the time, it is exhausting, but I feel like I found my calling, you know. Instead of annoying everyone around my house, now I can annoy everyone. I can annoy everyone on the internet, and it's great. It's great. I love it. It's pretty exhausting, but I feel like I was made for it, you know. I was made to be annoying.
You're pretty good at talking all the time, so.
Yeah, I know. I never shut the fuck up. Yeah, like you can word it in the way that you want to word it. You know, it's fine. It's fine. I get it. I know what you're getting at here. I'm pumped for this last set though. This seems like a good matchup for sure. So I'm pumped. I mean, this should be good. These matches have been really close. I mean, the raid set was a slaughter. The Oni set ended up being kind of a slaughter too, but it was still pretty close. And yeah, I mean, going into this last one, who fucking knows, dude? Who knows? Who knows what's gonna come of this one? I don't know.
Yeah, you were saying earlier, like this set is a little bit like Oni, where it can get really snowbally. Not as much, of course, but at the same time, like if the fountains are used well enough and the corrupt puke like comes through, it can be pretty devastating to deal with, and we can have something similar to what we've seen, where the first set gets really like stompy, and then the second set has to like catch up, or the opposite, of course. But it's just the nature of this of Plague, especially on this map.
Yeah, it's definitely very like feast or famine for sure. Like it can swing one way or the other very, very heavily. So, and again, based on how the game's been going today, would not surprise me whatsoever. Like I feel like that's how pretty much every set has gone. To be, I would prefer though, you know, if I could choose, I would prefer if we mixed it up a little bit this time and had like an actual, like I really dislike whenever the win con is almost like set in stone going into the second game. I love like going into the second game being like, hey, it can go either way, you know. So I would really like if we kind of deviated a little bit this time around and maybe got like a middle of the ground result. I think that'd be great. So that's kind of more what I'm hoping for, to make sure that because these are gonna be the last 2 games of the night no matter what. This game or the next game, and then we're done for the night no matter what. So I would love to go out with like a really close killer set here, and I feel like it seems decently likely. I mean, both these teams have been playing really well. It seems like it definitely could happen.
Yeah, I wanna be biting my nails at the end of these, so I agree.
Same.
Some exciting games going.
True. Real quick, just so Shay doesn't get mad at me, okay, solo queue forum. Here's my hashtag out of the day, okay? This is a sponsored segment, okay? I'm being sponsored by totally not Shay for this, okay? For the sake of legal reasons. Wow, does Comp Dead by Daylight look fun to you? Scrims look like a blast, but you don't have anybody to play with. All your friends think Comp DBD is lame? Well, that sucks, but boy, do we have the thing for you. The solo queue forum, baby. Type ! solo queue, check out the link, go sign up. We'll hook you up with other players that have also filled out the solo queue forum from your region, and then you can kind of get your foot in the door, get it. I can't actually, I'm bad at the sellout, I'm sorry. You'll get your foot in the door, you'll kind of get a team. It's kind of a way to get you introduced, okay? If you want to try out comp, but you don't know like how to get started, you don't have friends to play with, you don't know like really what to do to get started, then that's kind of a way to get your foot in the door in terms of like getting started. We'll give you a team of players where everybody would kind of just play together and you can learn. And even if you don't stick with that team, you'll at least kind of get some experience scrimming. You'll meet other people that also scrim who you can then hit up to, you know, maybe be a fourth for their team if they need a filler or whatever, right? It kind of gets your foot in the door into the community. It kind of helps you get to the initial idea of scrimming. So feel free to fill that out. Shay runs the forum. She wants more people to sign up. The more people that sign up, the better, right? Like if we get a lot of signups, then we can actually make a lot of teams and a lot of people can get to play. So don't be shy about it. If you want to give it a try, go give it a try, man. Just go give it a try. It's a good way to kind of start it out.
I do want to advocate here because I would not be here casting in front of you lovely people if it weren't for the efforts of what was at the time just the SCRIMS sign up form, but that was basically the solo queue form when I first signed up. So I met so many people through signing up, and it was, you know, it was pretty life-changing actually. So you can meet lots of cool people, you can get better at the game, and you know, there are lots of successful teams out there that have gotten together with the solo queue form, like DC1D was a solo queue team, Power Struggle Rangers was a solo queue team. I'm sure there's several others that my mind's going blank, so I can't remember them all, but it's a great way to get like plugged in, and I can't recommend it enough. So
yeah, I know, like for instance, I like the other example I can think of off the top of my head was I remember a team got formed that was like, I can't remember the name of the team. Fuck, I'm kind of hating myself for it. It was like Orion and Burzard and a couple others. And that was a team I remember that got made, and they were a very solid team.
Weebs.
Yeah, Burn the Weebs. That's what it was. Thank you. Yeah,
I was on that team very briefly, and that's where me and Burzard became really good friends. So.
Yeah. Dude, I love Burzard, man. He's good people. But yeah, again, I think Burzard's a good example, right? Like, I think a lot of people on that team maybe don't play anymore, but Burzard, I think that was a good foot in the door for him, and now he's like on Team Overcome. I think he's even playing for like Bad Intentions in like the Outrun the Fog League or something. Like he's like, again, it was a big foot in the door, and now he's all over the place, you know, with like different teams and just doing whatever. So again, even if like your team doesn't last, even if like your team isn't, you know, like DC First Down's a good example of a team that has lasted like a year after like the team was made or whatever. But even if your team doesn't last forever, even if you just play with the team for a little bit and play with them for like a few weeks or a month or so, it still kind of like introduces you to everybody and gets you started towards everything, you know? So yeah, if it's something you're interested in, that's definitely the way to do it. It's a good way to kind of get your foot in the door. And we need killers and survivors, like not even just survivors. If you're a killer player too, we need those too. So feel free to go sign up, go nuts. And now that we did your sellout, you have to delete that clip of me reading the fucking skibbity thing, okay? That's payment, right? I'm pretty sure that's what's happening. Like, I'm pretty sure that it wasn't like said out loud, but I'm pretty sure that I'm being blackmailed right now, right? Like, I think that's what this is. Like, you didn't say it, but it was kind of implied. So like, now that I did it, you can destroy the evidence, right? Like you can destroy it, and we can forget it happened, I think, right? Oh wait, you gave $1. Never mind.
Please do not put it on the soundboard in Tofu's Discord server. Please don't do that. Stop.
I don't. It kind of sounds like you're being sarcastic right now, Tyro, and I don't like it. I don't appreciate that, man. I feel like you're just filling their heads with ideas, and I'm not a fan of this.
What? No, I'm advocating. Don't do it, please.
See,
I beg of you.
See, he's really genuine, guys. He's really genuine. Don't do it. You're gonna crush Tyro if you do it. Don't do it. Please.
I will totally cry if you do that and not burst out laughing. I swear.
See, he sounds very genuine. So you better not do it, okay? Actually, I think the only people that can do it are mods. So actually, do any of you fuckers have the balls to do it, huh? Any of you fuckers got the balls to do it, mods, huh? You think I want to mod
Tofu's
you?
gonna be checking the audit log all night, just like who's gonna add it?
I'm gonna go check it right now. Actually, hold on. Someone might have already did it. Hold on a second. Streamer mode enabled. Okay, whatever. I'll check it later. All right. Look, if you guys did it real quick, you have a chance. Okay, because I'm not gonna bother checking until after stream. All right. You just wait. You just wait. Tisk tisk tisk. Yeah, I definitely goofed up. I should have read it out loud. I definitely fucked up.
If you have a co-caster in the future for something like that, you should have them read it.
True. That's a good point. Oh yeah, true. That's like, I feel like that's like half the benefit of a co-caster. I can make you like my fucking, like my fucking guinea pig or something. You know, I could just send you in there and be like, here you go, you fend off the beasts. You know.
Yeah, Tyro, read chat, and I'm like, do you like Imagine Dragons? And then, then it's on me. You know?
Exactly. And then you get the these nuts joke. Perfect. Yeah. Oh, that's so good. Oh man. Yeah. You're right. I gotta keep that in mind. That's a missed opportunity. Oh wait, I gotta change the map layout. We're actually ready up. We're actually getting started. Good. This didn't take too long. All right. Bam. Shba-bam. Shba-bam. Bam. Bam. Hey, will you hate me if I add that to the soundboard? It would be funny. I mean, at least a little bit. Like, I'm gonna hate you at least a little bit. I mean, the level of hate, I don't know. Like, it's hard to say. At least some level of hate will happen, though. You know, I can't lie. You know, I'll gotta be honest. Resentment will slowly build in some fashion. So, you know, use that how you will. All right. Here we go. Play game. This should be very interesting. This is for all the marbles. It's tied up right now, 1-1 between both these teams. Both very, very solid teams. Slaughter, back one killer. Slaughter had a really good performance in the first game as Wraith. So if this game goes anything like that for him, it should be pretty good. That hard DS on Bow Chrono. Lots of objective perks on Jab Turkey, but background player again in play. And Get Smokes got the Deli Unbreakable. Bamboozle on the Plague, but on top of that has Pain Res and Eruption. Opting for Eruption instead of Pop, which kind of makes sense. Eruption is very, very good for holding down airs in a map like this, so, you know, not crazy. And Bamboozle was just obvious for, you know, chase reasons. No payout or new Gamba. I'll handle this real quick, okay? Here, I got you. But the Gamba's gonna be like 30 seconds, okay? So you guys got to be really, really quick with it, okay? Here, you got to be real fast. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Look, it's fair because everybody is gambling with the same information, okay? Like, you have 30 seconds. You guys all see how this game is going. It's a fair Gamba, so go nuts. You have 30 seconds. Gamba fast. Gamba very, very fast.
Slaughter's kind of deep in this corrupted gen area right here. Not finding anyone.
They are all there, though, yeah. No one snuck past.
That's super interesting. Oh,
and finds Deli in basement. And can body block her with puke. Oh, wait. I actually kind of let her slip by, but I think we'll still get this down, right? Oh, no. This is tragic. Oh, background player.
Pallet save?
No, we tried for it, but doesn't get it. It's just a tag. It's just a hook. It's Pain. I mean, hey, you know, the silver lining here is that Pain Res got wasted because no gen had any progress at all. So that's good, right? I mean, that's a good thing, right? Like, we had no gen progress, therefore Pain Res does nothing. So it's fine, right? This is rough. This is a really rough start.
Yeah, that is a brutal start, and they weren't even like on gens to like get anything for that either because they were all down in the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, exactly. There's like literally zero gen progress. Like, they're just now going to be getting gen progress. Slaughter gets basically free tag onto tag Zo from touching that gen. Chrono also gets sick. Deli completely out of play. Jive Turkey deep in the top side. Currently, the really strong gen setup is top side, though. Oh.
Interesting.
There's no way we can restart with how good of a start this is.
Yeah, that is like... That would be super unfair.
This is a really, really sad way for this to end. That's...
I know, I wanted a nail biter.
Yeah, this is really depressing. Because not only is that there's that crazy start where you get Deli and get a fast hook with no gen progress, but yeah, now the DC, it's just basically donezo. Yeah, that's really, really unfortunate. So 4K5? Question marks?
depending on how the survivors play this, they could get a gen.
Yeah, true.
I definitely think Smoke dies.
Yeah, Smoke definitely dies. Jive Turkey's just trying to get this gen done at main. Yeah, I don't... Yeah, Smoke dies. Oh no, it's so tragic, dude. Yeah, I mean, I could say, like, hypothetically, we could just, like, if they wanted, we could just say, I mean, I guess that both teams agreed to this. We could just say that, like, E-Girls wins the set, and then they could just replay it just to see, like, you know, hypothetically, who could have won had they played it out or whatever, but just give the win to E-Girls no matter what. I don't know. Is that pointless to do, though? I don't know. Maybe that's pointless to do. I'm not sure. That's just a really, really unfortunate way for the final set to go, you know? Like, very, very unfortunate. But at the same time, like, if you already know the result, like, I feel like that kind of takes away from the play, right? Like, if we're like, okay, well, E-Girls wins no matter what, but you guys are going to replay it anyway, then, like, it almost feels like, well, fuck. Like, it almost feels like the incentive to actually, like, sweat is... Man. That's a bummer. Yeah, in a way, I'm like, well, at least then we'll be able to see a matchup, but then at the same time, it does feel a bit pointless. So I'm a bit torn on it. I'm a bit torn. I think it's a good idea while also being a terrible idea, too. I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying too. Like, yeah, there's no real reward in scrims. Exactly. It's just like, it's really just the flex factor of saying that you won, right? But like, but also at the same time, like, if we restart and then Slaughter gets a way worse start and then like loses, that would also, like, if their team loses, right, that would also feel good. Because if the only like pseudo reward you get from scrims is like, you know, winning the set and flexing your win or whatever, it would feel kind of shitty to like rob the E-Girls of that when this was such a good start, right? Like, if the start they get next game isn't as good and then they end up losing, even if we say like, okay, they officially won the set, like, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean by that? Like, it just feels, it feels like either way it feels bad for somebody. So like, I don't know, it's kind of dumb. I would like to restart it though. Like, if both teams are down to just restart and we can just count E-Girls as winning. And I mean, unless Nerf Self-Care thinks they could 4K5, I don't know. Yeah, or unless they're tired. Yeah, if either Nerf Self-Care thinks they can 4K5, or if either team is just tired and wants to go to bed, which is also pretty understandable. It is late. It's this set was supposed to go to 2 a.m. maximum, and it's like 2 a.m. right now. So yeah.
Super unfortunate. I've been on the end of that one of the games, so I know it can feel kind of crappy, but at the same time, like, what can you really do?
Yeah, it's just one of those unfortunate parts of, you know, playing an online game, especially a game like DBD that has no features whatsoever for like reconnecting or, you know, I don't know. Like, again, DBD not built for this kind of stuff. We're kind of just doing our best with what we have, so yeah, it's pretty unfortunate. Pretty sad stuff. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess I'll just let, like, Dino, if you want to try to, like, figure it out with these guys, you can. Again, I'm open to them replaying both Plague games and then just counting E-Girls as winning it no matter what. I'm also down to just play the next set and then call it for that. Again, if everybody's like, or sorry, to play the next Plague game and call it for that if everybody's tired or whatever. Like, I'm down for either or. Like, if you want to ask the teams, I'm down for whatever. Like, basically anything. But yeah, that's a pretty unfortunate. Again, it's so unfortunate in so many ways too, because like, I would feel less bad about it if like the start was like kind of just like a expected start, right? Like, the fact that Slaughter had such a good start too makes it even worse, because it's like if we restart and then Slaughter gets a worse start, then it's like, well, fuck, you know? I don't know. It's just such a shitty situation. Yeah, don't give in to the temptation. I see chat. They're trying to fucking demons out here, dude.
I will not be corrupted.
Yeah, I see. Specifically, Damaboba is out here. Like, what is this? Hello? Please. You know what?
Yeah, DC1D should get a penalty in their next match.
No, I handled it. It's okay. I handled it.
Dang.
That's good enough. Nerf Subcarrier wants to just move on, so we'll do that. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, they're the ones that, yeah, had the lag out, so yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm assuming probably has a lot to do with how late it is, too, right? It's already so fucking late, so yeah, if we want, we could just move on to... Do they want to play Killer? Like, if they want to play Killer, we can still do, like, their Killer game against the survivors of E-Girls. But... yeah, it don't matter to me. It don't matter to me. Whatever they want to do. Whatever they want to do. Tagzo just bailed. He's like, yeah, I'm done here. I'm out. I'm out of this bitch. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It seems like E-Girls are down. Hey, Zappa seems like he's down too. All right, let's do it. Let's do it, dude. Let's do it. All right, all right, all right. We'll still have this final scrim for the game. Well, you know, let's just pretend that last game was like, I don't know. What's a good win con? I mean, Zappas has been popping off today. We'll say it was a 10 stage 4 fresh. Did you guys just see that game we just watched? 10 stages 4 fresh. That was such a crazy result. Damn, dude. Zappas gonna have to beat. It's not the same. It's not the same when it's not real. But we can just pretend, you know, and then give Zappas a pretend win con and just hope for the best. I don't know. What a hard win con. That was crazy.
I can't believe we watched that game. Whoa.
You're right. That whole entire match that was well hard fought with no weird things happening at all. No DCs or anything.
Did you see that small game value?
Dude, that was crazy, man. I can't believe the killer brought Beast of Prey and it actually worked. What the fuck, dude? Yeah, I mean,
one for the
Zappas,
history books.
Truly, what? Yeah, if anyone missed that game, oh man, they're gonna regret that. They're gonna regret that for sure. What a bummer. What a bummer it would be to have missed that game. DVD, yeah, DVD World Cup Finals, $15 bajillion on the line. 15 gazillion bajillion dollars. Zavas got to get a 4K. I don't know. This will still be a good game to watch. I mean, Zavas has been popping off today. He's been doing really, really well. But this team of survivors has also been doing really well. It's been kind of a weird, well, it's been kind of a weird mix. But as a matter of fact, I think Zavas has gotten 4Ks in both of his games, right? It was a 4K1 and a 4K2. So actually, he's kind of on pace to get another 4K, right? Hypothetically. So we'll see what he can do. I mean, we'll see if he can keep the 4K streak alive. E-Girls probably going to want to, you know, do something about that and maybe put an end to it. So we'll see how well they can play this. And again, Plague Suffa Pit could be a pretty tough set. So I really think it could swing either way. So I don't know. Where's my moment coin for this madness? Aren't they taking away moments soon? I'm pretty sure moments are like going away soon or something. We might not even have them anymore. Yeah. We still do have moments. I see. I think I did read that they were going away soon or something. But yeah, I don't know. The moments will live on in our hearts. Yeah, true. It's just kind of weird. I'm kind of like, I'm kind of confused as to why they're removing them. It seems like such a good feature. Like, I don't know why. Of all the things that they can like tweak for Twitch, that feels like a weird one to ditch. Like, I kind of like moments. Like why? Bro, that was so disrespectful. Okay, Damon Boba, let me counter with something that is actually disrespectful. When I first timed you out, like 4 or 5 people in chat were like, "Free my girl Dama Booba, hashtag free Dama," and that lasted for like all of like 30 seconds, and then they just forgot about you, bro. They just forgot about you. Like, they were 100% just jumping on the trend, dude. They were jumping on the trend, you know. They were just collecting the clout, and then they, you know, immediately just dropped it. So, you know, you think I was being disrespectful? I don't, I don't know, man. I'd be taking a look around chat. I don't know, you know. Hey, you had it coming. I don't know what to tell you, you know. Not me though. I said to let it rot for the full 4 minutes. I appreciate the Toaster. Thank you, man. See, I appreciate that Toaster can keep it real with me. He's like, yeah, man, my girlfriend deserves it, bro. Just do it. You know, I respect that. Thank you, man. That's, you know, he's so real for that. I love my boy Toaster.
Man, you think you have a garden full of friends till you step on a snake. What the heck?
Fucking for real, man. For real. All right. This should be a good final game. I'm curious to see how this goes. Again, build, I would expect to see something kind of samey, right? Bamboozle, probably the same purple yellow add-on we saw before. You know, probably like Pain Resurruption, most likely, I would assume. And yeah, I think it's going to come down a lot to how the gen spawn, how they play around that, how this early game goes. I mean, they're going to have to hope for not a start like that last start for sure. Hopefully it doesn't go that way. And maybe they can make something happen here. Looks like, oh, they have, that's so interesting to fill out the last slot of the Deli Survivor with Hope. That's interesting. Fixated again is on one of these builds. Zavis is Infectious Fright? What the funkin' waggles? That's interesting. Heavy objective
Maybe
build.
Zappis wants to get that 4K5. You know?
They have 2 hopes. They have. Do we even care?
Oh.
Do we even care? Just fuck it. Who cares? Who cares? It doesn't even matter. It's hope, dude. Who gives a shit? It's fine. Whatever. Whatever, man. We're not restarting. I don't want to restart this. I don't want to restart this goddamn game. Let's just play it out, right? Can we all agree? Are we all in agreement? Are we all in agreement that we can just play this? That we can play this out? Who cares? It's 2 hopes. Who gives a shit? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. All right. Cool. Good. Grab Scrub Puke like right away. And they don't have any other repeats, do they? Now I'm worried. Ooh. Hit on the oh, pretty fast down. I missed the second down. I'm sorry, but quick down comes in on the Claudette. Zappis popping off real early.
Infectious. Is the dream alive? Bro,
imagine he just fucking slugs everyone and just ends the game right here. He does have double apples, so he's got a bunch of corrupt pulls. He's gonna get this down onto Glory very quickly. No infectious value here though, so I think he'll actually just take this hook. But 2 really fast downs, so honestly crazy good value here. This is actually a pretty ideal survivor for getting chased. And yeah, I believe Rebecca will be trying to set up for the unhook while the others just kind of get away. No infection coming in on anybody yet. But could puke on the hook guy. Maybe Zaff is going for the old no puke strats. Grabbing corrupt again. I'm kind of surprised he didn't puke on Vest on the hook at least. Ooh. Sees Adam. Adam's got water tower though, which can be a pretty big pain in the ass. Lots of distance. Basically just for free while you circle this. But starting to get to the point where they're in danger now. Damage shade number 1. This pallet can be a little sketch though, right? You gotta be a little careful not to get stunned at it. Kazoo just drops it, trying to stay alive. Zappis doing the thing that we were practicing the other day. It didn't work. Kazoo just too damn good. Has this 4-lane. Corrupt Puke is almost out. Ooh, beautifully played by Zappis though.
Wild mind game gets that down. Goodness.
Yeah, that's so like on like Macmillan with no like actual holes in the walls there. That's tough. That's basically just a coin flip if you're on the side of the survivor there. And Zappis definitely gets the better of it. And hold on, infectious right. Hold on a minute. Was this even infectious or was this just game sense? I don't even know if they screamed.
It's just game sense. I think earlier Claudette missed a skill check on the gen.
And I'm not crazy, but Zappis is doing like no puke plague right now, right? Is that what I'm witnessing? Because still nobody is sick. This is very bizarre. Okay. Pallet gets thrown. Has a god pallet here too, so this will be a pretty good chase. There we go. Decides to use the killer's power, finally. the way Zappos plays these tiles is so interesting. Definitely making it tough on him, but Clyde's doing a really good job so far. Running past the Storming tile with live. Heading up towards top side. Ooh.
Ooh.
Pretty amphibious there. Claudette doing a really good job in this chase, though. Not falling for any of Zappos' shenanigans and playing these pallets extremely well. Should be able to make this as well. Again, being so patient. Bloodlust 2 kicking in, though. 3 gens popping.
Bloodlust 3 should get that down, yep.
Yeah. Bloodlust kicking into extreme levels, and eventually Claudia goes down. But honestly, fantastic chase. I mean, it kind of seems like Zappos is kind of just playing in a way where he's not like, he's kind of just trying to mind game every pallet. It feels like I feel like a lot of these pallets are not ones you should be trying to play the way he is. But I think he might just be kind of having fun with it and seeing if he can pull off some mind games, which is, it's cool. Like I think that's probably the most enjoyable way to play it, right? Like, I don't know. That was very impressive from Claudia to not fall for any of that shit that he was going for. Like, that was very, very good. And that'll only be hook number 2. Second pain res used, but 3 gens done, so. Finds Vest here at Shack. Bamboozle. Puke. And that'll eventually be an interstate. But Vest's gonna get out of there. They have a really good gen split too. So while all that was going on, they managed to break up gens in a really good way. They have 2 top, and they now have this 1 bottom that's right beside where we currently are. So the gen split's looking great. It kind of looks like they're gonna finish them all. And probably get a pretty good result. Which means that the DVD World Cup 10 gazillion bajillion dollar prize pool might end up going to E-Girls here, you know? Unfortunately, that was actually a good play on the Norman Towel, though. Zappos played that really, really well.
Zappos' mind games are something to behold.
Yeah, they really are. They're very, very wild, for sure. This is one of those things where, like, if you're a survivor, you're just like, what the fuck, dude? Like, it's so wild to probably have to try to go against. Final gen pops, though. Oh. I guess time for Rebecca to be tested. I think has the pallet here, though. Yeah, has this really good pallet. Ooh. Slaughter not falling for that one. I think he maybe could have got the M1 on that initial double back, but went for something fancy instead. Slaughter doesn't fall for it, though. He will be able to make the pallet now. Window is bamboozled, though. Oh, I think he reacted a little bit too slow to that. Yep, down goes Slaughter. 2 hopes, that's right. This is where the 2 hopes matter. I forgot. Whoa, Zappos might be... Is that me or is that Zap? Someone, I think, was a little bit laggy there. I forgot about that. This is one of the hope gamers. Slaughter at hope also has hope. Hope and hope. I forgot. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I said it didn't matter. It does matter.
DQ'd.
Literally DQ'd. So never mind. Actually, turns out Zappos did win the World Cup. I lied. I lied. No self-care. World Cup winners. Oh, the deli. The deli as well. Just gonna boldly execute. I don't think there's really any way to stop that. And, you know, this was a pretty silly last game. I respect it, you know? Considering that the first set in the play games was silly, you know, this was an okay time to have another silly game. I liked it, you know? Both of these last 2 play games were silly in their own ways. One was a little bit more of a fun silly, whereas the other one was kind of like a depressing silly. But, you know, I still respect it. Good stuff, good stuff. Both these teams played phenomenally. Phenomenally. Wow, that's a hard word to say. Phenomenally. Tyro, hit me with it. Phenomenally. Phenomenally.
Phenomenally?
Phenomenally. Phenomenally.
Phenomenally.
Phenomenally.
I'm like second guessing myself now.
Why is it so weird to say? Anyway, both teams played phenomenally. They both played really well, is what I'm trying to say. So regardless of this outcome, I mean, I guess technically, like the weight is gonna be going to E-Girls, right? But I think regardless, both these teams should be feeling good about about this game. I think both teams played amazing, and it was honestly a joy to watch. Both these teams insanely cracked, really good players, and games super fucking enjoyable. So again, a little bit depressing on how it ended, but regardless, I still enjoyed it. I'm sure everyone watching enjoyed it, so hopefully they're not too down about it. I appreciate them coming in and playing regardless, and overall, really good set. Really good set of games.
Yeah. I think the whole night had a lot of really good, exciting games, and it was a thrill to cast it.
Yeah, hey, I appreciate you joining, man. Thank you. This was definitely a good time. This was probably like the longest scrim night we've ever done, so you kind of got the marathon version of scrim nights. So I hope you didn't mind that. This is probably one of the longest ones we've ever done. But yeah,
they
man,
put me through the ringer.
Yeah, they really did. They're like, oh, Tyro's here. Let's go to every tiebreaker. You know, let's really draw this one out, shall we? But no, I appreciate you coming in and vibing. I appreciate you hanging out. It was a good time as always. It's always cool just to kick it and even just like chill and just bullshit while waiting for games or mid-match or whatever. So I appreciate you, man. It was an honor to have you. Are you streaming decently often? Like, does shouting you out do anything? Do you want shout outs? I'm gonna shout you out anyway.
I mean, you can. I stream here and there just when I feel like it. It's not like a thing I'm like aspiring to do, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, Tyro's super cool dude. Been around like scrims since, again, like day one, like the very first day we've ever did scrims. He played with like a team of his friends. Like, he's been around for the whole adventure of all this. Super chill dude. If you ever can catch a stream, go pop over, say hi. Tyro's a super cool dude, and I appreciate you hanging out and casting, man. We can maybe figure out a time to do it again at some point. I'm probably gonna be like cycling in and out gamers, but yeah, I mean, I'm sure at some point we can maybe even find another time to do it if you want to do it again. And yeah, thanks, man. I'm gonna hop out of Discord.
Yeah, of course.
But
appreciate it.
Was an honor having you.
Glad to be here.
Yeah, of course. And hope you have a good rest of your night, dude.
You too. Thank you.
Yep. Take care, man. See you. All right. That's it for scrims, guys. Hope you guys enjoyed. That's gonna be it for me for the whole weekend. Actually, tomorrow's Saturday, so tomorrow's my day off. I'm gonna be chilling tomorrow. I won't be back until Sunday. If you guys enjoyed it, feel free to follow. We do these every Friday. Every Friday we do scrims. So next Friday we'll have more games. So feel free to follow and pop back in then. Again, big shout out. I know I say this every time, but it's worth saying. Big shout out to all the mods and all the admins that run this shit. They do it completely for free. It's volunteer work, and they volunteer a lot of their time. Like, Dynamelon does a bunch of the work, but Kurt does a fuck ton. Shay, Rabbit Panda, both Shays actually do a fuck ton of work. Like, there's so much work that people put in behind the scenes. Like, they dedicate so many of their hours to actually like helping everything run. And again, it's hugely appreciated. It's all volunteer, and again, it's very generous of them to do any of that at all. So big thank you to those guys. We wouldn't be able to do this at all without them. And again, the players as well. A lot of the players, like, it's not exactly easy to get on and play in front of so many people. Like, a lot of people get hella nervous. A lot of people, like, I don't know, it can be pretty rough to do sometimes. So big shout out to all the players too for coming on and playing and showing what you can do. Obviously couldn't do it without you too, and it's a blast always seeing how good you guys come in and juice the fuck out of nerds. So I appreciate you guys. Let me find somebody to raid. Oh, the Gamba. Did I not pay out the Gamba? Oh, wait. I think you guys just paid it out, right? I think someone got it. Yeah, thank you. If we didn't pay out the Gamba, dude, you guys would have fucking murdered me. Holy shit. Holy shit. All right, thank you guys for vibing. Thank you guys for hanging out. I think I'm actually gonna raid somebody. This might be a little weird, but I think I'm gonna raid somebody that isn't even on DVD. Is that bad? But I kind of want to raid Loris. Loris is doing a subathon, and she's currently playing Resident Evil 4, which is a great game. And I don't ever get a chance to raid Loris because Loris is never live at this hour. But Loris is currently doing a subathon, so it's kind of an opportunity to raid Loris. So I kind of just want to take that opportunity. So I think I'm gonna do that. Loris is super fucking wholesome. You might recognize her from chat or just around the community or whatever. But Loris is like one of the most wholesome gamers out there, and is currently doing a subathon. I think it's one of those like unlimited subathons where you can like keep them live forever or whatever. But Loris, really good people. So you guys can go chill over there. Go hit her with a Get Rated Nerd Debated, and then go hang out, enjoy the Resident Evil 4 games. Thank you guys so much for vibing as always. I love you guys. You guys are the best. I will be back Sunday, so no tofu tomorrow. Saturday is gonna be my day of chill. And hope you guys have an awesome rest of your weekend. If you guys are around Sunday night, I'll see you guys then. Have a good rest of your night, guys. I'm out of here. I'll see ya. I'll take care. See ya. See you later. See ya.